GG's, the daughters, hyenas, scuba divers who learn from Scuba Steve was criminating y'all. I rock with the King X. Don't forget the Kennedy doing his millimeter march right here on YouTube. We conducting ourselves the most highest. The dollar likes what you make it. You can love it, you can hate it. It's gonna be secret what you make it. The dollar God chose you because you know he could trust you. God's best kept secret. The dollar stay more aware than never. The dollar. That's a motherfucking Finley. The dollar. You know, we're gonna get into this nice little topic, the dollar, because 1090 Jake at Wack 100, I feel like 1090 Jake is just a fucking fraud, We're gonna have to stay more logic than ever. We're gonna stay more aware than ever. Like, who the fuck you think you are, Your bitch ass is over here scared of BG, You scared of fucking BG. You put a whole fucking shit out about BG. You put a shit out about Big Means. You put about shit about things. You fucking retracted it, nigga. Real shit. You did more shit about other people and you retracted it, nigga. And you gonna retract this too, Dundada. We gonna make your little white ass retract this too, motherfucker. You ain't really too tough, nigga. You don't know shit about fucking street life, Dundada. Just because you went to the Bing, Dundada, you got fucked up, Dundada. You claimed that you was a blood, Dundada, in a state that don't even claim, but Dundada. There's bloods in this state too. But gangbanging didn't grow up here, This is like a mob state, So hell no, they're not fucking striving. That's just mediocre. We look at niggas like, oh yeah, you're from this. Who are you? Oh, I'm a blood, nigga. You're a fucking joke, bro. Ain't no fucking bloods in this fucking state, So go somewhere else with that bullshit or whatever the case may be, Like, what the fuck? You want to be Lil Wayne? 1090 Jake, first you gotta be African American. First of all, you want to be Lil Wayne. Second of all, nigga, we ain't allowing you just to be tarnishing and talking shit, just because you think you're a fucking, think you're a blood, like thinking you're a blood, like anything that you say, it don't make you realistic, it don't make you real. So we gonna have to stay more with than ever. Just because you in gang, doesn't make you that you thorough, that you tough, nigga, that you real, that you standing on business. It only means that you need about 10 niggas to go catch something or do something, It only means that you think. Now the niggas who's actually doing it for positivity, so be it. But the niggas who's actually thinking that they joining the gang to be tough, nigga, you soft, nigga. That's first thing first, A lot of niggas, remember, the niggas who's shooting ain't the niggas who's drilling. The niggas who's drilling, nigga, ain't the niggas who's fighting. The niggas who's fighting, nigga, ain't the niggas who think. So you gotta be more aware than that too, That's not what's going on here, the GG. You know what I'm saying? So more or less, 1090 Jake, his Caucasian ass, is over there with Wack 100, because Wack 100 is a fucking big blood, big blood, but no one ever see Wack 100 where he's a big blood at, everybody's trying to figure out where the fuck Wack 100 is a big blood at, So these niggas want to sit there, and double team Larry Hoover, because, you know what I'm saying, I guess it's GDK, across the nation. But then, motherfucker, you scared of BG, nigga, you better fuck some fucking respect on Larry Hoover's name, Like, who the fuck? This nigga 1090 Jake is scared of fucking BG. You put some fucking respect on Larry Hoover's name, BG made you fucking switch your whole fucking account, You wanted to put something up about BG, You took it down, You did this, Big me shit, the same shit with your dumb ass, Like, who the fuck you think you are, Niggas gonna find you, I mean, not in real life, obviously in GTA, but that's just how it is, GG. You blatantly just speaking about shit that you don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro. So 1090 Jake, who are you, bro? Like, who gave you the credentials, to stand down and be? Are you one of them people? Are you really standing over people, Are you? No, you're not, Are you really standing on business? No, you're not, So how can you say something about some Larry Hoover shit, Like, come on now. We already see what you do, You dick sucks real niggas, So you don't have to deal with them, But then if it's a senior citizen, or if it's someone, or you wanna, or Wack 100 saying you could be blood, you gonna be the biggest blood because you're gonna be near me, and like, ain't no fucking bloods on the internet, If they are on the internet, they older, they stop doing that, and they try to bring positivity to it. You know what I'm saying? You over here, is just misleading the youth, thinking that it's all gravy, baby, but you're not living like that, You know what I'm saying? That's a real fact, You in Boston, bro. Boston is surrounded by mad Italians, this, that, You're not hanging, you know what I'm saying, man? It's vice versa, It's all different mixed races, It's not just one race, So we don't want to hear what you. Of course, there's gangs there, but nigga, the Irish, the thing, it's really the people, the heritage that runs shit over there, heritage having heritage, Believe me, I know that, He comes from Florida, He don't like everything that he's saying is not realistic, You know what I'm saying? And anything that he's saying, that game behind you or not behind you, there's a block that's been there forever that's going to terminate and terminate your whole fucking rag, your fucking flaming or whatever the case may be, whatever your entire is, your dress, nigga. Like, what the fuck you dress while you wearing a red flag? That don't mean you're real. That don't make you shit. Just because you over there, I'm Big Blood. What's up? I did 10 in the joint. And I can't, like, shut your, like, that don't make no fucking sense. You ain't never put in no work, nigga. You did 10 for a B and E and something else, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You got caught with your dick in your hand, nigga. Not with a dick in your hand, post don't diddy, but with actually your dick in your hand, Now you want, and then you became blood, You feel like you all your big shot, That's not what happens, That's not what happened. Now, Wack 100, got y'all coming at. Got you coming at the real Larry Hoover. Do you understand what kind of nation is that? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? We understand this GDK era, but that's not who Larry Hoover is. And you're not going to disrespect somebody who you just not living like. You're not living like Larry Hoover, so don't speak on Larry Hoover. You know what I'm saying? He just got 6 bodies overturned, Like, what are you talking about, You don't even know a person that has 6 bodies, You don't even, that shit don't even fit him in your fucking head, You're like, you don't even know people like that, So your life is type mediocre, You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to hear something that you mad person, you did this, you did that. Like, okay, let's get real. Let's be realistic, And that's a fact. So everybody knows that 1090 Jake, it's not standing on business. And this shit makes it seem like, yo, this is the shit that makes it seem like, yo, dogs, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Oh, it's blood. So you gonna say GDK? Who the fuck led you to some childish ass kids, Like, nigga, realistically, nigga, who the fuck you like? You claiming blood, You a fucking child, You a child, Like, how the fuck, nigga, you a grown-ass man, You handle a situation, Because when niggas come, they believe that they're going to come, they're going to seek, real shit. They're going to be bush camping, You know what's bush camping, right, I don't think you know bush camping. I don't think that shit has to do with any type of Antara or any type of flag you're wearing or anything, And I'm not coming at no gang members. I'm not coming at nobody who's gang bang. I don't give a fuck what people do, I'm just coming at this person individual, with Wack 100 and this, and 1090 Jake. It seems like, what the fuck, and then the 6 9s, and then all this shit, it seems like, what's going on with the Bloods, Like, the Crips is over there, fucking Big U, Big Thing. They get Ricos and shit like that, They still stand strong. They still think, what's up, Like, how does this work, GG? How can we look at this, You know what I'm saying? We be transparent towards everything, but when we start looking like, yo, this nigga wearing this flag, and this nigga wearing this flag, and this nigga's wearing this flag, and this nigga's wearing this flag, But the niggas that we respect, like a YG nigga, he don't fuck with none of these niggas. YG don't fuck with none of these niggas. So we gotta respect YG. We gonna have to respect YG and what YG is saying. Like, YG don't fuck with no fucking 1090 Jake. YG don't fuck with no fucking Wack 100. YG don't fuck with no fucking 6 9. YG don't fuck with no fucking, he's not fucking around with them people. YG don't fuck with no fucking Jim Jones, nigga. Like, come on now. We got to be realistic, Let's just be a little bit more realistic, DG. That's not what's going on, bro. Oh, I was fighting. I stood down. I was doing this. It's Mr. Jomo, nigga. You so active, nigga. You ain't got to speak. When you so active, nigga, you going to say, nah, I'm a good dude, Niggas going to be like, yo, don't play with that good dude, It gets like that. Now, I'm not about this, and you know what I'm saying? This is He's talking about niggas was just banging off doing this and doing that, He's not talking about that. Like, you got to understand, You got to be sincere. You got to be genuine. You're going to have to really stand on business, nigga. You got to, you know what I'm saying? You have to have some morals, Still be mad polite. Hi, how you doing? Grace, yes, this is that. Like, what the fuck do people automatically... What do people automatically gotta be on a hostility type? They go on, let's expose Larry Hoover type. You're not fucking Larry Hoover. You're not fucking Larry Hoover. It's like saying you're exposing Big Meech, nigga. That shit backfired on your dumb ass today. It's like saying you're about to expose El Chapo. How can you expose? You don't have the credentials. The only person that could expose El Chapo is the other nigga that they locked up, nigga. The big time nigga, because he like you're fucking compared to a regular human being, Like you can't expose these people. You're not even living in these people's what that stratosphere. You're not living in a stratosphere. You're not living how these people live. So how can you speak on shit you do not know? I don't give a fuck if you went to jail. You was looking at wars, nigga, getting smacked up. I'm just not doing nothing. It doesn't mean nothing. It has nothing to do with shit. Niggas is not standing on business whatsoever. So you shouldn't be speaking on somebody who got 6 bodies overturned. Someone who's looking at fucking 500 certain years. Because you don't know how. Guess what? Let's talk to other people who's looking at six years right now, consecutive right now, and ask is Larry Hoover a fucking rat, Let's talk about people who've been in jail for 53 years, 57 years, and ask if Larry Hoover's a rat, Let's talk to these people who've been there their whole motherfucking life, because that's what Larry Hoover been. He been there his whole motherfucking life, nigga. He got people like a fucking 1090 Jake and a Wack 100 to speak upon. What the fuck, nigga? They never even been in the dark for a day. 1090 Jake, he been in the dark, but he was getting traumatized in there. He came back out, nigga, with no tooth, screaming blood in a place where there's no bloods. So saying that just for, like, come on, man. It is what it is. 1090 Jake, You know what I'm saying? Hey, fix your shit, this with this, you know what I'm saying? It gets like that, All I'm trying to say, nigga, when niggas is actually active, nigga, and people ain't none of that. It's like trying to get a lion. Like you want to catch a fucking lion, nigga. You want to catch a lion with your bare hands. It's not gonna happen, JJ. So more or less, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. That's. I'm not saying that. 10-9 Jake, you know what I'm saying, that this nigga been that what he did was he just mediocre compared to a Larry Davis. What Larry the jail experience that 1090 Jake or Wack 100 had is nothing compared to the jail experience that Larry Hoover had. It's nothing compared to the jail experience. Y'all not understanding. Even the Big Meeches, them niggas don't even got the jail experience Big Meech had, They don't even got the jail experience Southwest T had, and they don't even need the popularity vote, What are you talking about, nigga? You misleading the fucking youth, These niggas actually active in there, But you gonna speak, Y'all niggas wanna speak, Y'all wanna tarnish, but what the fuck? What a coincidence that y'all niggas is two blood niggas. What a coincidence that y'all two entertainers, that ain't freaking live a life like Larry Hoover. What a coincidence that y'all both went to jail, and y'all ain't got no fucking type of rank. Where your rank at, done? No rank, Like, what the fuck you gonna come out and speak on this, nigga? A legendary ass nigga. He ranked legendary. Where Larry Hoover rank? Legendary. What Big Meech rank? Legendary. Come on, man. What the fuck y'all kidding, You know what I'm saying? So, what a coincidence. White boy trying to be tough, gonna go over here. White boy look like if you flinch at him, nigga, he'll fucking jump out his fucking clothes, He got a right to be speaking on fucking Larry Hoover. White boy, the one that BG the one that BG the one that BG made him switch his whole segment up upon him real quick. I don't know what the fuck BG said to him, but BG, yo, let me know what you said to him, because I'm gonna need some words like that so I can say it to him. Whatever BG said to this nigga 1090 Jake, let's just, you know what I'm saying, let's do it, You know what I'm saying? Let's just say the same shit, Like, get the fuck out of here, with this bullshit, nigga. Niggas like Jomo. Nigga, they got niggas like Jomo, nigga, still acting like 50-some years old, nigga, acting fucking tough as hell, the most toughest, but he cries all the time. Nigga, that's not no man. That's not no fucking man. A man ain't going on no fucking interview, nigga, crying 24/7 about best friends and friendship and shit like that. The world's real, nigga. There's niggas that die every day, B. Niggas ain't fucking here, You worry about a best friend that's alive, that he's over there, Oh my God, Cameron. I used to fight for Cameron. I used to, like, shut your bitch ass up, GG. Like, we don't want to hear none of that bitch shit, You gonna be crying even fucking more, Like, you gonna cry even fucking more than Dada when niggas understands there's a bunch of fucking capping and raps than Dada. Now you're like, oh, they find out. Like, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Joe Mo, Wack 100s, fucking 1090 Jakes, the Dada. Yo, we need y'all blood niggas to handle these niggas. This is your team. This is what y'all fucking make up. This is what y'all doing, GG. So we need y'all on 1,000, the Dada. We need y'all on 1,000 because this is how it's looking. I don't feel it's looking very, very, very awkward for these niggas, the Dada. It's looking very awkward. I'm not with none of that shit. So, Mr. 1090 Jake, I don't know who let you speak the way you fucking speak, the Dada. Mr. Wack 100, I don't know what the fuck you got with all these big ass fucking hustlers or these big ass fucking like real gangsters, certified gangster validation is already, you know what I'm saying, certified. They don't need no validation. So why the fuck are you fucking with these? Like, why the fuck you always got something to say to these high people, to these legendary people, Oh, you think you can get something from them, which is some type of clouds, which is some type of like, go your ass somewhere, It ain't working, GG. Shit's different, So who we doing first, All right, bet. So this nigga fucking 1090 Jake, went to expose Larry, went to try to expose Larry. Like, nigga, you exposing, nigga, your name should be Larry. 1090 J, like, you should be Jerry. We got Larry, you should be Jerry. You're not 1090 Jake. We don't know who the fuck you are. What the fuck is a 1090? Nigga, 1090 Jake, nigga. Nigga, y'all fucking should be Larry. I mean, Jerry. We got Larry, you should be Jerry. You see how a black fella can have a white person's name? Hey, Larry. And be the realest nigga in the fucking world. But if this nigga had his real name up there, he wouldn't be called 1090. Then you had your real name up there, Jerry, you know what I'm saying? Or Adam or whatever. It wasn't gonna work, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna work.
All right, so for this video, I want to talk to you guys about the most famous fake white Florida blood from Boston, 1090 Sticks, because he's back in the news. And this time he's facing backlash for trying to quote unquote expose legendary Chicago gang leader Larry Hoover for being a rat. And this is really confusing because he just told creepy weirdo Vlad TV that he's not exposing snitches anymore and that he's done with that.
Snitched or how does it work? That's why I don't even, the snitching videos is over with. Like I said, if
so that was obviously a lie, which is not surprising because Jake is a well-documented liar and storyteller and fraud. But I did want to talk about this new video that he made because it's so stupid. It's just a huge...
Look at how you gonna pull out a video, if he don't know how snitching works, He said, I don't know how snitching works. There's niggas that's gonna take the fucking thing. There's niggas that's gonna do this. Why the fuck you put your fucking mess? You a blood so some blood niggas is rapping GDK. So it's GDK. You putting yourself in Larry Hoover's fucking thing. You don't want no smoke with Larry, bro. You don't want no smoke with Larry, even though Larry's older than and shit like that. You don't want no smoke with like Larry, You know what I'm saying? You might have to go talk to Jay Prince about the situation. You see how Jay Prince talks, You see Jay Prince whole like aura and shit like that, how he comes off, That's what Larry makes. Larry Hoover's make niggas like Jay Prince. Larry Hoover's making certain type of individuals, but thinking individuals, talking very, very smart in the word, articulate. Who the fuck are you, 1090 Jake? You just said you're not exposing niggas no more, and you try to expose Larry, nigga. You should have just exposed someone else. You should have exposed Wack 100. You should have exposed Brick Baby. You should have exposed these other niggas. Go get their paper. Why the fuck are you fucking with Larry Hoover? Who put you up to this? Blood niggas and we're Boston. They can't save you, nigga. They're not gonna be able to save you, nigga. The Irish will wipe you out over there, nigga. The Italianos will wipe you out the fuck over there. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, GG? You're not making no fucking sense, nigga. This nigga thinks and claims. This nigga's a wannabe, the biggest blood. Like, come on, man. Go your ass somewhere with your shit, GG. That's not niggas that conduct themselves.
Nothing burger. And it's obvious that he only put this video.
And me, I'm not gang. I don't gang bang, I just slide up,
because Larry Hoover has been in the news lately for getting pardoned by Donald J. Trump. And so this is a huge clout chase. And the documentation Jake uses is newspaper articles. It's not paperwork.
I
never knew you could get paperwork that goes this far back. But this is a documented shooting.
Why the fuck did you lie? That is a newspaper article. Newspaper article? All right, so you're reading a fucking newspaper article. You're reading a clip of a fucking the historian. You're trying to give American history. And you're reading something from social studies, from the history of social studies. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga? Christopher Columbus found America. Like, what the fuck? Who you fucking kidding? Santa Claus must be fucking white and must be real, Dada. Like Jesus must be white, right? That's what you did. That's what he's saying. Christopher Columbus found America. Jesus must be white. Like, get the fuck out of here with the bullshit, Gigi. Let's get real. Santa Claus must be real. The tooth fairy is real. When he's saying shit like that. We got Cheddar Bob ass niggas want to become something. Like, come on, bro. Niggas who actually hurt themselves. How you hurt yourself? That's different.
That took place. And you know, I have the news clippings in this video. Y'all can see it. Y'all can look it up for yourselves. It ain't a secret. It's been out for fucking.
Hey, how about you? You want to play me one-on-one?
Shit's different, bro. Shit's different. What the fuck?
When you prefer a
real, let's get real. This 1098 Jake Jew he done fucked up with this one, his fucking dumb ass. Who's super?
So this 57-year-old newspaper clipping is the basis for Jake's expose. This is just a newspaper article, and it's quoting the police. It's not even, there's no narrative that's signed. It's not an affidavit. It's not a witness statement. This is a newspaper article. And the newspaper article basically says that Larry Hoover got shot by his rival gang members and he got hit in the legs and ended up telling on those people to the police from his hospital bed. Now, I do want everyone to understand that this is a newspaper article from the 1960s in Chicago, and it's the police that are being quoted. This is all just the police telling the newspaper what they say Larry Hoover said. There's no, it's just a bunch of.
And the police back in the day, they have the sense, to be putting out 100% real information. You know that you think information is fake now. Like I said, back in the day, they try to tell us that Christopher Columbus found America, and they put it all over in schools and everything, and it wasn't the truth. So you think concerning somebody the police is trying to take over Larry Hoover, they gonna say that he's telling and shit like that, and then it didn't work. He still became Larry Hoover. They try to stop him back then, and it didn't work. What type of shit is that, Gigi?
Nonsense. You know, the police in Chicago in the 60s was one of the biggest criminal organizations in America. What? You know, the corruption in the 60s with that department is insane. They're not credible at all, and I don't understand why we're even talking about this. And this shooting happened in the middle of the fucking day in the principal's office. What? There were witnesses everywhere. There were multiple bystanders that got hit. There were people telling people stuff all over the place. They picked the guys up minutes after they shot. These guys did not get arrested because of Larry Hoover. The cops are trying to put this on Larry Hoover to try to make him out as a snitch, I think. This is what happened, because it just doesn't make sense that they've got these guys in custody minutes after, and then they go to the newspaper and try and attribute these arrests to like what Larry Hoover told them. Did Larry Hoover take the stand, by the way? Do we have anything that actually, I mean, is there any proof that Larry even said any of this, or are we just going off the cop's word?
That's crazy too, So how the fuck? And then they found them minutes after didn't Larry Hoover have to go to the hospital? So while Larry Hoover was going to the hospital, they was already getting bagged up and arrested. Oh, but Larry snitched on them. Nigga shot at a nigga with no mask, no nothing. Blatantly inside a school in the principal's office. Inside the principal's office, they popped this nigga. Y'all better watch Chicago now. There might be a couple shootings in the offices now, down in the principal's offices and shit like that. We might have to watch Chicago, GG. That's a fact. That's a finny, Because how that shit gonna work? So this.
because I think it needs to go a little bit further than that. If we're going to be labeling someone like Larry Hoover a snitch, okay, that's crazy. So 1090 Jake puts this video out and people are not happy about it. He's all over the blogs. People are reminding him that he is one of the most famous snitches in the world. What? And it's just not really going very well for him. His video flopped. It only got 150,000 in the first day. So the video is not performing well. It's not lucrative at all. And it's just so funny because he's put himself in a lot of danger for a lot, not a lot of money. And as we all know, Jake has publicly stated that he only does that. He only exposes snitches in the interest of gaining money so that he can support his new relationship. What? And that's true. And so I want to play you this clip of 1090 Jake explaining that I don't care about any of this shit. I only really expose snitches because I need money.
I think people get it confused and they think that I genuinely give a fuck. I don't care.
You're just
YouTube
making content.
Pays me, bro.
Yeah. This is your gig.
If I wasn't making money off of this shit, I wouldn't give a fuck.
For sure.
So he does this all for money. It's only in the interest of money. And I want to play you some more of this. This is really interesting. This is where it gets really sort of weird when Jake starts lying and then he starts contradicting himself mid-sentence almost. I mean, it's really bizarre. And I want to show you this. So this next clip is going to show Bootleg Kev's.
So that means that not a Wack 100's team or anybody's team that he just told you that he does it for money. So boom, he could actually get paid and then they could, and someone could say, yo, run this paperwork on Larry Hoover, run this paperwork on this person, and niggas could pay him. So he's getting paid to run paperwork and shit like that on people. You know what I'm saying?
Sort of check 1090 Jake on the fact that he's like sort of destroying people's lives by labeling them a snitch. And he asks Jake how he feels about that. And Jake pretty much denies that these people's careers are affected by his videos. He's like, nobody cares about when I do a video on somebody, nobody gives a fuck about what I say. I'm just doing what I do so I can get some money.
Drop shit on people that have still maintained their career. Like
Boston Richie was.
Peter Piper used the smart buying tools from Amazon Business and positive.
Yeah, this dude's weird, bro. That dude's weird. So he's saying now he's creating fake content. Now he just want to create content about it, but you fucked up with this one, bro. This is gonna be your last one. This is definitely gonna be your last video.
Affected his career negatively.
Like 6 days after that shit dropped, when I dropped that shit, he got signed for like $6 million.
True.
So who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like people are still gonna have their opinion on that. Like, oh, he gave fake names, whatever. And I can show you what name was real and what name, but it's like, who gives a fuck?
So Jake says nobody gives a fuck. So that, okay.
Why
so
you running
what
it?
he's saying is that when he makes a video about someone labeling them a snitch and getting millions and millions of views and ruining their image, that no one cares about it and that it doesn't really affect the person's career. Now, I want you to pay attention to that. Jake says nobody cares. No one gives a fuck about this. So he's saying that when someone gets labeled a snitch, no one at the end of the day.
I hate people who move to fucking New York or Boston, right? And try to talk like them, like, what the fuck, nigga? Like, cut the fucking shit out. That even shows how fake you are, That shit shows how fake you are, That's like turning to Shorty. Hey, Shorty, what's goody, Shorty? No, Shorty. Like, get real, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? We gotta get stay more weird, GG. Like, this motherfucker from Florida moved to Boston and been watching too much Teddy. You know what I'm saying? The Teddy Bear fucking movie and shit like that. With Mark Stober or whatever the case may be. Like, who the fuck you think you are? Like, you know what I'm saying? Get your shit together. It's like, yo, this dude's persona is just all fake, bro. This is a fake ass fucking persona, nigga. The way he talks, the way he sounds, the way he's trying to be. If he could just be himself, I'll be happy. You know what I'm saying? Sound like a Florida dude. You're from Florida, like.
Really cares, and that it's not, people are still going to listen to their music and everything else, right? Okay, so minutes later, Bootleg Kev asks Jacob if there was ever a time when he had paperwork on someone labeling them a snitch that he decided not to make a video about. And Jake says, yes, there is someone that I decided not to make a video about, even though they are a snitch. And listen to the reason why he didn't make the video.
Have you decided to not expose somebody for whatever reason, even though you have shit where you're like, maybe?
Yeah. I got a interrogation video on a big rapper.
Why haven't you dropped it?
because I know what it's gonna turn into. The thing is, I already know that who it is gonna get a pass. So why do it?
Yeah, why stir up some shit?
Why stir up some shit that in a fucking, 2 weeks nobody's gonna give a fuck about, and it's just gonna cause me more of a pain in the ass than anything. So I don't need the money that bad.
What the fuck did I just? So he's having trouble keeping.
So this nigga is scared of fucking snitchers. Now he's scared of. He said this nigga's gonna cause me a pain in the ass. He's a snitch. How they gonna snitch cause you a pain in the ass, nigga? A rat, nigga. If you a real nigga, he shouldn't cause you shit. Ain't no way he gonna cause you anything, Dada. So him causing anything to be a pain in the ass or this or that, man, they gonna have to get right, GG.
Keeping up with his lies, isn't he? He just said that he doesn't mind putting the snitch label on people because at the end of the day, no one's gonna care about it.
Shit, he got signed for like $6 million.
True.
So who gives a fuck? But it's like, who gives a fuck?
But then he says that he didn't expose Big Sad for being a snitch because no one would care about it. What? And it wouldn't be worth it because no one will care about it.
I already know that who it is going to get a pass. So why do it? Why stir up some shit that in a fucking, 2 weeks nobody's going to give a fuck about?
Then why are you exposing anyone at all? Why are you exposing Larry Hoover if no one cares about it? It's so stupid. So what the fuck is going on? And Bootleg kept sitting here like, yeah. Oh, yeah. But what he's thinking is, man, this guy's stupid. And but he doesn't want to dig in. He's non-confrontational. This is probably why he has the #1 hip hop podcast on the West Coast, because he doesn't like dig into people and like really put people on the spot. But he knows that Jake sounds like a fucking idiot right here. So I just wanted to show you that. Now, I do want to move on to this next clip. This is going to be 1090 Jake for the first time letting the world know that he is no longer a blood and that he has dropped his flag and he is an official dropout. Okay, this is really interesting. Look at this.
Like you brought up, I'm a white blood. None of that shit's on my Instagram anymore. All the pictures are taken down. All the fucking, like I turned 30 and I was just like, this shit doesn't serve me, It made sense in prison. Brotherly love, overriding oppression, destruction. I'm broke, you're broke. We come together, we eat.
Wow. So he says it only made sense for him to be a blood in prison because, whatever, I eat, you eat, we eat together. That's not what he's always he's always said that he was a blood.
Nah, Dada, it's because Dada, these niggas out here, Dada, you want to fuck with us, Dada, they going to have their hand in your pocket, nigga. And niggas don't want to fuck with you, nigga. Look at you, bro. Like what the fuck? Like if you a blood nigga, you going to Massachusetts, nigga, to be a blood, right? The bloods in Massachusetts look at you like a goofy, like a suburban ass nigga who comes and wants to be a blood, You know what I'm saying? You didn't buy that 1090 Jake chain from drug money or blood money. You bought it from YouTube money. So you can't be a blood, and people who think that they drug dealers or whatever the case may be, if you ain't paying your bills with drug money, or you like people who think that they drug dealers and you ain't buy your car with drug dealers, you ain't doing none of that, none of that shit's gonna happen, That's a fact, GG.
Long before he went to prison,
but
he was like,
out of here.
Prison. Because I really had to show out. I had to show everybody that I was the biggest white boy in the. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense. I mean, and being.
We don't have nothing for goofy ass dudes. Like what don't you get, GG? No room.
Being a white blood in prison actually puts you in a worse position. It doesn't make sense at all to do that. So he's saying it made sense in prison. No, it didn't. And so Jake's not intelligent enough to actually go on an interview podcast and conduct himself because he's a liar and he can't keep track of his lies.
It made sense in prison. Brotherly love, overriding oppression, destruction. I'm broke, you're broke. We come together, we eat. They want to fuck us up. Well, we're going to fuck them up together. Out here, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Why am I risking what I got going on to portray? I'm not out here sliding on shit, doing shit, So it doesn't make sense. And then not only that, but
because you've been portraying it, because your ass been portraying it, GG. That's a motherfucking fact. You've been portraying it,
So what people need to understand about 1090 Steak is that he's a goof. What? He's a fucking goof. And he went to prison for a very short amount of time. He was a short timer. He spent like a matter of months, 36 months tops. And it was less than that.
You spent about 36 months in prison altogether?
It was less than that.
It was like 2 years and he couldn't hang. He was telling people that he wanted to, disalive himself so that he can get special treatment and get away from general population. This is something that he said.
So what I did
is I took the razor and I cut myself with the razor. And
do you hear this guy? Do y'all hear this guy? This nigga done cheddar bobbed himself, nigga, to get off a fucking block, nigga. This is who y'all gonna say that is saying that Larry Hoover is a snitch. This is who y'all say Larry Hoover is a snitch. That someone who cut himself, nigga, to go to the mental and say that he wants to unalive himself, so he could go to the psych unit. Nobody ever been to the psych unit that are going to tell us that how to conduct ourselves. That who's a snitch and who's not a snitch, nigga. We can't take your information all the way, GG. We can't take that shit all the way, GG. That's a motherfucking fact.
And I didn't like I didn't do nothing crazy. I'm literally nicking it, just, you know, forming a long line, just nicking and then pinching my skin so it bleeds a little bit. I took a piece of paper and I wrote, I'm gonna kill myself.
Yo, go do something with yourself, Dandada. We don't care about you, Dandada. Like, stop mentioning yourself over here on different shit. We don't care about none of that.
I wiped my blood all over it. I stuck it on the window. I laid down on my back and I'm just bicycle kicking the door down. No, I want to kill myself. I want to kill myself. They put me in a psych cell, which is a pretty big size room. I got a mat on the floor. This side mat, bro, is like the equivalent of a Tempur-Pedic. I don't know if you ever went psych, but this is the thickest, most comfortable mat. So I'm butt naked the whole 21 days in this. Like, I'm really trying to pull this whole psych.
Oh, bro, Dandada. This nigga was butt naked in sight for 21 days, Dandada, because he tried to unalive himself, Dandada. And this is the person y'all want to get information from. This is the person that we gonna have to have information. This is the person that we get information from. This dude right fucking here, Dandada. This is different, Dandada. Like, what the fuck, Dandada? That nigga got off the block, nigga, by hurting himself. The nigga who cheddar bobbed themselves, try to be gang, try to be gang. You look retarded, like, people look retarded, bro.
Captain America: Brave New World is now.
It's straight. That movie straight and all that.
Whole state of Florida, the psych units were basically on lockdown because they were overpopulated. They couldn't accept any more people, so no one could go. So I wasted my time doing this whole thing. I never got sent anywhere.
Wow. So Jake went to great lengths and did everything he could think of to get himself separated away from all of his blood partners. He wanted to get shipped off to the puzzle factory to hang out with all the J-Cats and the weirdos. So I'm just wondering where it all made sense for him to, get all these tattoos and all this shit. You know, he's not a blood. He's just a normal guy that moved from Malden, Massachusetts down to Florida where.
Yo, bro, you're a 1090 Jake dude, Dandada. You're a 1090 Jake, Dandada. Stop coming over here with different accounts, Dandada. We don't need you. We don't want you here. We don't want to see you here. We don't want to have conversation with you, bro. So stop it, bro. Like, that's a fact. Like, we just honestly don't want to have conversation, GG. You're a 1090 Jake ass nigga, GG. Like, look at this nigga. Look how he looks, Dandada. This is the person, Dandada. Big blood. Like, get real.
Where he burglarized his own family and got sent to youth prison for a very short amount of time. He was not institutionalized. He was not it didn't change him in any way. He just used this to tell stories and make money on YouTube. What? And he's losing interest in this persona because this new girlfriend that he has wants him to be a country boy. She wants him to, wear jeans and shit kickers and wear a cowboy hat and comb his hair and everything. This is this new direction that Jake's going with his career. He's going to be a country boy.
I'm good. How you doing?
Yo, it's crazy like seeing you without a hat. Like every.
And he must and they must have told him that he must sound like if he sounds like a Boston nigga, he's going back like, yo, this dude's a fucking character, bro. He's a fucking character. You from Florida, sounding like if you was from Florida, you're in Massachusetts, I would understand that you would want to sound like a Florida nigga. Because mad people gonna be attracted to you that are like, oh, you from Florida? That's what's up. Da 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 da. Same way. If niggas come from over there, that goes over there. This dude, honestly, he got no respect and no hoods in Boston. And like this dude ain't a real street dude. You know what I'm saying? No one's gonna have this dude's back. Niggas ain't. You know what I'm saying? They're in our business. Like when there's tribes, there's all different type of tribes. Some people need to be in a tribe. Some people straight bosses, they can actually wander alone everywhere, they just know, you know what I'm saying? They got that energy, people attract them, So you guys gotta watch certain people. This dude, he's definitely one of the people that put himself in sec, told you he cut himself. Larry Hoover ain't never fucking tried to cut himself. He ain't no weak nigga. My man ain't raised no pussy. What are you talking about?
Like the last few interviews I've seen, I'm like, yo, you like without the tattoos, like, you know what I mean? Like, you look like you could sell mortgages, bro.
Yeah, you think so? I had people saying that shit the other day. They were like, yeah, you really white boy in it right now. But
super white boy. Yeah.
I mean, so Jake is actually trying to go country now because of his girlfriend Haley, and it's really interesting to watch. It's extremely cringe. If you go to his Instagram, he's always posting stories of her and what they're doing, and he's always doing some pathetic ass shit. Please go follow 1090 Jake on Instagram. It's really interesting. And I've actually got a full episode. I think it's like a 2-hour.
Please don't. Please motherfucking don't. Real shit. Please don't. Matter of fact, he has a 2-hour. Not a 2-hour. He got another thing. 1090 Jake's a fucking clown, bro. I guess he exposed the wrong nigga. The Larry Hoover nigga. That was the wrong nigga. That was the wrong nigga. That was the wrong nigga to sit there and fucking think that. And that's a fact that. That dude's a fucking clown. Y'all can't allow people to think that. You can't be having people like this. Larry Hoover would never have a person like this who gets exposed by another mental, another person like these people they look like they, you know what I'm saying, they're mentally challenged or some type of shit. GG. That's just what it is. These niggas look like they mentally challenged the data. That's a fact. Yeah, the data. Get up out of here, GG. You ain't no fucking.
Is going to be extremely important. So 1090 Jake's best friend, King Brizzy from Fort Myers, Florida, has recently been declared a snitch after his paperwork surfaced online. And this came as a surprise to a lot of people since 1090 Jake's supposed to be this like rat slayer of the internet. He exposes anyone who's even slightly notable for snitching. And so his best friend, King Brizzy, is now a known rat scoundrel, but we haven't seen a video from 1090 Jake about it, further exposing him. But it does appear that 1090 Jake and King Brizzy have unfollowed each other on socials, and it looks like 1090 Jake just posted on his story that he's working on a big case, and it looks like it's going to be about King Brizzy. So Jake obviously has no choice but to make the video. Otherwise, he's not going to be standing on business. And so it looks like, has turned on King Brizzy, which is really devastating for him because he idolizes King Brizzy. He worships him. He wants to be King Brizzy. And I'm going to show you evidence of that. And this is all alleged. This is all just my opinion. But I want to show you guys some very interesting clips.
That's crazy. He wants to be this guy right here. Like King Brizzy.
That I think tell a story. And it's about 1090 Jake stealing stories from other people. And this King Brizzy guy doing the same thing, or maybe 1090 Jake stealing from King Brizzy. I don't know. But these clips were very concerning to me. And I just wanted to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about, starting with the first clip. So for this first clip, I want to show you 1090 Jake explaining that he knew who King Brizzy was in prison. He knew where he was located. He knew all about him. He was a huge fan of his while they were locked up.
I didn't know you inside of prison. I just knew of you. But there was a time when we were in confinement together at Lancaster. I was upstairs. I believe you were on the bottom tier. And you were getting on the door rapping and singing. That was the first time I heard your music.
Wow, so 1090 Jake knew all about King Brizzy. He knew his location, he knew his whereabouts, he knew his name, he knew his cell. What the fuck kind of weird obsession did 1090 Jake have with this guy is what I'm wondering. He's like, that was the first time that I heard your music and it really changed me. It made me feel some type of way about inside my body. My dick started getting hard. And so this is really fucking weird, homoerotic. And so they're talking about this song that King Brizzy made up, and it's just the shittiest fucking song. It's so cringe, but not to 1090 Jake. 1090 Jake is glazing over this song. He loves this song. This is his favorite song ever. And I'd like to play you a little bit of this. Now, this is very cringe. Okay, cringe warning.
Silent, sweet one. All you niggas know I catch you slipping, I'm creeping, reaping what you sow. I am a demon. You know that I am a demon.
What the?
Remember the nights roaming around but being cautious, because I've committed sins I gotta deal with in the coffin. It's written in blood. It's the conspiracy of silence.
All right, so that song fucking sucks. He's singing in this weird like scante singing voice. I mean, this was really terrible. And Jake's acting like this was fucking amazing. His voice was amazing. I am a demon. I mean, what a fucking joke, right? And look at it. Who is this guy? Who's this guy standing behind him like he's in charge of it? He's the boss. He looks like he's getting ready to do some fucking. And so that was the song. And this was, this is important because this shows how stupid the whole story truly is. Now, this is going to get crazy. This next part is this where it gets good. 1090 Jake is about to go into the cutting stories. When I was locked up, I got cut in my face. I got cut here. And everyone that hit me got hit. And I was he's the great white blood. He was getting cut. He was cutting. And that was what was always fascinating to me about Jake's stories is that
that's how you know that this dude be making up stories. That he makes up his own stories. And he's damn. I can't believe it worked. I can't believe that he actually tricked motherfuckers. And motherfuckers believe this dude. I know people didn't believe this dude, but people was actually fucking with this dude. That's different, bro. That's different. And ain't nothing wrong with fucking with anybody. I'm just saying fucking with someone who's lying about who they are. Because you can fuck with whoever you want to fuck with. But if you're going to sit there, you're going to sit there and lie about who you are, then you can't mess with people. Can't mess with nobody who's just sitting there blatantly lying.
Everyone was always getting cut and slashed superficially. No one ever got stabbed, it seemed like. No one ever had to get, flown out to a trauma center to get exploratory surgery for getting shanked 12 times in the shower. Everyone's just sneaking up on each other and gently cutting them. So they're not trying to like delete anyone, if you know what I mean. They're trying to just inconvenience them with minor cuts. So this next clip is going to be.
Well, do you know what happens? Do you know what happens when you get cut in jail? Then you gotta go to the infirmary. You act like you're going to a good infirmary. You're gonna go to the infirmary. Your cut could get infected. What are you talking about? You like anybody done that? Any type of cut that is bad.
1090 Jake asking a bizarre question, by the way. He says, when was your first time cutting somebody? And wait until you hear the idiotic lie story that comes out of this guy's mouth. This King Brizzy tells the stupidest story. Listen to this.
Your first time cutting somebody. For me, we watch TV, movies, this and that, video games. It's guns. But now in this new element is razors, knives. How was the experience for you?
It was so there was never any knives in movies. It was all guns, no knives. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
That's why he likes. They talk about movies, They talk about movies. Most of these gangsters, you gotta understand. A lot of these gangsters, they get their shit. They get their dynamic from fucking. From movies, niggas watch Menace to Society. They want to be Old Dog, Nell Kane, niggas watch fucking they watch all these movies, and that's where they get their personality. They consume personality from movies they watch, so they think that they're gangsters from the movies that they watch. They start walking like the movies, start being like the movies. They start thinking, but infatuation, they ain't really real,
I'm surprised he hasn't seen American Me. He's so obsessed with this prison shit.
How was the experience for you?
It was
you were nervous and shit?
Arrest. Yeah. My friend.
Okay, what is so funny? What is it? Were you nervous and shit? There's nothing funny about this. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of someone who's talking to a girl. What? This reminds me of like this sort of, there's nothing funny. He's like almost flirting with the guy. He's like, what was your first time? Like, were you nervous? I mean, what is that? I mean, that is 100% flirting. This is like what that sounds like what P Nice sounds like. So listen to this story that King Brizzy gives about how he cut someone in prison. This is really stupid.
My first one was, bro, that shit was so crazy because I had to creep up on dude while he sleep, grab his face, and yank down.
Oh, you got him while he was sleeping.
I caught him while he was sleeping.
Open bay dorm?
Yeah, open bay dorm. At that time, we were going through it with the cutthroat.
So he snuck up on another guy while he was asleep and grabbed him by the face.
And it's crazy, how he just interviewing this dude, and he felt the same trauma that the dude that homie cut, he felt the same trauma that he felt, Like, get real, Let's get real. These people ain't really active, they're not on
face and then cut him in the face. That doesn't make any sense. Why are you grabbing him by the face to get him to hold still? He's asleep. What? So this is a made up story. This sounded good in his head. He's like, yeah, I'll act like I grabbed him by the face and then I cut him. That doesn't make any sense. It like when you're that stupid and you think of something like that to reenact, you're bound to get into trouble.
I mean, so that's how that shit went. But that shit was crazy. The first cut.
Cap. Well, here, Patriot Software's founder. So easy, my dog can.
After that, I broke in.
Yeah, you were good after that.
After that, I broke in. I was
so
straight.
you didn't get caught for that first one?
Nah. I ain't get caught for a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Like what I said though, the first cut, that was crazy. But I was straight after that. What do you mean you were straight after that? I don't understand. Can you explain why the first cut was so crazy? Was that your first time doing violence? So now that we're talking about cuts, I want you guys to listen to this clip about King Brizzy talking about getting slashed in the face. Now, we all know that 1090 Jake famously got slashed in the face when he was walking to the chow hall. Now, I want you to listen to King Brizzy's story about getting slashed in the face and listen to how strikingly similar the two stories are. Listen to this. It's almost like Jake stole this story and told it as his own.
So where'd you get cut at?
I got cut at something, going to the chow hall. I got cut right here.
And how did that play out?
I mean, he cut me, but I beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Tell you that, but I beat the shit out of him.
When you got cut, did you feel it?
Nah, not immediately. I felt it after, like.
Yeah, I didn't feel it either.
Yeah, your adrenaline.
So the question that I have here is Jake stealing
other people's war stories? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Because people be taking other people's contact, people be running contact, people be going into niggas' contact. So that's just what it is. He's like, oh yeah, that's how he could say he got cut. Since he got cut like that, he could say he got cut the same way. Because he seen how he said it. He's like, oh yeah, I don't take nothing from it. He was so honest about it. Now he could see that.
King Brizzy's story, or are they both stealing someone else's story? Because these guys both seem like they're full of shit.
When you got cut, did you feel it?
Nah.
Face, I didn't feel pain, nothing. It was just like this.
Then going to the chow hall, I got a cut right here.
You know what I mean? So I walked in the chow hall, start going down the stairs, boom, I get hit.
With a person that I ain't even know was pretty much a big dog in their own little group.
The head homie comes over, he comes to my cell. Come to find out who I'm speaking with is from Tampa.
And who was the gang that they were tied flags with?
The Sudanos, 13s.
And you didn't like them?
Oh, we tied flags. No, the fuck we not. Why the fuck are we tied flags?
So as you can see at this point, there is no shortage of similarities. But
wow, what the hell? This is the Soldier Boy and the Drake. Drake. He took his own body,
between these two and their stories, and it's deeply concerning. And that brings me to my next point, which is that I believe that the cut that Jake has on the side of his face in this photograph is self-inflicted. What? I believe that Jake put this cut on the side of his face purely to get his picture taken with a cool looking cut on his face. This is a very cinematic cut, so it's very suspicious to me. He says that he was cut from behind. I would expect a more horizontal, a more disorganized cut. This is a very, like I said, very cinematic cut that makes him look really cool. And he's very proud of the photo, obviously. And he knew that every compound you go to, every new prison you go to, you get a new picture taken. So what he did was, in my opinion, was right before he got transferred, he slashed his own face, and then he fucking went to the new place, got a new photograph so that he could have a dope ass wristband. Does that make sense? So I want to play you Jake explaining that he knows the whole deal. Listen to this.
And that's how I have the picture of me with the fresh 3-day cut on my face, because every new compound you hit, they take a picture. So I use that picture when I started my channel. It's the only picture that exists of me at 19 years old.
Wow.
And you can see the 7-inch cut. They measured it.
And so I'm just highly suspicious of this cut. Like if he got cut like from directly in front of him and the person like just raked down with the blade, then yeah, sure, it could go vertical. But if you're behind someone, how do you'd really have to reach around there? That's really incredible. Or maybe it's all just bullshit. So I want to play you a little bit more of King Brizzy telling crazy lie stories that just don't add up. Listen to this fucking story.
You got to think I'm drenched down. Complete blood.
Yeah.
So when it drinks down, I run upstairs. I go grab my lock. Now I got my lock in my finger. So they trying to rush me into the room because I ain't gonna lie, I was going with a bang.
Yeah.
So now when they come into the room though, they see the police coming in. So when the police coming in, they run downstairs, but I'm chasing them now. So when I go down there, the police trying to like, Rivera, stop, get on the ground. Me personally, I ain't getting on no ground. You got to spray me. You got to tackle me. You got to do all that fly shit.
Yeah.
So I end up just rocking out.
Wow, so he's like the most savage, most ruthless, and most vicious champion. He's fighting everyone. He's fighting the cops. He refuses to get down. He's just a major hero. And it just sounds like total like nonsense. And Jake's just like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah. To me, it just sounds like bullshit. You know what I mean? Like these types of stories. And now that King Brizzy allegedly, according to this paperwork, is a notarized snitch at this point, we can't believe a word that he says. And the fact that Jake vouched for him so much and was such close friends with him, I mean, how could you not pick up the vibes? You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a bad look for 1090 Jake to have vouched for him so heavily. And like, to me, in my opinion, base his life on his. I mean, that's insane. So I cannot wait to see this upcoming video from 1090 Jake exposing his good friend and idol and the person he bases his life on, in my opinion. And it's going to be a very good episode. So I hope everyone tunes in for that. And so we're left with the question of, will King Brizzy retaliate against 1090 Jake and expose 1090 Jake's lie stories that he had in prison? Remember, they were in prison at the same time, in the same prison during the same time. And so King Brizzy probably has dirt on 1090 Jake that we don't know about that he may expose. So I'm very interested to see if King Brizzy will strike back. Until then, we'll see you next time. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you on the next video.
That shit hit different. That shit hit different, Eugene. That shit hit different. So this 1098 Jake dude, this is the dude who is trying to expose Larry Hoover. Like, he got the credentials to expose Larry Hoover, just because who he is, This is the same dude, This is the same dude, who got his fucking, who said that Finesse 2 Time was a snitch and then took it back, who said BG was a snitch and took it back, like, this is a dude who cut himself to get out of population. You cut your own self. Like, what the fuck? You were so scared you cut your own self. You were so scared to get cut by someone else. You cut your own self, GG. Like, that's different. Now when he exposed Larry Hoover, it's different. And this ain't the only person that he exposed that backfired, but it is what it is.
Video about this Florida-based fishing YouTuber by the name of Hood Fishing and called him out for being a snitch. Now, this backfired horribly for 1090 Jake because the guy he's exposing for snitching is not a gang member. He's a YouTube fisherman who is successfully making a life for himself away from the streets and is a tremendous positive influence for young people in Florida. And so this idiotic little stunt that Jake tried to pull, of course, for views and profit, exploded back into his face. as the overwhelming majority of, I mean, almost 100% of the comments under this video are calling out 1090 Jake for going after him, for going after hood fishing. Just look at these comments. I literally haven't found one comment that supports 1090 Jake's decision to cover this. Calling a fishing YouTuber a snitch for getting shot and explaining what happened is moronic and idiotically stupid. And that's what I want to cover. So I want to show you what Jake had to say. So let me just explain really quick what happened. So the guy got shot. I guess his name's Ra. He got shot. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He got grazed by bullets, and then he explained what happened. And this was years ago. This is like 10 years ago. So the fact that Jake is coming out with this now just shows that this is just a money grab, and what a mistake it was, because he's getting absolutely destroyed in his comments. But I want to show you, listen to what 1090 Jake says about this guy.
If you follow any Florida blogs, you've likely seen Hood Fishing Entertainment, as he recently went viral after catching a whole ass shark and doing the most Florida thing possible, putting a gold chain around its neck. Rod took his shirt off saying he was shot in the back while running, showing he'd been grazed by a bullet. Rod said his friend was possibly hurt but couldn't provide the address to where the shooting occurred. Rod would say he didn't have problems with anyone, but people he knew had problems with them and vice versa. Now, did Rod snitch? At this point, that question doesn't even need an answer. But what many will say is, why does it matter? It matters because no matter how much you change your life for the better, whether you put the guns down to pick up a fishing rod or you put the drugs down to pick up a football, the people in life that don't see the greater things in life will always be looking for someone else to blame.
Wow. So I've got a huge problem with what's going on here. So 1090 Steak is titling this video "Exposed for Snitching," and then he says, now people would ask, is this snitching? Well, at this point, that question doesn't even need an answer, because even if you change your life for the better and don't participate in the street life, people are going to find a way to tear you down and call you a snitch, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. So I want people to pay close attention to what he's saying here. He says that, like, it doesn't matter if you were once from the streets and once abided by the code of the street, and then you cleaned up your life and left the streets and decided to become a civilian. It doesn't matter. You're always going to, if you cooperate with the police at that point, you're always going to be tied back to your former life. Now, so he says that this guy's past is the reason why he's being called a snitch. First of all, no one's calling him a snitch except for 1090 Jake. I want to point that out. But listen to what he says in the same fucking video. He says that this guy was never a part of the streets and it never applied to him. Listen to this.
The only thing he needs to do is get far away from Fort Myers. He's found his own lane, and I guarantee you will be unaffected by his past, since he really didn't change his life around. He never lived that life to begin with, and always had a dream to make it out the hood.
Okay, so he never lived that life. He never even needed to change his life because he was never in anything. But for some reason, you're making a video about him, about being a snitch? That doesn't make sense. That's actually crazy and stupid. You see what I mean? Like in one part of the video, he says, it doesn't matter if you change your life or not, you're always going to be a snitch. And then a couple minutes later, he says, he was never in that life at all. That's the craziest part. I mean, how stupid and bloated could someone possibly be? And so 1090 Jake's paying for it, guys. He's paying for it big in the comments. People are turning on him. All the comments are negative. He's getting overwhelmingly torched. And for good reason. This guy hood fishing is an inspiration. We love hood fishing. And so what 1090 Steak has done is he's made this video, this expose of this non-snitchery. And then at in the video, at the very end of the video, he says, oh, but he's not a snitch because he was never in that life.
He never lived that life to begin with.
So what he's doing is he's excusing himself from responsibility for making this video should people not take kindly to it, which is exactly what happened. So now 1090 Jake can fall back and say, oh, I never called him a snitch.
It's backlash. It's backlash, GG. All the backlash this dude's getting. This dude's been getting backlash after backlash after backlash. So yeah, it's not just the Larry Hoover situation, GG. No way. This nigga been doing this shit. This dude been getting the backlash since he started this shit. And then he's showing that he actually consuming personality. He just keeps consuming personality.
complete embarrassment of himself. 1090, as we all know, is a fake blood who comes from, he says he's from Florida, but he's from Boston. And he just lies up a storm. He lied up a storm his last No Jumper interview, and now he's back, I guess, to run his mouth even more and get himself into even more trouble.
We got to turn up.
Yeah, we got to turn up. I slept like 12 hours last night, so hopefully that'll have me.
Now, the first thing I want to take a look at here is his outfit. And if you saw our last video, we did kind of go in on his outfit that he wore last time. Remember, we said he looked like Millie's and that he dresses like a Guido from Jersey Shore and that he's not from Florida and this and that. And I'm guessing he may have realized how fucking stupid his outfit was. And so this time it appears he's gone for a whole new look. As you can see, he's dressed himself up with what he believes looks good, looks way better than the first outfit. And just look at this. Look at that fucking picture. Doesn't that make you a little embarrassed for him? I mean, for God's sakes, look how stupid this looks. I mean, Skinny's is absolutely insane at this point. You know, he always goes with black because it's a slimming color. Okay, a lot of fat people enjoy black clothing. If he wore this outfit in all white, he would look exactly like Danny DeVito's Penguin from Batman Returns. You see what I'm saying? But here, his clothes are absolutely way too tight. Look at his jeans. They're painted on. And it does appear that he decided to go with this fake NFL jersey that he probably made like on some website and they mailed it to him. And he got the number 22 with this red Florida palm tree print. Like, how gross is that? How absolutely, I mean, how big of a suck job is this? Holy shit. So this actually would be textbook fangirling. In any dictionary, this is fangirling. He's got 22 because he's talking to Adam 22. Oh my God. So this was actually a terrible photo. And I'm not the only one who had a problem with this. The overwhelming majority.
That's how you know the data. This dude tries too hard, the data. He tries too hard, the data. He's like, girl, I'm about to go on Adam 22. Like, who the hell thinks of that? He's not going to wear his own logo, his own shit. He's like, nah, the data, I'm going to get 22 for Adam 22, the data. You know what I'm saying? That's different. His thought process is different.
Of the comments on this No Jumper post are absolutely roasting him. And just look at the comments. Okay, they're saying that he looks like the Michelin Man. They're making up all these nicknames for him. I saw someone in the Reddit call him 1090 Cake. That's the best one so far. And it's just a really embarrassing situation for Mr. Cherry here. So I guess you could say that Jake's getting torched. In all fairness, No Jumper fans are pretty ruthless. So let's go over and look at his own Instagram page, the 1090 Jake Instagram page, where he posted the same photo. And as you can see, his own fans have an issue with this photo, whether they're mad about his overall appearance or mad about him just simply associating with 16. Either way, Jake's fans are slowly beginning to turn on him, I think, and they're starting to figure this guy out. I mean, if you look at the comments on his No Jumper appearance before the first interview, everyone was just worshiping him and just praising him like crazy. Jake's such an authentic Florida blood from Boston. Definitely not this story this time. Jake actually said some things in the interview that caught my attention. So in this first clip that we have here, Adam asks Jake a simple question. So you flew into LA last night? And Jake responds with this stupid, insane TMI answer that where he's volunteering hella stupid ass information that no one asked for. Adam simply asks him, so you flew in last night? And Jake answers with, every time I fly to LA, I fly to New York before that. Why? Because ever since I got out of prison, I've been looking for somebody like a man that I could give my booty to without him having to take it. A man that would just bust my shit open if he had to in the backseat of the car. That's the craziest part. I didn't find that. So that's why I came to LA. No, I'm obviously joking, but he does go off on this tangent. I guess he just wants to let everybody know that he hangs out in New York in the projects. And it's just like, we don't care, first of all. Second of all, Adam follows up and he goes, oh, so who do you know in New York? And Jake goes, oh, I can't tell you that. It's classified. And I'm like, what is going on? Why would you bring it up then? If you can't talk about it, why are you volunteering? Just watch the clip. This is really annoying. Watch this.
With my favorite white boy.
Yes, sir.
You know he raw. He's a white boy. 1090 Jake, how you doing, man?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
I'm good, bro. How you doing? Give me a fucking break.
I didn't sleep at all, bro.
Yeah, because my friend that I grew up around sent me a selfie with you in the airport. I'm like, oh, he flew out last night.
Yeah, well, that's when I flew over to New York. Then I was in Brooklyn getting drunk. Then I ended up in
then you went to Brooklyn to see how the lingo is, so you could, know what I'm saying? So you could speak how they speak. And you could get some charisma. You want some charisma, huh?
Projects in Harlem. And then Yeah, got on the plane.
Wait, you flew to New York and
From Boston to New York
and just turned up all night?
The whole night.
And then
I didn't sleep until I got on the plane.
What are you doing in New York? You got connections out there?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm
Okay.
in New York all the time.
But you were in Brooklyn and Harlem?
Yeah.
That's a trek.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you hanging out with out there?
I can't tell you all that. My little situations I got going on.
Situations, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that's fascinating. I wish I had some street connections like that. Sounds fun. Situations, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that's fascinating.
And what's even more fascinating is that he posted who he was hanging out with on his Instagram. So what's going on? Is this just some cool guy shit that's going on? If you're going to post who you're with, their face is literally throwing up all these gang signs and stuff for the police to see. Why is it a big secret on No Jumper? I don't understand. So 1090 Jake is actually kind of creepy. If you watch that back, I mean, this guy is not, he's hiding something. Something's going on. I think he's going to.
It's not that he's hiding something, Gigi. I don't really think he's hiding something. I just feel like someone said that to him before, and he was like, yo, that shit sounds mad motherfucking cool. I need to say that to somebody, Dandada. And who else not to say it to but who else to say it to but to Adam 22, Dandada. Adam 22 don't own that lingo, Dandada. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's just some shit regular people that shit says, like, that's ordinary shit, Dandada. Who is you with, Dandada? Yeah, I ain't telling you all that, Dandada. My people's, Dandada. You know what I'm saying? That's regular shit. He just wanted to sound cool saying it to him.
Against another inmate. So this is actually pretty cool. 1090 Jake has been exposed once again. This time he's not going to be able to get out of it. He wrote an entire fucking page of information and gave it to the authorities in order to get himself out of solitary confinement, for which, I mean, that was his punishment. So he's trying to get out of his punishment by writing this letter to the authorities. Okay, so this is actually snitching. Okay, there's no way to talk your way out of it this time. I mean, there's a whole handwritten statement signed by Jacob Cherry, and we're going to be going over all of it. It's like Christmas around here. I can't believe that he's been exposed to this extent. This is really ugly for him, you know? I mean, I just can't imagine Jake having a future in hip hop now that he's been exposed for being a serious pussy. And so he's basically just going to have to crawl back under his rock and do his YouTube videos and smash his fists together and entertain his dirty white boys across this nation. But he's not an authority in hip hop anymore. Those days are over. That ship has sailed. And let's look at some clips. Actually, let's get into the clips because I feel like I'm rambling on. And I hope you can understand this is a very exciting time. So let's go to our first clip. This is when Jake went live immediately with Remo after being exposed. And this is his attempt at talking his way out, as we've seen him do in the past. However, we haven't seen this fucking hilarious of a statement written out in handwriting. Okay, perfect grammar. This is nuts. So he went live with.
Of course, he had to talk to Remo. Someone else would have fucking, you know what I'm saying? They would have fucking came at him, GG. Real shit about it.
With Remo, and Remo's like this neutral, non-street, sort of playing dumb. And it's really interesting to me that Jake chose Remo, someone who's not affiliated, a complete civilian, to try to cop this plea to. Why not go live with someone who's actually in politics that can actually break down what you've done? You sad, stinky cheese eating. He was eating cheese spreads in that jail. He was putting so much cheese in that spread. He was fucking loving it like a little fucking rat. Okay, so he was actually in there snitching, guys. So let's look at this live, and I want to just, this is how it started out. This is,
I mean, he did cut himself to get off the block. So a person who's gonna hurt themselves, like, you're gonna hurt yourself, Gigi. Instead, like, you're not you so nervous you're gonna hurt yourself because you think that's what's gonna happen when you go out there. Weird, like that's different. That's a different type of thinking.
Jake fucking completely freaking out. You're gonna hear it in his voice. He really comes out of character. Usually when we see 1090 Jake talking about snitches, he's usually like this. It was at that time that I knew that he snitched because I seen the paperwork. If it's on paperwork, you know what I mean? He's really calm, cool, collected, but not on this video. He actually tries to start out cool and in character, but he breaks character as soon as the heat turns up in the chat. all he sees is rat emojis of all different colors and cheese emoji. I mean, he's really getting fucked with. So his cadence changes. He starts going, how am I supposed to be on paperwork if it was a grievance? Wait until you hear this. This is a different Jake. So this is our first clip. This is going to be Jake nervously trying to explain why what he did is not snitching. And he says that it's because it's a grievance. So you're allowed to snitch as long as it's called a grievance or something like that. I don't know. Let's listen to 1090 Jake explain.
All right, so explain what the difference between a grievance and a statement is, because niggas gonna like, that's still telling if you write some shit out. You know what I'm saying? So like, break that down.
Your statement is gonna be whatever you initially fucking, I think like whenever the shit actually happened. I don't even remember if we wrote a statement or they just wrote it for us and like forged our name, because we all got cuffed up. Because I was one of the ones that got taken to medical. Because me and Dude both got hit up, and the other two just got beat. And then they tried to say, like, when they beat the out of him, all the shit that they did to his.
Since when they forged your name in jail? Now niggas is forging niggas' names and shit.
Face, they said that I did it.
Yeah. All the jail fights that we seen in Chicago niggas fighting and shit like that, all that shit, and this dude's gonna say they forged his name.
Yeah. So a grievance could be anything, bro. Like you got a sock with a hole in it. You got whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just a grievance is like a complaint or an appeal, or like I don't really know how to put it in civilian terms because they don't really have the same shit.
All right, so Jake is trying to say that what he did was complain about other inmates and officers, and he didn't make a police report, so it's not snitching. When in fact complaints are what give rise to investigations that can cause charges to be brought on people. There's no that's the reason for complaint forms. So because it's documentation, so they can go back and pull the document if this inmate gets in trouble in the future, or if they decide to raise a new investigation if it's that serious. So Jake is actually extremely stupid for trying to assert this as a difference.
So all right, another question they're gonna be on. So like,
optimism isn't sunshine and rain.
that grievance out, or like that was some shit that they came to you with? Like, how did the grievance even? How did you know what I'm saying? Because some niggas right now they saying it's not a grievance.
I requested the grievance.
So you did request.
I requested. Yeah. So normally, if you request a grievance, you pretty much signing up to go to war with the police.
Yeah.
Because they know you're gonna be complaining about something they did. So when you go for a grievance, you're signing up to go at it with the police. That's really who I went through.
You wasn't going out with no damn police, What the fuck you was talking about, What is he talking about, bro? Like, when you started a grievance, you going out there with, like, what you talking about, You complain on another inmate, and the boys is gonna get at you? Like, damn, I mean, maybe the boys is like that, over there. Who knows? That make no sense.
So that's, it's a complaint towards whoever's in charge of you. That's how the shit popped off.
So Jake is really desperately trying to make this into all I did was complain about the COs because I wanted to go to war because they were smashing my toes and my feet would. He's actually a complete snitch. He implicated 2 inmates by name, and we're going to read the paperwork. You know what? Let's read it right now. And I want to point something out. Jake is trying to paint this whole thing as all he did was write a complaint against the COs, and it was all against the COs, when the first sentence of this whole page is classic snitching. You know what I mean? Listen to this. I was sitting on my bunk when Jimmy Horry hit me with a rock and a sock on my head. The officer came in and cuffed him, and then checked all the other inmates and found Mac Cherry and Jerry Lewis. We were all taken to the back room. Inmates Horry and Lewis were said to be the assaulters, and me and Mac Cherry, the victims. I then witnessed Sergeant Matten start beating inmate Jerry Lewis. Eventually, Sergeant Matten. All right, I'm not going to read all this shit. This is making me sick. Okay, so let's go to the second paragraph where he actually admitted to writing a statement. Okay, so it says right here, I was then forced to write that I was assaulted and fought back in self-defense, which was untrue. So I don't get it. So this is a grievance. So what was the statement that you wrote? That you just said, I was forced to write that I was assaulted. That's a statement. Okay, you're not allowed to do that in jail. You're not allowed to write a report about your fight that you got into. Do you understand? All right, so that's actually pretty crazy. So I was forced to write that I was assaulted and fought back, which is untrue. So this is basically him saying that he snitched, but only under duress from the officers. So now he's snitching on everyone and the officers. I don't even know what to say about this. This not only snitching, it's extreme snitching. This is snitching at its most textbook, simplest, most purest form. This is unadulterated snitching. So he's trying to get everyone to think that this is just him writing a grievance against the COs for mistreating the inmates, when in fact he's name dropping other inmates and trying to blame other inmates for situations in order to exonerate himself so he can get out of solitary, because in solitary you're not allowed to have your commissary, your canteen. So he wants to get out so he can get back to them Cheetos, okay, them cheese balls. So please don't let your attention be swayed away from the facts. Jake is desperately trying to create this narrative of, oh, it's a grievance against COs. Listen to this.
Facts. That's 100%. And you know what else they say? The second somebody gets shot, kicked, punched, flipped by the police, what do? They complain, right?
Yeah.
They say something, everybody starts marching around and fucking boycotting and tearing shit up. Anytime something happens.
Stop. Stop. He went to Massachusetts. Just like, what the fuck? This dude, he's crazy, bro. Like, he's really like, yo, bro.
Happens with the police. So I said something about 2 other black motherfuckers getting beat by the police. I didn't even get beat. I said something off their face, right?
Yeah.
And I suffered the consequences of
Okay,
that.
so virtue signaling at its finest. He's basically trying to say that he stuck his neck out for other inmates when he didn't have to, and he wasn't a victim. And so he saw his ops getting beat up by the COs. So he wanted to report the COs because he didn't feel like those his ops should be getting beat like that. That's what he's going with. That's what he's spinning this into, is that he just one day just decided to get involved with an assault. And so the statement that he wrote up before was coerced by the COs. And so now he's going against this. Why didn't he just go against the COs in the first place? I don't understand why now, after 200.
Oh, there's a person who sliced himself and said that he's trying to unalive himself. Like, this is who he is. You gotta understand
in something days. Now he's seems like he was crying himself to sleep and he just wanted to get to them Cheetos. You know, that's what's going on here. So for this next clip, 1090 Jake is going to be explaining his definition of snitching, which is everyone's definition of snitching. And I just think it's really important to hear it out of Jake's mouth himself.
We're in the process of being arrested, right? You can't really put this on the level of some of the other snitching stuff that we've talked about, right?
When you compare it to the level of other people, you're trying to downgrade what he said, right? But what you can do is try to break down the definition of snitching.
Right.
When 2 people commit a crime and one person tries to get out of it by placing blame, that's generally what people say is snitching.
Right. So by his own definition, he has snitched. He actually placed blame on other inmates for an assault that he was actually in trouble for. He was trying to get out of his punishment by placing blame on others while also snitching out some of the activities that are going on. So this is snitching. But now that he's in trouble, he's going to change the definition. And so now it's not snitching unless someone goes to jail for what you said or gets added time. You know what I mean? But listen to Jake completely change the narrative on what snitching is.
That was already in jail. So you don't feel like that was snitching though? Like even writing that statement out, like you don't feel like damn, I shouldn't have did that one?
Nah, because it had no effect on nobody.
Because I was already in jail type shit.
Not only were we already in confinement, we weren't in AC. So AC is before they figure out if you did something. So if I stab you in prison, I go to AC confinement. Then they're going to try to do the investigation and figure it out. When I go to DR court, they're going to say, nah, we don't have enough evidence that he stabbed him and let me out. Or they're going to say, nah, we know you stabbed him. Yeah, it's getting 120 days in confinement. We already went to confinement for the shit. So he already got found guilty along with everybody else that didn't do nothing.
On carparts.com, you get access to over 1 million quality parts.
Yo, this dude, his storytelling, oh man. Damn, this dude's just a storyteller, that shit hit different. Y'all watch people who will hurt themselves to get out of the predicaments.
This nigga, he didn't do nothing.
All right, so he did slip the N-word in there. Very interesting. But I want to point out that he is really turned up. I talked about this earlier. He's really out of character.
He started when he was saying that.
There was no paperwork. The reason why is because I never did nothing. Why is he like, if I was a snitch, why would I be going around doing all of this, man? This is actually really stupid.
He didn't do nothing. but he let everybody go down off of some shit that he did.
So because he kept his mouth shut and didn't blame anyone, you're mad at him, so you blamed him because you felt that that wasn't justified? Is that what he's saying? I think that's what he's saying. So Jacob is saying that because no one got in trouble for his statement, it's fine. It's not snitching. But if someone had gotten in trouble, then what? Would it have been snitching? That doesn't make sense. So Remo's going to actually follow up on this, and he's going to say, well, Boston Richie, the guy that you've been obsessed with for the past year, how come, if he didn't get anyone locked up, how come he's a snitch and you're not? And Jake says the most nonsensical non-answer, the most incoherently stupid, fucking aimless, stupid. Listen to this.
I feel that. And also, like, so the niggas going to be like, damn, so Boston Richie saying the same shit. He's saying that he ain't getting nobody locked up. So, like, what's the difference between what you doing and what Boston Richie did?
Boston Richie's team just said, if Young and Ace ain't a snitch, how come he's a snitch? Nobody give a fuck about Boston Richie at all.
Because that's what I'm saying. They're saying you picking and choosing. They're saying with the Boston Richie shit, you label him a snitch.
How I'm picking and choosing? Boston Richie was trying to solve a murder by telling the police who to talk to solve the murder.
All I did was tell the police who to talk to solve the assault charge. It's not I mean, this guy is really stupid. He tried to get an investigation opened into the investigation that was closed already. That's snitching.
So it's like, I don't know, motherfucker can't, motherfucker ain't trying to convince people. You don't like me, then fuck you. I ain't trying to convince nobody to rock with me. Whoever rocking with me, period.
All right, so now he's saying he doesn't care what anyone thinks, that his people are going to rock with him regardless, and which is really funny because
the same person that was so scared he cut himself to get off a block. He couldn't just get out the cell and check if people actually wanted to hurt him or anything like that. He cut his own self to get off a block. That's different. That's different. That's a whole different type of dynamic.
Jake has actually made fun of people for doing this exact move.
I talked to Finesse 2 times on the phone weeks before that shit came out.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what he told me? My people gonna rock with me, right or wrong. All right. But my people gonna rock with me, right or wrong. All right.
Yeah, because if they say that, it sounds like a distraction.
Yeah, there
right?
shouldn't be a wrong. So it's like,
yeah,
you that
your people have every reason to
you
keep rocking with you, regardless of if they feel like you fucked up or not, because you are beneficial to them in their situation in life right now, right?
You got all the money.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody we know.
I ain't trying to convince nobody to rock with me. Whoever rocking with me, period.
No, I feel that.
How come in every one of my criminal cases, motherfuckers ain't got nothing on me? Ain't nobody posting the paperwork when I told the police to fuck off in my case?
So now
this dude saying everything Finesse 2 Type told him in his ear, he's saying it to us. Like, what? Drake?
he wants to bring up cases that he allegedly didn't snitch on to say like, well, if I'm a snitch here, then why didn't I snitch there? So it's like absolutely a logical fallacy. And this is classic snitch language. Okay. And speaking of his other cases, he always talks about this armed robbery charge with a firearm that he caught while he was in Boston, and he didn't get any time for it. So I'd actually like to see the paperwork for that case. I'd like to see what Jacob had to say on that case, but he won't share that because I believe that he has paperwork and that he actually is 100% either lying about the case or he has some snitchery that has been afoot for a long time that no one knows about.
July of 2016, I got arrested for chasing somebody with a gun. If I had did that in Florida, I would have had a mandatory life sentence. So it's crazy to think about how things could have.
You know, it'd be really cool if 1090 Jake actually self-exposed the case file for that and actually read the paperwork and showed that he kept it solid. And that's why he didn't get any time for getting convicted of he got convicted of chasing someone with a firearm, got 0 jail time as a convicted violent felon. So we do actually need answers on that because that does not add up. It doesn't make sense. So that's very interesting. But let's get back on track here. So I want to point out also that Jake, while he's trying to paint the narrative that he's trying to go after the COs, and that snitching on COs is perfectly fine, then why did he criticize Kodak Black for it and sort of insinuate that Kodak Black was out of pocket for doing the exact same thing?
Who the one is that lost his girl to a snitch is snitching, even though there ain't no crime involved. Is this snitching? Writing a lawsuit the second you get to a prison saying that you getting beat by the COs because you don't want to be at that prison and you was allegedly on PC at this.
You got to watch yourself, You got to watch yourself, mister. You try to make everybody do things that you doing. You try to make everybody think he's he's beefing with a CEO. You wasn't beefing with a CEO. You cut yourself to get off the block. This dude's over here chilling. And CEOs is bothering him. That's a whole different ball game, GG. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, GG?
Is that snitching? Is it snitching when you name drop the CEOs that are supposedly killing you slowly?
Name drop the CEOs who's killing you slowly. You don't got that type of situations going on, Mr. 1090J. You're worried about the people on the block. You're worried about the people on the block,
doing all type of shit towards you. Is that snitching? Because I mean, I don't know. Maybe that ain't snitching. I know this ain't snitching, but one of these two things can actually result in somebody getting arrested, investigated, fucked up, right? Now I wanted to interview Kodak to be a voice for the bros that's behind the wall that can't ask the questions.
Yeah, right. You ain't no voice. You ain't gonna be a voice for nobody. Real shit. You consuming personality. You from Florida over there trying to talk like a Massachusetts person. You over here. Like we don't get you, GG. We don't really get you. You're cutting yourself, injuring yourself. You're saying the same things Finesse 2 times said to you. You're saying the same thing that Brizzy, whatever that King Brizzy dude said to you. Like you're imitating them. You a different type of person, GG.
I was
a real gator.
Wasn't gonna be no beef shit. Wasn't gonna be no extra shit.
All right, so this was a while back, and Jake is absolutely criticizing Kodak and insinuating snitchery on him because of something that he did that Jake is saying.
Who the hell, yo? Jake gotta get his shit together. Yo, you over here talking about Kodak? Like get it together, bro. Get it together.
That is okay, which is filing grievances against the CEOs. Now, could you imagine if Kodak Black would have implicated other inmates by name and put them in a crime and tried to exonerate himself? Could you imagine what Jake said about Kodak Black? I mean, Jake has name dropped other people to try to get himself out of trouble.
So he's saying that Kodak Black, if Kodak would have did what Jake did, he would have become that Kodak, but he didn't. He didn't. So you might want to come at yourself. So 1090J gotta make a video of himself, and think about what he feels about himself, GG.
What are we doing here? Jake is literally doing exactly what he criticizes others of doing when they get caught. He's trying to talk his way out. He's making excuses. He's reaching. Listen to this classic snitch reach about, oh, tell me that you're not going to go file a police report if someone hits your car.
Oh, you just let somebody hit your car. That's what you're going to do? You that gangster that when someone hits your car, you ain't finna go to the police department and get the shit you got to write out. Nah, you so gangster. That's what you're doing? Yeah.
No, gang members don't file police reports. They'll get someone else to do it if it's absolutely required for like an insurance claim, but they're for sure not going to give any information that's going to lead to any arrests. They're just going to make a vague police report in order to satisfy the requirement. It's very, very simple stuff. Anyone from the streets understands this very perfectly.
How you going to put pressure on me about a rat? Fuck, that works. Y'all rocking up about that?
Yeah. That would be a pretty weird thing for them to
we gonna stand on business.
Be applying pressure about.
This sounds pretty fucking stupid, right?
You see how he was singing a whole different song back in those days a couple weeks ago when he thought he was big dog in situations, and now he's just a common snitch.
Like I'm doing it to end somebody's career. It's like, look, this makes money. This makes me money.
Right.
This is business. Business is booming. So it is what the fuck it is. I don't care if you stop rapping. I'm not listening to that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was listening to him before I found that out.
Right.
But now it doesn't hit the same. You know, so I'm not telling people.
So I'm wondering if 1090 Jake realizes that his content doesn't hit the same anymore because he's a snitch and that he's exposing people for doing the exact same thing that he has done. This is hypocrisy. This is actually how you lose your fan base. It's really quite serious. And I want to show you guys this next clip. This is going to be 1090 Jake talking about how he went psych when he was in there. He just didn't like where he was at. He wanted to pretend that he was suicidal so that he could get put into a special psych program where they have better commissary snacks. Watch this.
So,
At Zippy Shell, we make moving and storage simple. Whether you're moving and plan to do it yourself or need more services, get an online quote for our secure, convenient, and affordable moving and storage solutions. Visit zippyshell.com today.
Those who answer the call of the
This nigga Jake Dundada, he done fucked up with Larry.
one of them actually tried to kill himself. My other partner from Tampa, he NPR, he's headbutting his window in his cell. So the COs do their round, he's headbutting the window, bam, bam, bam. So I can see his cell from across from mine, and I just see him blasting it. The COs open his flap, they cuff him up, they take him down to medical. I always found a way to get a razor. So what I did is I took the razor and I cut myself with the razor. And I didn't like grip I didn't do nothing crazy. I'm literally nicking it, just, you know, forming a long line, just nicking and then pinching my skin so it bleeds a little bit. They put me in a psych cell, which is a pretty big size room. I got a suicide mat on the floor. They gave me the thickest blanket. The suicide mat, bro, is like the equivalent of a Tempur-Pedic. I don't know if you ever went psych, but this is the thickest, most comfortable mat.
All right, so Jake actually was a J-Cat in there. He was the one throwing feces, probably fucking screaming and crying.
Nah, he wasn't even that person. He was just a person that nigga wild out.
Smashing against. I mean, this isn't what the gang members do. This is what the fucking freaks do. Okay, this isn't what a blood does. All right, so this next part is Jake explaining to 23andMe that the COs retaliated against him because he refused to snitch on who stabbed him in the face, and because he refused to snitch on who stabbed him, they stomped on his infected toenails to punish him. And it's the stupidest fucking story in the world. Why would they care about who's, I mean, by his own description, the COs are in there fucking everyone up. They don't need information from Jake to go and do something to somebody. It's just, this is so stupid.
Whatever. And I'm like, sir, I'm not sticking up for nobody. I slipped. I fell. And he's just like, you think I'm stupid? You think I'm stupid, son? Like that real country accent. The officers grab me. One grabs me by the back of my neck, and they both start stomping on my toes. Both of them just stomping on my feet and holding me in the chair.
What the hell, man?
Stomping on me. The blood stains just keep getting bigger and bigger. I had like a sack from the infection that popped, blood all in my socks. He told me the only reason that they're not.
You can't take this dude serious, bro. You can't take this dude serious, but he actually did cut himself. Like
beating me right now.
And who knows if he actually really tried to cut himself, but he's trying to tell us that he didn't try to cut himself, but maybe he actually really did try to cut himself. You know what I'm saying? Hurt himself real bad.
Is because they don't want to have to make the nurses re-glue my face together. So they stomp out my feet. I don't say nothing. Period.
So Jake is saying that he got his face glued back together, but there's no scar. Where's the scar on his face? You know, that little superficial cut that he made on himself with his own razor is what he's saying. He's saying he got stabbed in the face and then he got his face glued back together with a hot glue gun, but there's no evidence of that. So Jake actually got famous from telling these crazy, outlandishly far-fetched, unsubstantiated lie stories. No one cared to question him or anything. No one said, well, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. They just let him do it, and his channel grew, and now he's built this web of lies that he's unable to crawl out of. He's actually fucked. But luckily for him, he does have the support of the gangbanging headquarters, aka No Jumper. They're all going to bat for him. Look at this disgusting display of these disgraced gang members, former gang members.
I feel like more or less, GG. I feel like more or less, GG, that it's because people let people like 1090 Jake them daughter, right, trick them and feeling like they was doing the most righteous thing, the daughter, you know what I'm saying? And more or less, the daughter, he was just more or less, the daughter, he was just a person. He was the person that was soft and shit like that. So he probably don't like these people anyway. He probably don't like real niggas anyway. He ain't gonna like a Kodak anyway, because Kodak won't talk to a nigga like that in jail. He probably not gonna ever talk to a 1090 Jake ass nigga. Someone who slice himself and, you know what I'm saying, whatever the case may be. So he feels like he should expose these people. So we gave him the gratitude. We gave him we just gave him the gratitude. We let him do it. Us just let him do that. We didn't know who he really was.
causing a lot of controversy lately with the finesse.
Oh, he's gonna come at the Larry Hoovers. Like, Larry Hoover ain't you. You and Larry Hoover never had the same days in prison, same type of respect, same type of walking, same type of people saying, you know what I'm saying? You didn't have the same type of shit going on with like how Larry Hoover did. You had CEOs going in there, they're stomping on your toes. Even though everybody go through CEO situations and stuff like that, but you know what I'm saying? It probably was a headache.
2 times snitching allegations, and now 03 Greedo is being exposed for snitching. And it just blows my mind why anyone who's not an idiot would ever listen to 1090 Jake when it comes to street politics. Like, what is going on?
Hey, brother, that ain't our music right there, boy.
People are acting like 1090 Jake isn't like a total fraud. You know what I mean? I can't wrap my head around how people can listen to this guy talk and fucking believe him. He's just got this incredible skill, this incredible storytelling skill that just it endears people to the point where they'll believe anything that he says. It's like if you were just to like say describe something that happened that isn't even cool. Like, for example, hey, I went to the grocery store the other day and I ran into my neighbor and we both said hello to each other and then we went our separate ways. Well, if 1090 Jake were to say that same story, it would sound more like, it was at that point that I knew that I had eyes on me. So I'm looking around, nobody. So I'm like, shit, I got to get back to Boston. So then I noticed that it is my neighbor. Actually, my neighbor was looking at me the whole time. And I knew that he had to be home at 6 o'clock to watch the Andy Griffith show. It was his favorite show. So I'm thinking in my mind, like, why is he here? And then I remembered he needed his... You see what I'm saying? He could just talk about fucking anything and it sounds cool. So this is what he's famous for. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. People are going to listen. He's got 3 different audiences. He's got the prison audience. He's got the fucking story time audience. And now he's got the gangsta snitching allegation audience. And it's really troubling because the guy is a fucking weird liar fraud. And we're going to get to some lies here right now. So this is where...
Nada, but 1090 Jake the data could talk about it, the data, but if he's contradicting himself, the data, then you know what I'm saying, he's consuming personalities, the data, he using other people's lines and other people's life, the data, perspective, the data, to put it in his own, the data, then it's a situation. That's when it's a situation. You know what I'm saying?
Adam asked him who his entourage is, these 2 guys that he fucking brought on with him, and 1090 Jake says that these are the highest ranking members of the blood gang that Jake is from.
But how'd you meet these guys?
These are the homies.
How long you known them?
And yeah, this nerd can talk about 1090 Jake, Dandada, because who the fuck, him and 1090 Jake is the same type of people, Dandada. What are you talking about? Him and 1090 Jake could be brothers, GG. So he can talk about him, Dandada. This is the person that 1090 Jake needs to be talking to.
You want to give us an introduction?
Yeah, so this day one bros right here. This Ratchet right here. That's a homie from Orlando.
Okay.
This Assassin right here. This is my big homie.
Good.
You guys been in prison or outside?
He's been in prison.
Okay.
Oh no, we met on the street.
Okay.
We met on the street, but as far as prison, he's been to prison.
Once you got out though, you met these guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as prison, he's been to prison.
Once you got out though, you met these guys?
Yeah.
So this is day one bros right here. This is Ratchet. And Ratchet's like a high-ranking member of the Bloods. Okay, he's from Orlando. Okay, and over here you have Jake's good friend Assassin. That is right. His name is Assassin. That is not a joke, even though it is. And this is 1090 Jake's big homie. This is absolutely fucking crazy. And people watched this and they thought, oh yeah, no, this is seems legit. How come I'm the only one who's outraged about this? Let's continue.
He's been to prison.
Once you got out though, you met these guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these, as far as bro goes, that's for our shit, that's the biggest name. It don't get no bigger than that.
Oh, okay.
So everybody I brought out, like certified, like big names.
So how many more years do you live in Florida after you got out of prison?
I fucking got the fuck out of Florida.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, immediately.
But then how'd you guys meet?
We are everybody in the same circle.
Oh,
so everybody.
I mean, a person who's trying to come at come at Larry Hoover, a person who's trying to come at Larry Hoover, a person who's trying to come at BG, a person who's trying to come at Finesse 2 times, a person and then take it back. Cause Finesse 2 times had time for him. BG had all the time for him, Niggas like Larry Hoover don't got time for this dude, That's the problem. So, Larry Hoover don't got time for him, but BG said, hold on, I got time for this dude. Who? This dude, what? He did what? What? He would never stand in the same presence as me, If 1090 Jake and BG, was on the same block, he would never come out himself, What are you talking about, He'll just be over there, and that ain't got nothing to do with BG. It just got something to do with him, Remember, this is the same dude who cut himself, Didn't even let another inmate cut him. He cut himself, You could have had but you could have waited if you felt that was gonna happen, or then be like, oh shit, this is realization, But no, he cut himself. He was so scared, Let's get right, bro. We talking about?
I was still around when I first high school.
Someone who's from Florida, that was trying to sound like he's from fucking Massachusetts, and let's get real, Like, let's be honest with yourself, Dada. He ain't saying jit. He ain't saying this. He ain't saying that, He trying to actually sound like he was born and raised in one of the towns with the real Italianos or the real Irish people, like that's not what's going on with you, bro. Let's get real, Like you coming around, you're imitating, you're consuming personality, like we see it all. Let's get honest. Be honest with yourself, GG.
School and everything like that, it's still all the same circle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just brought you the biggest names. So it's like you're not meeting the little steppers, you're meeting the biggest fucking names.
Because I kind of remember there being.
Okay, let me just break this down. Adam says, if you left Florida immediately when you got out of prison, how did you meet these guys when you got out of prison? Like that's when your friendship started. How, if you went straight to Boston, how are you thugging it with the Bloods on the street? And 1090 Jake says, oh no, we all in the same circle. We all know each other. And so I brought you the biggest names. That doesn't make any sense. So how did you meet these people? How did you connect with these people? What the fuck? The circle. Yeah. So why is he able?
And you could tell 1090 Jake a straight lane, because like Florida people, they got a crazy ass lingo the way they talk. Like jit, this, that, like the way they talk in you know what I'm saying? That southern accent is crazy, but he couldn't get involved in that. He wasn't popular over there. He couldn't mingle over there. He couldn't be in any projects with the Haitians. Fuck being a blood, you know what I'm saying? Just going to different neighborhoods in Florida and shit like that, and all that different situations, You know what I'm saying? The gang culture in Massachusetts is probably a little bit different than in Florida, So, you know what I'm saying? So he switched his whole persona, trying to act like he's this big time, and you know what I'm saying? Nah, that's not what's going on, You at the St. Patrick's parade, Like, that's what it is, Let's be more honest when we talk, GG.
To like talk about all this stuff that a real gang member would never talk about on. Why does he talk about all this stuff, but he can't say where he met his 2 day ones? The simple answer, but like if, for example, if he was a real blood from Florida, the answer would be simple. He would simply say, we grew up together in Florida. We went to high school. We've known each other since high school. You know what I mean? So Jake's barely known these guys for, a few years. It's very, very startling. I mean, can you understand my concern? Like, can I ask where Jake's actual gang is that he was around?
That nigga Jake's the type of nigga, you come around you, right? And you be around him for 2 years. He be like, yo, remember the year like 10 years ago, when we did this, and this, and looking at him, and he's a little wavy, and you're like, he's just telling a story. Let him, you know what I'm saying? Let him just lie. You know what I'm saying? But hell no, that shit ain't happened. What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Stop it.
Before he met these guys, after he got out of prison, because he was a shot caller in prison, and he was put on in the streets on the block. Where are his actual day ones? I don't want to hear about these people that heard about his YouTube channel and tapped in with him and said, hey, you could be from our fucking hood. Fuck it. I don't want to hear from those people. I want to hear the real people. But you know what? You can't hear real shit because real gang members don't talk on camera. And I got to say, this Ratchet guy looks very suspicious. If you were to ask me, if I was a betting man, which I am, I would bet a lot of money that 1090 Jake and this Ratchet guy are in a relationship. There's really no explanation for why they're so close. You know what I mean? It's just, it gets weird at this point because Jake doesn't know him from the streets. Jake knows him from the circle. All right, now listen to this big lie story that 1090 Jake tells Adam 22. It's the fucking craziest, stupidest lie I've ever heard. And if it's not a lie, why the fuck would you ever do all that talking? Like, this guy's criticizing people for being a...
It's just the way this dude talks. He'll be like, yo, come on, we're about to go to the club. We're going to the bar. You know what I'm saying? He's talking the way he's talking when we go to it's Christmas lights and shit like that. It's a real pub, Like it's a real pub, a nice pub, but you thought you was about to go to some crazy hood shit, with this dude, the way he's talking, but it's not that, his imagination is just fabricated.
Snitch, when he's talking like this online, you got to be fucking shitting me.
Ratchet was with me, and you know, Ratchet pulled out a fucking Draco. Everybody else got their shit on them, whatever. The people working at the gas station went to hiding behind the auto mechanic shit, and more or less they got back in their cars and drove off.
So then didn't want to press the issue any further?
Well, I mean, people would have died on both sides. I think it was my jewelry, Ratchet's jewelry, the Lamborghini, and we weren't even in a bad part of Miami. That's the craziest part. They saw us on some rant. It was just a guy and a girl, and the girl's the one that had the phone out. They left, came right back, got a ton of people with them, and that's what it was. People went to pulling out, and pretty much was just waiting on the first shot to go off. But it's little things like that that put me into a dark place mentally.
Right.
Leave the metal to us, so you
gotta watch this, dude. Like I said, there is some like I said, there is people that are real. It doesn't matter your nationality, whatever the case may be. There's white boys that are gangster. There's people that are gangster. But they actually live in. They live in They ain't pursuing to be They ain't trying to fucking change the way they talk. No, they talk the way they talk. They're a real person. They're really them. I'm saying this person right here, I don't know if he can't be a real person. He's from Florida. He did so many years. He grew up in Florida his whole life. And he's not even talking like a Florida person. Like Florida didn't allow him to even speak. He was a mute in Florida. Like if you was active in Florida your whole life, you would have had that lingo on point. You would have been in people's households. You would have been chilling your friends. All these people, the Haitians, these people. You know what I'm saying? Jamaicans, the Cubans, these, that. There's so many people, so many cultures. You know what I'm saying? And this dude just talks like a fucking tri-state ass dude. This can't be real. It's not real. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
Did you guys just hear what fucking just fell out of this guy's face? That was insanely crazy. I mean, you got little kids telling more believable stories than that. This is the most. We weren't even in the bad part of Miami. That's the craziest part. You got to get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Am I the only one who?
Boston accent, my ass, He don't got the Boston accent, That ain't no Boston accent, That's created, That ain't no tri-state accent, He's making it, trying to be. We could understand that he's actually trying hard to make his accent be like that. Like this, anybody could make this. Some people make this stuff sound like London people. Some people make this stuff like that. That's not natural, When he gets mad, he don't sound like that. When he's hurt, he don't sound like that. When he's scared, he's not going to sound like that. You know what I'm saying? So
watch this. I mean, I feel like just everyone just takes his word for it and they don't really look into his stuff. They don't watch his interview. I mean, this interview is filled with just stuff that doesn't make any sense from beginning to end. I could take everything that comes out of his mouth is a sham. And I just don't understand why. I mean, I understand. Look, I don't have a problem with someone doing YouTube videos about gangsta stuff. I don't give a fuck. But it's when they're like trying to become an authority on like who's a snitch and who's not. And you got to send it up to 1090 Jake, or it's just so stupid to me. Find someone else to do it, not 1090 Jake. I can't do it. It's too cringe.
You know what I mean? Like we had fucking 200 rounds outside of his building, sitting there in 2 different cars.
This was a smart person.
We were ready.
This nerd.
That's why we get ready. And I think it's even more in my face.
Anybody who listens to 1090 Jake is a Nimrod. Did you just hear what he just said? This isn't a movie. 1090 Jake is a storyteller, okay? He's a storytelling fool, and he's just going crazy and killing the algorithms. But he's not a gang member. This is not how gang members speak. Listen to him talk about how he can't have a gun because he's a felon.
Because nobody forgets when you do shit to him. So it's like every situation I had on the street, right when I get back out, it's on site. I'm broke. I don't have a gun. I don't have a knife. Can't have a gun now.
Right.
And
wait, what? You can't have a gun because you're a felon? What? So you obey all the laws? What?
It sounds good. It sounds good, Dada. It sounds good. It sounds good. It sounds good, Dada. It sounds good, Dada. He knows he's not running into nobody. He probably don't even have no real situations. He just, you know what I'm saying, heard someone say that. It sounds like he heard it when he heard someone say that. it sounded so cool. It sounded so cool, but bro, this nigga ain't standing on our business. Because if you did time in Florida, you would think you lived in Florida your whole life, you would think that niggas was standing on business a lot, but that's not what this man's doing. That's not what's happening. This dude's different. And he just be lying. He just an OD ass liar. This is who we gotta take. This is the type of person that's dissing Larry Hoover. No, we can't allow on a person like this to even like you, bro. Who like what are you talking about, bro? You and Larry Hoover don't even got the same. It's not happening, bro. It's not happening, bro.
Ever heard 1090 Jake say this is like a new version of a story we've heard before about the time that he made an attempt on another inmate's life very shortly into his stay in prison. He attempted to take the life of another inmate and he nearly succeeded. He slashed him 3 times. You guys remember the story when he was like, every scar that I put on someone in there scarred me mentally. So I hit him 3 times in his throat. I hit him here. I hit him 3 times. I didn't know if blood was going to come out of nothing. None of that happened, but you guys remember that fucking story?
Yeah, every scar you put on a person mentally scars you. And I didn't understand that until now. So, you know, at the time, like the first kid that I cut, I told that in the first interview that I did, I slit his whole shit. I hit him 3 times on his throat. Had no idea how the fuck it was going to be. I didn't know if I was going to start shooting all this shit. None of that happened. But once I did that shit and they moved him out of the cell, I'm celebrating on the door.
Right.
All my homies are celebrating. Like, yeah, he just got one.
That's the same story that he's going to tell today, only it's going to be like more in depth. He, for no reason, I don't even think this Ian guy asked him to go into crazy detail about this. But I think what happened was 1090 Jake's like, I got to make it make sense. I got to throw details in because it sounded like a stupid lie story. And in his interview with the 16, it seems like everyone just brushed over it because everyone knew it was bullshit and they didn't want to press it because they didn't want to make 1090 Jake look stupid. A lot of people were protecting him, believe it or not. But in this podcast, he takes it upon himself to just start telling the entire story cover to cover.
You know why? Because this dude was a fraud. Him and Wack 100 is the biggest frauds. Wack 100 be bringing people up, talking, trying to act like they're somebody else that they're not. They be fabricating the stories that we can't actually take what they saying. You gotta take it with a grain of salt. Well, 1090 Jake don't that you can't take nothing. He's saying factual, like he don't know nothing. He just, you know what I'm saying, he just reading That's crazy. That's crazy work. So let's see what
you know what I'm saying? Get the people in here. There's been a lot of going on with this Larry Hoover thing. As we know, the president, Donald Trump, did away with Larry Hoover's federal sentence. He had 6 life sentences. 6 life sentences. He got rid of that. Hold on. Maybe. I think them people be putting that fucking protector over and it be over my camera. I think that's what be happening. But nevertheless, Larry Hoover got, the next day he was sent to the state. He had been in ADX, I don't know, 20, 30 years, 25 years, some shit like that. And the next day he got sent to the state. Soon as he hit state custody, because he got 200 years over there, he's still serving. He got 50.
This is what we want to know, Wack 100. Bro, we don't need you to tell us what's going on. And actually, the public already knows the data, and the lawyers is already talking, and we already know this. But go ahead, you're going to talk the data, but watch what he's going to do the data. He's going to put in certain his own source and shit. He's going to do this, say that, the data. I bet the data. Like, what is your issue, Gigi? You're not, like, he thinks he's so smart, Gigi, but this dude, he got to stop it, bro. He's getting older.
253 ain't good. He's eligible for parole, right? They dropped the alleged snitch paperwork on Larry Hoover. Some shit some paperwork from 19.
They dropped. No, oh, it was a newspaper article, that the police, happened to meet, and he had beef with the police at the time. It's 1968, and the newspapers is just scared and aware, like getting on, with they shit, and everything's just happening. Like, there's so much just going on, in 1968, GG. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. It was a situation that happened in a school building, in a school, at a principal's office, You don't think the principals, the kids were students, there was kids in there was teachers in there, you know, like Larry Hoover was on his way to the hospital and the kids already was caught, so how he got anything to do with this, we got to understand this, You know what I'm saying? So he just said, oh, there's so much going on with the Larry Hoover thing, oh, he just got, he got pardoned, He's not talking about he didn't get pardoned by the state. He just automatically goes there to put some paperwork dropped. What are you talking about, Wack? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? How about that?
1968, they drop on Larry Hoover. Boom. Larry Hoover told on these two gentlemen who, I ain't going to say allegedly because I talk to the gunman, pulled up to the school and tried to gun Larry Hoover down. Name is James.
He talked to the gunman. He talked to the gunman, 1968, the gunman that I was in school in 1968, this nigga's like either 70 something or whatever the case may be, and he actually talked to them, Now that's different, bro. That's different. Like, you talk to him.
What's his last name, baby? What's his name? James.
Don't even know the nigga's name. You just talked to him. Come on, bro. You don't know his name, though.
James Highsmith. Okay. So a couple days ago, when I see the content, it hit the 100-sided clubhouse. I had one of my readers come in there. Believe it might have been Ebony was the reader this time. Reads the content. This first time I'm hearing it.
No, it's not. It's not the first time you're hearing it. You was hearing it before that. You told her to come up there, she could read it up there on your platform, Like, let's be real, What is it that you're trying to do, Why is it that you're trying to say all this in the beginning and then trying to clean it up at the end, but you're still saying stuff in the beginning? And you're talking about paperwork. So you already talk about paperwork. You're not talking about newspaper. You're not talking about newspaper article. So you're trying to, you know what I'm saying, manipulate the scene, and we don't like that. That's why we can't give you, that's why we just can't automatically take what you're saying, and it be valid. It's not valid, what you're saying. You're not valid, You know what I'm saying? You're not a valid person, GG. You trying to manipulate, take advantage. Yeah, you're going to say some valid shit sometimes, and then try to lie. Like, fuck out of here,
I'm just hearing that they got some snitch paperwork. So I'm thinking, you know, it's some real paperwork. You know, I want to see the docket number so I can get it to the exposers, Prince, Lavish, and Ghost, and we can do our due diligence to cross references and make sure it's real. This Larry Hoover we talking about. You know what I'm saying? So when she's reading it, I realize that it's a newspaper clipping, right? So I did put something up on my Instagram that said, told people at 8 o'clock, I'm going to be addressing this, that, and other. People get mad because of the clip I put up. The clip I put up is what people are alleging that Mr. Hoover has done. So they take it like, Wack, you promoting something against Larry Hoover. No, I'm letting you know, just like if it's a concert, or if it's a party, hey, we're going to be over here for this reason. Those of y'all that want to join and y'all interested in this, cool. This is why.
Every production line is powered by pros. The part we play, equipping them with the products and pro support.
That's different, Dada. You saying he's going to try, like I said, it's crazy how long he elaborates on the paperwork part, and he talked to the person who did it, and what's the dude's name and shit like that. But when it comes to the newspaper article, it was a newspaper, and then he just skips to the next. Oh, but I'm trying to slander this dude. Like, come on, bro. You elaborate on everything else for a long time, long periods of time, but you elaborate on that for one quick second. Oh, it's the newspaper article. I put it on G. Let's keep elaborating. It was a newspaper article.
Posted it up. I had to post up what I was talking about because a bunch of people might have known what the hell I was talking about. So I go on Clubhouse after I leave No Jumper. I think No Jumper was over at 7:30, 8 o'clock. I'm on Clubhouse on the other side. I had a reader read it, and this is my first time. I hadn't read it. People just sending me, yo, this is Larry Hoover's snitch paperwork, Larry Hoover's rat paperwork. So I hadn't read it, hadn't looked into it. I hadn't even sent it to the exposers to start digging on it, nothing. So let me hear it, address it, and it's best that people hear what my real natural reaction to this is. So that's how it went. People was mad. Me personally, I stood against the paperwork of calling Mr. Hoover a rat. Said this is newspaper. It's not court documents. Boom. Okay. 18 hours after that, 1090 Jake ain't going for it. You know how 1090 is. You know he got a little whack hate in him, just a little bit, but you know, I don't say nothing. I don't say nothing. 1090 doubles back. He takes the same content and takes it upon himself to go do the research with the Chicago Tribune. He goes back to the newspaper in 1968 and finds the story. 1090 runs the content. You can go over there and check it out on his page. He run the story. GD, the leader of the GDs, could this be the rise and fall? This they doing him like they did Big Meech. Soon as he get out or ready to get out, they dropping snitch paperwork. This, that. 1090 taking his place. He letting people know, hey, listen, homie, I don't care what none of y'all talking about. Don't come put no pitchforks in my chat at me because I'm running this content on Larry Hoover. And he says it. You know, based upon what he sees, he calls Larry Hoover a rat. Okay. I think it's a little more personal with me and 1090. I think he really slighted me, taking a shot at me, because he know I was the only one that said that I thought Larry wasn't a rat, that I didn't stand with this, whatever was in the newspaper. So 1090 goes and finds the other newspaper that reported on it. Said this, said that, said this, said that.
So now he's bringing up 1090 Jake and he's trying to act like he's beefing with 1090 Jake and that's how they're gonna get their little situation. And guess what? All publicity is good publicity. So now if these people he's acting like he's gonna put 1090 Jake's name in his mouth, guess what's gonna start happening? So if Wack don't start slandering 1090 Jake crazily, that you understand that it was a play. Because you know this dude he gets real disrespectful.
Can't nobody tell 1090 story better than 1090. Y'all got to go over there and check his content out once you're done over here.
Wow. Is that a promo drop, He just said, go check out someone else's content. He said, go check out someone else's content, Yeah, they working together.
Okay, I respond to it. I've been getting hate. Yo, Wack, we think you created the newspaper clipping to put it up so you can have something to respond to. First of all, I got a million trillion things I can talk about when I want to talk about them. I don't need no clout. I bring the clout. I am the clout. I'm King Clout. I'm the cloutest, and I'm clouted the fuck up. All right? So I don't need to do none of that. Right? I see it. I react to it. Like a bunch of other people do. I just don't work this thing like, you know, other people do daily. Now, I will tell you this, right, on another note. underground rappers, YouTubers, struggling YouTubers, bloggers, me, Flacco, and a few other people. I've been in talks, believe it or not, with Charleston White and Big Homie CC. I got to see how it work out. But definitely me and Flacco in the next maybe 3 to 5 days will introduce something to you guys that you guys are going to like. We're going to help y'all. It's a great program for y'all to help you guys get some light, be seen, and we're going to let you utilize our platforms to help catapult you guys.
No, 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 no. You're not about to play us like you playing 1090 Jake, motherfucker. We don't need that. We're not going out there. We don't need that promo. Do promo what you want, da-da. You try to get to know them so you could portray them. We're not dumb, da-da. Don't try to act like you're trying to bring people up there, da-da, because people's backlash is so hard on you, da-da, right now, da-da. You shouldn't have never did that, da-da. We already told you, Larry Hoover, da-da. First it was Big Meech, but now it's not going to be Larry Hoover. No, it's not, da-da. You're not. And you're not getting away with it, da-da. It's just a rap right here. Right now, this is where you hit the brick wall. You know what I'm saying? You're not about to use the public to come up. You're not about to give up no free promotion. You're not giving free gifts out and data. We already know what you're doing, data. Come on now. You're not holding no toy drives. You're not doing none of that right now about this moment, data. You should have did that about a week ago.
So that's coming. Flacco don't even know. I text him this morning, told him I had some business.
He don't even know.
I got to go over this thing with the queen. She puts together the deck for these things, and it'll be accessible for you guys on YouTube. It'll probably be a paywall to the situation. I got to figure it out, but we're going to get to it. Let's get back to this Larry Hoover thing. So I guess through all the back and forth, I'm getting some hate from Chicago. People saying, Wack, why you all in our business? I'm like, check this out. Ain't nobody else in Chicago speaking up for the brother. So I'm utilizing my platform to shed light on what I think is right. 1 minute they say, Wack,
because he don't want nobody to speak up for him, da-da. He's not into that, da-da. He's not into nothing that you're trying to create, da-da. You're trying to create a storyline, da-da. You're trying to create some bad news. You're trying to create some bad character. No one cares about it. He's trying to, like, yo, don't even speak upon it, da-da. That's what he's saying. So what are you doing? Like, why are you trying to, and then you got tonight Jake to do it, da-da. You know what I'm saying? And you think it's that Chicago's something to play with, but Chicago ain't nothing to play with, but guess what, you want some threats or something to happen, so he won't know, he don't got no influence in Chicago, so that's why no one's speaking up for him in Chicago. He don't want influence in Chicago. Stop trying to create the narrative about influence and bad influence or something like that, or Chicago's on your heels. Everybody's on your heels, We're not from Chicago. Would you like what you talking about? The tonight, Jake's not from Chicago. What you talking about, GG? And mad people's on his line, on his comment thing going crazy. Everybody's going crazy. It's not just Chicago people. It's the world. It's the world.
You use your platform to attack our people. The next thing, y'all talking crazy because I'm using the platform to defend our people. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the Wack hate train. I don't know. Right.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp.
All right then, and we understand that the old man said that he don't want no problem. The old man said that he don't want to be implicated in nothing. He don't got time for nothing. He's a grown man. Don't put his name in stupid situations. Don't say that this dude is telling, so he got to say that he's not a telling. What you talk about? He don't have to elaborate on shit. You're not bringing him and making him speak. You're not making nobody speak. You're not going to make nobody try to hurt you. You're not going to make nobody try to come at you. You're not going to make nobody try to think. That's not what we're doing here, That's not what you're doing here. This man, is going to grow and he's going to get out. That's what he's going to do. Stop the nonsense. He's going to get out. He wants him to elaborate. He want people, let me throw in Chicago people come out. No, he wants Chicago people. Ain't nobody from Chicago is coming at him. No one's coming at this man. No, he's just creating nonsense. He's creating controversy, that it's not really there, You know what I'm saying? So it's just lies, You know what I'm saying? Old man said he threw in the white flag. Leave him alone. I'm saying, maybe, I'm saying, he ain't talking about that. He don't want to talk about it. He don't got to talk about it. If he talks, I'm saying, whenever he speaks, so be it. If he never is, so be it. You got to have your own eyes, real lies, and also realize real truth. So you have to understand that.
Myself to see if I can start rebuilding and redefining myself to make people like me more. I don't know. Do I care if y'all like me more? No. As long as the queen is by my side with that good, and 100 side is by my side, and my team is by my side, the rest really don't matter. But I'm going to tell y'all this. I got about 20 minutes.
I'm going to tell you this, Dandado. Don't put Jay Prince next to Larry Hoover. Larry Hoover don't want to be next to Jay Prince. He don't want to be next to his name. Don't want to be next to nobody. Stop saying that. If Wack 100 got a situation with Jay Prince, then it's Jay Prince. That it has nothing to do with Larry Hoover. Larry Hoover don't want people to be hitting him up. Larry Hoover don't want people to be coming in. He just want to live his life, GG. No matter what, you're not getting it. You're not getting what I'm trying to tell you, Larry Hoover don't fuck with nobody, He ain't trying to fuck with nobody at all, He just trying to get out. So people say, oh yeah, he's over here coming at him because he fucks with this person. No, he don't. Larry Hoover don't fuck with him. Larry Hoover say he don't fuck with him. He been stop fucking with him, Larry Hoover don't fuck with nobody, GG. He's not fucking with niggas, Nope, don't say he fucks with him.
A raw recording from the actual man that popped the cap, and the one and only Larry Hoover. He covers everything. He talks about who ratted, who didn't rat. He talks about what he claims the fame to be the only person or the first person to do.
You see these type of talks, it's just like, and you could tell now that I can have a better understanding of it, you could tell like Wack is just full of shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Some people don't want to be played with, like, you keep coming over here, you keep mentioning, you keep saying rat, snitch, shootings, this, that, a bunch of criminal words, a bunch of, like, what the hell, where's the ladybugs and the butterflies and living and prospering and fucking and going and you know what I'm saying? Having your journey, to the heavens, living your life beautifully, where the grass is green and all these good things. Like, what are you talking about? Why you keep mentioning his name and just keep trying to put this little and mention certain words and put this, that, stop mentioning his name with them. He don't care about no rats. He don't care about no snitches. He don't care about no criminal activity. He don't care about it. Like, he's okay with someone else. Go ahead, go tell on someone else. He don't care about none of that. That's not his, he don't care that what you got. He cares about what's in front of him right now, So stop trying to put his situations, like he's supposed to care about all these situations, and put 1090J to talk to him so people could come at 1090J because, you know what I'm saying, yeah, 1090J could get threats just because, you know what I'm saying, he's not of a sense, or he's not in the same category as them. So you want people to come at him, and he's a buzz. So you want people, GGs, to say, oh shit, look at this is what happens when you talk about Larry Hoover. No, nothing's happening. No one cares about Larry Hoover, and Larry Hoover don't care about nobody else. He just cares about what's going on in front of him. And even if he could care, he can't care for it. If y'all care about him, y'all wouldn't put him in situations. You know how you care so much, you gotta, you know what I'm saying, let it go, you gotta let Larry Hoover go, Like, you just can't understand. You gotta let her, you know what I'm saying? Because Larry Hoover is different.
Guess what, y'all? It wasn't over after he shot Larry Hoover. Oh, they ran into each other again. Oh, yeah. In the penitentiary when Larry Hoover was at his strongest. Y'all gonna really trip out when you hear how this went down when they came.
Now he came at him when Larry Hoover was at his strongest. Now he's about to tell an old warrior fucking thing so other people get a bad narrative again, and see that Larry Hoover, you know what I'm saying, either doing stuff or giving. That's not who Larry Hoover is. Stop it. Stop it. Larry Hoover is writing books and stuff right now. You know what I'm saying? So why the hell would you say, oh yeah, so Larry Hoover's the strongest? Like, here you come with a Larry Hoover war story. So you gonna tell us about his war story? And if you was to ask him about, and you was to ask Larry about his story, he's gonna be like, he's not true. That's not him no more. He don't want to speak on that. So why would you be able to speak on it? You're not even from around him. You're not even thinking that. I don't think Larry Hoover, like you should allow him to speak if it was true, his story, but it's not. That is your story. So even if you're speaking, his name is still Wack 100 story. So please, if he was to say, oh, this is Larry Hoover's story, it's not Larry Hoover's story. Larry Hoover's not telling it. It's Wack 100 story. And Wack 100 is the person that's telling it. He just keep name dropping this person, the old man. Stop name dropping the old man, real shit. We can't allow that, You know what I'm saying? If you ain't from the land of you shouldn't just be speaking you know what I'm saying? That's a fact, Gigi. So, you know what I'm saying? So, and then it's no land. He don't, like, you know what I'm saying? The old man don't want no land, He you know what I'm saying? He just trying to go home, and just do him, That's it. He don't want to talk to people. He just want to go home, I'm saying, chill and certain shit.
Ain't face to face. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a lesson in this. So what I'm gonna do, I don't got my laptop with me and all that fancy stuff. The queen ain't got it with her, so I'm gonna thug this out. I'm gonna grab the other phone. I got permission and consent to record the brother. Shout out to my man Big Fave, Long Beach Insane, who put it together. The brother's calling him looking for me, and he got him to me because he know he always has a direct contact to me.
All right, and here we go with another person who's gonna act like he's somebody. Watch this person sound mad young or something like that. Watch this person sound like he's from LA, not Chicago. Watch this person sound like, well, we gonna hear it. We probably gonna.
All I gotta do is hit play, baby. Wait, don't start the chat. Right there, your speaker up top. This is perfect. Damn, you got ass. Jeez. I wonder if that's why
distractions.
Old boy shot Larry Hoover behind something like that. I should have asked him, huh? Yeah. Nevertheless,
look at this dude. Don't even know what to say. Trying to distract us with different acknowledgement. We don't give a fuck what the fuck you talking about. Like, get to it. Like, stop with the distractions.
Yo, let's get the subscriptions up. I need the people. I need 500 in here. We at 314. Share it. Let people know, get them thumbs up, them likes, get them subs up, and then I'm going to let this rip. I'm going to let it rip because it's a Saturday.
Would you be happy if you stayed where you are?
And I have to feed the people the content to react. When y'all gonna start giving me my credit?
You don't get no credit.
Y'all need to start calling me Mr. Reactor.
No, we gonna call you Mr. Misleader. You try to give us a little bit of truth of that, so you could tell us some lies, and then try to mislead. We ain't DJ Academics, bro. Who the hell you think you are? We the people, bro. You don't do what you do to your people, to your colleagues. You stay more righteous to us. What you talking about? You ain't about to persuade us, bully us, not to believe anything you're saying. You could simply just tell the truth, and we could acknowledge it.
Because I'm the one that feeds y'all the content. Somehow, some way, if you pay attention to everything y'all be hearing, my name is intertwined or tied up in somehow, some way. And because of that, it allows other content creators, other bloggers, YouTubers, whatever you want to call them, it allows them to have content to react to so they can put it up on their page and they can ultimately get paid and get their money. Okay, follow the queen, R_ANN_. I told y'all about all these things. Told y'all but no gun nails, a walkie-talkie. I told y'all the only reason why Suge doing 28 because he was scared to take a fade. I told y'all all these things, but y'all didn't want to believe old Wack 100. But the minute these dudes get mad, they want to tell y'all the truth. They're like, oh, did you hear? Shout out to my man Tata Dago Emerald Hills. I see Reggie has unleashed him. Pay attention to Bomb First. I have convinced Reggie to hold a few things.
Convinced this, like, yo, this is different, bro. This is the type of people he's like.
In hopes that Mr. Knight goes sits his ass down somewhere and leave this man alone. You know what we know. You know the things you've discussed with Mr. Wright, and you've already took some losses. Your attorney friend that you was telling us is your bottom. I ain't gonna say the word you was calling her because I respect her stepfather. Shout out to Tweet. She has sent a letter to your fiance Toy, letting her know she will no longer be dealing with any of your legal matters. See, she was just being nice. She was just being nice to you. You took that and served that like you did knock this young chick who's an attorney and you got some type of control of her and you guys are a thing. Now you done lost.
We understand that. We understand that back in the day, it was a different type of culture, you know what I'm saying? It was segregated, it was a different type of you know what I'm saying? It was a different type of empowerment, so we understand what people controlled, what people didn't control, we understand that people could paint any narrative in 1968 on a newspaper, they wanted to paint it, and that's what we understand. And we understand that these people don't understand that. They wouldn't understand that they reading just false narrative, like the whole time you would think Santa Claus was white, you would think God was white, you would think these things was real, you thought Santa Claus was real, but at the end of the day, it's not, GG. You know what I'm saying? So if you praying to something that was fake, was you praying because you believed it was real, just because you seen pictures and you thought it was real, or you have to imagine, or you had the real knowledge, like, yo, this ain't what's real, How would this have a face? How would Christopher Columbus find America? How would this happen, How is this happening if it was already, like, you gotta understand, you know what I'm saying? You gotta understand, that you have to point out the obvious, you know what I'm saying, and use your common sense.
Ready to expose personal things that I'm not gonna say about uncles and mamas is getting crazy. Now, Reggie got that content over there, and everybody gonna say that's where Wack got that from about Pac, what happened in jail. He ready to press play. I'm telling him not to do it. Now, Ray J, on the other hand, he got Baby C Styles over there with him from 19th Street. Baby C Styles got them two dudes that you had them deals with, them two young men, and you know, you was doing things with them you shouldn't have been doing with the fellatio side. I don't know if I said the word right or not. I think I did, maybe I didn't, but y'all know what I'm talking about. But right now, y'all about to hear a conversation that happened 3 hours ago with Wack 100 and James, what's his name? Highsmith. Is it James Highsmith? You sure? James Highsmith, the shooter who popped Larry Hoover at the high school. Yeah. We're going to let it rip. Like, subscribe. Let's get it going. I promise you guys I'm going to start working this page more. I've been busy doing things, doing that, doing this. 600 been out of pocket doing things, but we about to change the whole format of this. Again, subscribe, put your notification bell on always. Bloggers, up and coming bloggers, up and coming YouTubers, up and coming rappers. We are about to dedicate this whole page to a movement for you guys, to help you guys get off the ground. I'm going to use my light to put light on you. Flacco's going to join forces with me. I got a few other people I got to reach out to who I think won't have a problem. And we're going to help some of you guys catapult your careers. Maybe, you know, expedite.
We don't need you to do this before you lie to us, bro. That's what we don't do. We don't need you. We don't need you to lie. We don't need this dude lying to us about it before. You know what I'm saying? We just don't.
And he pleaded out. Wasn't no statement there. Let's keep it rolling. Again, supporting what I thought happened, that with this whole newspaper article. They putting what they want to put in there. Remember, man, like information to tear you down. They try to do it to me every day. If I wasn't a strong individual I was, I'd have been ran off the internet. But listen, my support system, my mental, it don't matter. Let's keep it rolling.
That's what your paperwork read. My paperwork wasn't no statement made by Larry Hoover, so it wasn't no paperwork period. Got you. Got you. Now, another thing is, because I'm going to be real, brother, because this is like, this is.
J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, was a racist who had a program of oppression called COINTELPRO, and the local police departments and the new agencies worked with him. The data, dang, J. Edgar Hoover was on Larry Hoover. Old Man's Hills, the data, that's different. The data, yeah, the data. I seen him in the Bonnie and Clyde situation and shit like that. That's different, bro. That's different. That's different. It was different. The data killed Pretty Boy Ricky, though. You didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Ricky, Dada. You didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Ricky.
This is dangerous waters for me, but I feel like I got a platform and I've done time before. So when I see things and hear things, especially what we speaking about.
I mean, you didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Floyd, Dada. You didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Floyd. You didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Floyd.
Somebody such as Mr. Hoover, who is who he is, who is a pillar, who is part of this foundation of what we call blackness, right? From where it came from, what it was, and what it is today. I use my platform to fight back.
I feel like he probably not the data, but I feel like he was on anybody because he started out first. The data, he was taking down the data, white collar crime, the data, like, you know what I'm saying, the people who was, you know what I'm saying, robbing the banks and shit like that, the data, because that's how they started. So it was the bank robberies first, the data, but then it probably did go to that, the data. So you already had that dude was taking out everything.
A lot of backlash because they say, yo, Wack, this Chicago business, a GD business, why are you speaking on it? I said, well, I'm speaking on it in defense of the brother, right? If I didn't speak on it and let people run amok with it, you know, ain't no telling how big the lie or the fire might grow.
Damn, that's crazy, GG, the data. You mean to tell me from MLK, the data, like, that's how big? You mean to tell me the same people who was on MLK is the same people who's on Larry, Old Man, the data, is the same people who's on the Old Man, the data? That's different right there.
So I'm speaking to you because you are, I consider my triple OG, one of my elders, right? I'm pretty sure you had conversations with your people. Is there any issues with how I've been handling this situation? Actually, I'm not aware of anything, but I just appreciated that you were saying that if this happened over 57 years ago. Two young men. I was 18 and he was 18. We was caught up in the times and the events.
Bro, the dude said that Larry Hoover didn't say nothing to him, didn't testify about nothing or nothing. Why are you over here in the beginning saying anything about paperwork? If you knew that you already had this conversation with him, man, you knew this was already a thing. Why are you trying to paint a narrative? And while he's talking, why is it that you trying to still paint a narrative? He's different.
Wasn't no real animosity towards him and I because him and I grew up together. But the fact of the matter is that people are using things that happened that they weren't born, they wasn't around, they didn't know anything about, and they had their own meanings and ideas, whatever their motives are, ulterior motives are, it still don't reach the fact that it's affecting true history, and it's affecting the fact that this man has spent over 52 years in prison, and if he ain't cracked before then, what made you think he cracked back then? Yep.
So what he's saying is this. Let's pay attention to Larry Hoover's character. If he ain't cracked in the last 52 years and told on a bunch of people to free himself out of prison, what makes you think he was cracked because he gonna snitch because he got shot? Right? He's saying the man was known for standing on this gangster. Now, in his up-and-coming conversation, I'm going to ask him if he ran into Larry Hoover. What happened after the fact? Because it was 18 when this happened. I don't know. Larry Hoover didn't go to the penitentiary till 5-6 years later. He went to jail and got out. But he also ran into Larry Hoover in the penitentiary. So what we have established is that Larry Hoover's, the one that shot him, is saying Larry gave no statements. Larry did not tell on him. The other dude never told him to burn Larry. 2 chicks let him know Larry was coming up to the school to jump him. He had a pistol, so he waited. 1968.
If you're missing 5 or more teeth, listen up. With Nuvia, you get no hidden.
It was strapped. You hear me? Y'all, I bet not hear none of this. Lil Durk started this gangster shit. Nigga. James was strapped in 68 at the high school, homie. Strapped. What? They finna come holler at me. I'm strapped. Probably had him a 32, 5.6 shot. You know what I'm saying? A little rust on it, a little tape on the handle, but he was ready. Let's keep it rolling.
It's a fact. He's been fighting for his life for 52 years. He's been a stand-up, strong, powerful young man that is inspiration to a lot of people, including myself. So I'm telling this to say this, that
the dude got so much, hold him so much respect, we can't have Wack doing commutation on this situation, because he's holding up with so much respect, we need somebody, you know what I'm saying, who's not problematic, because that's who he's talking to, and he's trying to change it up a little bit, but yeah, he held it down.
To build the man up, to build up crazy stuff, you understand, black people is our duty, because this man, our leaders was born, we didn't appoint our leaders. We're not going to allow no one else to appoint our leaders. He was born our leader. And what we have to do is we have to support it. And propaganda, they done took every one of our leaders, every one of our celebrities, and what they do is they destroy them. And we support it.
That's a fact.
So what we have to do is, as black men, and brothers and sisters who have been in the struggle out here, have been struggling from the beginning. It don't make no difference with you a Stone, Disciple, Vice Lord, Blood, Crip, or whatever. We was all in the same boat. And the fact of the matter is, man, this man right here should be honored just for the fact that he survived this.
No, that's a fact.
Yeah, he survived this. He took his hit all the way around. I mean, losing, wasn't around for his mother's death, wasn't around for his brother's death, wasn't around to raise his children. And you gonna tell me that we as a people, I wouldn't give a damn what it is. He earns his space in history as one of the strongest brothers in Chicago.
Now, once again, shout out to Hip Hop Council, 1999 super chat. Shout out to my man TJ, 49.99 super chat. It's one more y'all out there. I missed you, but I'm gonna find him and give you a shout out. So now he's pretty much saying Larry Hoover should be commended, honored, and respected for his struggles and the things that he's done for the city of Chicago. And by right, he's one of the top people in Chicago that people should honor. Let's keep it going. That's a fact. I respect that. I salute that. The brother on the phone, again, this is the brother that was one of the shooters who did time, right, for that incident with Larry Hoover back in 1968, I believe it was. And he's saying he pled out. Larry Hoover never gave a statement. It was a bunch of people in the hallway. It was at a high school. So that never.
I believe that it was the first school shooting on the book.
Yo, not only is James, what's his name again, baby? Highsmith, not only at 18 in 1968. What? They coming to jump me? I'm not going nowhere. I'm strapped. Not only was he ready in 68, James Highsmith is claiming, I did the first high school shooting. Only I was defending myself. I didn't come up there popping on innocent bystanders. I popped what came up there to do something to me. A lot of y'all may say, why he didn't squabble up? Hey, listen, back in them days, them niggas was playing with knives, brass knuckles, bumper jacks, crowbars. Listen, the girl said, 2 niggas coming up here to get you, James. James said, I ain't running nowhere. Nigga, I got this trusty 32 and I'm popping something out if you come up here playing with me. And now he claiming that the first school shooting happened in Chicago. Was Shy Rack that in 68? Let's keep listening.
Yo, you know what? You might.
Can I correct one thing?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't one of the shooters. He was the shooter.
Oh, so it was only one shooter.
Let alone street. He was down. He was in school, but it wasn't them. And he didn't do a thing, Chad.
So you the only one who went to jail?
So you saying it was 2 people, then you trying to say the way he was thinking. Don't try to say the way he was thinking, He could say the way he was thinking.
Got serious, and the reason that he was able to get acquitted was that he was not at the scene when the shooter was shot. He was down the hallway, and he didn't never shoot nobody.
So once again, we got a newspaper article again that's trying to sway everybody to something that's further away from the truth. This is why I was telling them I can't stand on that newspaper article. It's not a legal document to me. You know, we've been watching the mob. We watched the mob for years pay people off. You know what I mean? So the story read the way they wanted it to read. So I'm glad we clearing that up. It was one shooter. That's the brother on the phone now. The other gentleman didn't do a day in jail that they mentioned it. He's the one that went to prison, did the time, and Larry Hoover never gave a statement against him. He copped out, took a plea.
That's right.
How much time did you do for this? I'm listening.
They gave me 1 to 5 years of me being a damn fool. I did 4 years and 6 months. The only reason I didn't do the whole 5 years is they came up with a new law of mandatory 6 months release.
Got you.
Now, this nigga James, what's his last name, baby? Highsmith. You like that, don't you? James Highsmith. Hey, he was a gangster. Well, let me keep this playing because I just said he was a gangster. And we just pointed out that the newspaper said the other dude told him to burn him and he was charged, which in fact he was not charged. That's a lie. He never told him to burn him, never told him to do a day in jail. Now let me let y'all hear what else the newspaper lied about because I don't think he was a gangster. Stay tuned.
Hey, Wack, let me say this right quick. The brother on the phone and the brother they talking about in the paper that told him to shoot, that brother couldn't have told him nothing. He was his own man then at 18, and he had his own father. He couldn't have told him to shoot nobody. This man on the phone we speaking of now is a real legend in Chicago, and he's part of a program now that helps the brothers in the street, school, helps them do a lot of things. So he came full circle in his life, and he's somebody I look up to tremendously. I love Larry with all my heart.
Well, I'll tell you what, brother.
The article is so long. I have never been a member of the East Side Disciples. Never.
The man just said he was never a member of the East Side Disciples. Now, to some of you bozos who asked to come to my podcast, who asked to come sit down with me in the 22-ster, pay attention. Wack is going to try a tactic. Watch what the OG do to me. I'm going to try to get it out of him. He say he wasn't part of the East Side Disciples, so we want to know what you was a part of. Watch his play.
Okay, so what did you represent back then, if anything? I was never a member of the Disciples, period. Got you. Got you. OG, he said, I'm telling you what I wasn't a member of. I ain't going to tell you what I was a member of. I fuck with OG.
Yeah, that's the way you supposed to handle that. You get what I'm saying? We gonna ask. If you answer, that's on you. The OG is teaching you. This is the real OG right here. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm just not calling him that because he waited around and popped Larry Hoover. I'm not calling him that because
So if someone's riding a bike, you throw a stick in front of them and they happen to jump over it, you know what I'm saying? And they miss the stick, they don't fall, it's all right. You're like, oh yeah, that's how you handle that. Nigga, you just try to trip me. Nah, it's not cool. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't know what you was doing, yeah, you thought it was funny, there was some kids, I bet. But you grown, you know what you're doing. So don't try to manipulate it.
Because he went and did 4.5 or 5. I'm not calling him that because he here clearing up Larry Hoover, although they was ops. I'm going to let you continue to listen to him speak and let him hear and tell you what it really is today and what happened when he came face to face with Larry Hoover. Let's go.
Yo, but I'll tell you this, brother. I got your direct phone number. I want to tap in because I hear you got an organization to see how we can tap in. We got diaper companies, Incredible Diapers, which is our diaper company, partnered with Floyd Mayweather, Nick Cannon. So I don't know if you got, teen mothers or mothers up there that maybe need some assistance. We can ship some of those things up there. And let's just lock in, bro, because as of now,
Wack the type of dude that throw you inside a pool full of sharks you come out unscathed. He's like, yeah, that's how you handle that. You're looking at him like, what? Oh no, I was testing you. See you what?
Every time we hear something about Chicago, it's about a rapper, somebody got killed, this and that. I know it's way more to it than just that. So let's lock in. I got a few brothers, JoJo Capone and my brother Promise, that I've dealt with over the years. But let's expand the growth and lock in so we can all share each other resources, man, and educate one another, because even on this phone now, it's growth. I got my comrade who's from
Whoa, termites can eat a pound of wood a day. Pound of wood a day. Pound of wood a day.
Same Crip who called me with the brother on the phone from up top who got you on the phone. So it's even working now. This is how it's supposed to work. Right. Give myself a plug. I'm James Hoskins. I'm the director of Project Violence Prevention Program right now today. Now let me ask you a question. Have you spoken to Larry Hoover since your incident? Have you guys ever ran into each other? Since basketball almost every day.
Why he's trying to act like it's a situation between him and Larry Hoover? It's not a situation between him and Larry Hoover no more than that. That's not what's going on. It's not a situation between him and Larry Hoover no more than that.
Yeah. So you did time with him in jail, and every time you got a chance through his right window, what have you, I get messages, and I also had the privilege to talk to him since he's been locked down. There it goes there.
So, not only did he shoot Larry Hoover because they was coming to rush him, he did his time, maxed out, right? Now he doubles back and lets it be known the man I was his op did not tell on him. He could have let the lie live. Now he lets us know he has an organization in Chicago helping the youth, helping the community, and him and Larry Hoover ran into each other in the penitentiary in the later years. And how did they deal with it? they played basketball together against each other. And since he's been home, he has spoken to Larry Hoover on the phone. So face to face, wasn't no more violence. Larry probably realized, nigga, we was coming to get you and you did what you had to do. And now, all these years later, because they kept their friendship and their respect intact, this man, he didn't have to do nothing. He's 70-something too. He could have laid back. This man found a way through my comrade, Big Faye from Long Beach Insane, to get a hold of me, that try to clear, not to try to clear Mr. Hoover's name. Let's keep it going.
Don't get no better than that. Man, I appreciate your time, Big Fave. I appreciate you as always, comrade. And I tell a lot of y'all, I met Big Fave on the battlefield. We met fighting each other. Our crews fighting each other. We've grown to what we grow to right now today. So I urge everybody, hey, listen, man, don't just see the wrong in somebody. Look for the good in somebody. Have a conversation with them, and you never know what it might lead to. And now it's been shit, babe. Would have been damn near, I don't know, 20 years later.
Let me say something else while this. It's amazing how black people can take one wrong and don't remember all the good. If you got a brother who has been so instrumental in the change of so many lives, even if he had...
It's crazy that this nigga Wack that pull out a rumor to clean it up. He put out a rumor, but he's cleaning it up. But he's like, yo, I'd rather be on this side. Let me clean it up. I'm gonna be cleaning it up. No, I'm not going against Larry Hoover. I'm gonna be cleaning up all the rumors against him. But I'm the one who actually leaked it.
Made a statement in 1968 when he was 18 years old. How do that affect the things that he didn't accomplish from that day all the way to today?
Well, the world we live in, and I told somebody this. I told him this about gangbanging. I said, listen, here's the downfall to that. You can do a million things right. The minute you do that one thing wrong, it offsets everything. And this is why I tell the kids it is not a good investment of time to go in that direction. It just doesn't make sense, but that's what that is. So with us doing what we're doing, our children, grandchildren, family members, we're teaching them to go another way. Eventually, it will phase out. You know what I mean? Eventually, it will phase itself out. And long as conversations, as long as the relationships and these type of conversations are happening amongst us, right, across the globe, it ain't got no choice but to phase out, because we're going to be the one to make the final decision anyway. And we probably need to start having these conversations about some of these old-ass rules that was put in place by somebody that was in the 8th grade with a 5th grade reading level. It's a fact. You know what I mean? Because what it stood for and what it was ain't what it is today.
Hey, Wack, let me interject this while we talking about that. His whole vision and the reason...
You trying to clear it up and trying to make it, oh, we gotta change rules and shit like that. I bet you are trying to change the rules, GG.
And they cheating him is because he wants all of us as black people to do what the Chinese are doing. They shop with each other. They enrich each other. They don't buy Jordan. They don't buy $300,000-$400,000 checks. They enrich each other. That's his vision.
Every production line is powered by pros. The part we play
now, because we make up 16% of the population in the United States, but we're the #1 in spending in country. So if we spend just with us, and that's his vision, he done touched millions and millions of lives. We got people that he done put through law school. That's his vision for us to unite and stop attacking each other. That's why they keep them locked up.
Well, listen, I do know this. I do know this. Shout out to Kanye. A lot of people scrutinized him when he put that damn MAGA hat on that years ago. And I talked to Kanye and he said, brother, I'm doing this trying to position something for Larry Hoover to be able to come home. Right? It may have took some time, but we see the federal thing has been wiped away. Now he's in the state. You know, I'm telling people the 200 years, I see it, but the brother has 52 years in. I do know the last time I thought I heard he had a board date of 2028, but even so, before then, we need to start the petitions now. We need the letters of those families. We need those families who know their sons and daughters and nieces.
Nah, more or less, the he's seeing more or less. He's seeing the people, the righteous. He's seeing the righteous people, the angels and the angels in the alpha, all the righteous people, coming at him, like, yo, that ain't the way to go. People's gonna like you better, if you over here, doing better, doing better. You fix your soul by you doing better, you know what I'm saying? So. I'm saying maybe he could smile a little bit better, but at the end of the day, you can't make something up, and then trying to clean it up. That's like you just gonna start from where you left off, You know what I'm saying? You ain't do nothing right. You know what I'm saying?
And nephews who took a different turn because Larry Hoover started screaming growth and development instead of the other thing, and they were able to say, you know what, I'm going to go another way. We need those letters. We need emails. We need blog sites. We need things set up so people can send these things into. They've set up a petition for Tory Lanez. Shout out Tory Lanez.
Wax the type of dude Wax the type of dude that he's creating fires. He's going to create a fire and then put it out. Did he help? I mean, it's still going to leave a stain. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he is. Jake, and then the 1090 Jake dude, he's different too. He's a whole different type of individual. GG. We gotta stay more aware than ever.
To Governor Pritzker, I believe that if Mr. Hoover were to be released, I think he would do more good than we could even imagine about bad. This is a human being who has sit in those walls, changed his mind, his mentality, his focus, and he can come out here and he can say things to our young people that would change their lives. OG, 2 letters that define respect. I created the original OGs to document the forgotten parts of a special announcement and a special conversation. Me and my man Gator Bradley. This is my man, 100 grand, man. How you doing, man? You dig?
Ain't no joke about that.
Hey, look, man. The big news about Larry, we know he's been commuted. You know, we had this conversation maybe a year ago, and we were talking about how we could assist and aid Mr. Hoover in transitioning and coming back home. Now we're in a space where Trump has just commuted him and he has to come back to Illinois. Now we're facing a situation with Governor Pritzker. I know that's your man.
Yeah.
What does his chances look like?
I put it this way. I'm going to keep it simple so your viewing noise can understand about me being an urban translator.
Yes, sir.
That question was asked from various medias that was coming to me. And I told them this. Mandela had ANC. And they put Mandela and his members from the ANC on an island, breaking these rocks, knowing that the sulfur or the fumes of those rocks was meant to kill them.
Exactly.
And yet God let him get free because he had to let the world know he wasn't going to be about the old ANC that was been dealing with the violence and doing all that.
Right.
What was Mandela's wife's name? He scratched their head.
Wow.
And I say, Wendy.
Wendy Mandela.
I say, and Larry. He put it out to the world to know, no longer call me the chairman. Not with the gangster disciple no more. And we talked about that.
Yes, sir.
A year ago.
Yes, sir.
He come out publicly. He was in an institution where he couldn't even say gangs. He couldn't even say, I want to send a message from the institution to tell the gangs, stop the violence.
Exactly.
They say if you mention gangs or anything about gangs, we gonna make the punishment more.
We don't want to hear nothing about you trying
Yet
to
he was
communicate,
able
period.
to lay it out through the court system, his message, and let it be known, because the prosecutors and the judge wanted him to tell the gangs or the people to get out the gangs. And he let them know, I can mention it here, but they won't allow me to mention the word gangs and institution.
Bam.
Amy's not at work. She's on Get Your Guide.
This. That was a wonderful thing that Trump did. People say it should have been done with Barack Obama, where God said it wasn't time for it to happen.
And white folks said it wasn't time.
People said Trump didn't do it the first time. Well, it wasn't right by God for it to happen.
Hello.
Biden didn't do it when it was his turn, but Biden did free Shorty G, gave him a pardon. So it comes back to Trump. He's the president, and he gets it.
Bam.
And he pardoned him. Still by God's mercy.
Amen.
And I'm saying that to say this to your viewing audience. What's Larry Hoover's wife's name?
Wendy. So here we go.
So here we are. To your viewing audience, and me and you talk about it, over cigars and
yes,
things.
sir.
And the thing is this, we asking everyone to say to God be the glory and to let it be known that we all are praying that God touch Governor J.B. Pritzker's heart and soul and allow him to come into the righteous spirit and pardon Larry Hoover.
Oh, without a doubt, brother.
Because you and I talking like we talking and like we walking.
Hey, man, like we always do.
I'm saying this. Any article that you see that said what has transpired with Larry Hoover, I'm asking you to take that piece and I'm asking you to put it through your social media network, but this the message that you put with it. To God be the glory.
Yes, sir.
We are praying.
Look at those ain't what you trying to say, that I understand, JJ, but those ain't the friends that Larry has now. You see, this is Larry who are friends the reverends and the politics, well, not the politics and the people good people you're saying down to earth people and this is the people and this is who he's going and this is who he is he's a different type of person, JJ. I'm saying that trying to help the youth.
To God to touch the heart and the soul of Governor J.B. Pritzker in the name of redemption, in the name of humanity, in the name of fairness, so that Governor J.B. Pritzker can pardon Larry Hoover.
Yes, sir. Interesting, because we want to communicate with people that we are God-fearing people. This is the original gentleman. Just about everybody that sits here have been down that road of a gangster.
Ain't no question.
But we have humbled ourselves. We're back in a space where we put God first. Let's make no mistake about that.
That's right.
Let's make no mistake about that. But hey, brother, we support you. We're praying for you, man. Like Gator said, man, hey, to God be the glory, brother, and he's sending you home. We here for you.
Ain't no question.
Now, there's something else going on here we want to talk about right quick. Your doctorate's degree.
Yes, sir.
When are we going to receive that?
Amen. On June the 20th. And I'm going to get the flyer to you or whatever it is. But June the 20th, my pastor and your buddy, Chief Apostle William McCoy, from the Brothers Keepers Church.
Yes, sir.
And organization I pay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. June 20th, I would officially, ceremonially,
yes, sir,
become Reverend Doctor.
Oh, yes, sir.
Alligator Brownie.
Yes, sir.
I'm headstrong about God's mercy and grace, and I share this with everybody. Has been doing it since 1991.
Yes, sir.
God gave Larry a vision. He gave us all visions.
Yes, sir.
But he gave Larry Hoover a vision.
Yes, sir.
It's because he realized the multitude of people that he had influenced, whether he wanted to or not.
Yes, sir.
And I put it in his spirit that it was time to transform.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly.
Not being accredited by a man to be transformed.
Yes, sir.
In that spirit. And it went from gangster disciple to growth and development, from a negative to a positive.
Yes, sir.
So when the brothers and the sisters, and especially that guy, Ronald Safer.
Itch, scratch, must not itch.
Stop the itch sanity with Cortisone 10 for bug bites, poison ivy, and
That keep talking, I can't believe Larry out, like he's greater than thou. But if you Google the appeal of Larry Hoover's case,
yes, sir,
and you see the wrong that Ronald Safer did, to the point that one of the appellate court judges showed the wrong things that he did. He didn't seal the tapes. He didn't do all the right things. So he walked around and he talked so like he's so. But the focus is this, not the battle with Safer.
Hello?
President Trump did the right thing because there's levels to this.
Yes, sir.
Whether the court gave him what Trump just gave him, it had to come from the federal first.
Exactly.
Okay? It couldn't come from the governor first.
Start at the top.
Get right. And I'm saying that, Brother Rick, so your viewing audience can understand. As powerful as Trump is, and he is the president.
Don't forget that.
But there's a system that he has to adhere to. With all the power that he has, he can't even give himself a pardon because it's a state charge and only the governor of New York can give him a pardon. Same thing here.
Imagine that.
Just the education of what it is. And I'm speaking about it as an urban translator.
Yes, sir.
I got a pardon.
Hello?
With that being known about the process.
Exactly.
You always ask the question, how can Larry do what he can do? The power, in my opinion, of the OGs.
Yes, sir.
Is letting individuals, not just in Chicago, but around the world.
Thank you.
It's crazy that so you would think that Donald Trump don't want the world to be a better place but he understands that these people is changed they got influence enough to change people and they want the communities to be better and would it be a good thing if Larry was out? Would he bring more positivity than negativity? Yeah, of course he will.
Understand the responsibility that we all have because finally we have a show that tells our story.
Hello. Doing our thing and keeping God first.
Right. And the thing is this, man.
Maria.
But so Larry's going. He's a consensual kid to bring a positivity to the neighborhoods but they don't want unity they want everybody to be separated.
To the process that can work and may already be working. Because Governor J.B. Pritzker What made me go with him before anybody else went with him,
Hello.
and was with him for the re-election was because of what he was doing for the wrongfully convicted and the unjust.
Hello. My man.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
And you know,
oh yes,
I was a walking billboard. I had
Yes,
a
sir.
picture of me and him.
Yes, sir.
Elect J.B. Pritzker, but at the bottom it said, "To God be the glory."
Yes, sir. As we say, wasn't no
And-
shame in your game.
None. And I'm letting your viewing audience know, because Rick, we always say at the end of the day, it's we the people.
Hey, without a doubt.
And we the people, like I tell everybody, they better listen. They tune in
Believe that.
to the OG. Seeing you interviewing Walter, and you're going to interview the mayor, you're going to interview the people that want to be the governor.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Because-
Pritzker.
Right.
We here for you.
We all got to stay prayerful. It works. And whether I got on a tie or ascot or my collar, and again, I'm saying, whatever story that you pick, Google it, you're going to find out almost 1,000 stories of Larry Hoover sentence being commuted by President Trump. And what you're going to hear is they're going to say, it's still got to be finished by the governor of Illinois.
Hello.
J.B. Pritzker. Put that prayer out there like that. That way it transcends the politics.
You know, I'll say this respectfully to Governor Pritzker. I believe that if Mr. Hoover were to be released, I think he would do more good than we could even imagine about bad. This is a human being who has sit in those walls, changed his mind, his mentality, his focus.
You better listen.
And he can come out here.
Summer's here, so park yourself and turn up the.
They don't want positivity, Dandara. They don't want positivity.
Out here. And he can say things to our young people that would change their lives. He has that much weight, you know, in a positive sense. I don't believe for 1 minute that Mr. Hoover plans to come out here and participate in any foolishness whatsoever.
None.
You know.
Why would he, Dandara? Why would he? So let's get the governor, the governor of Chicago, to pot him, the old man, That's a fact. Because we got people like 1090 Jake who don't really know something. No, nothing like that. It was just plainly just saying wild allegations.
Jake has taken his obsession with the GDs and BDs to a new level after he drops a video accusing Larry Hoover of being a snitch, taking a completely different approach from his usual approach. This time, 1090 Jake doesn't produce any paperwork. The only thing he has to support this claim is a newspaper article that's allegedly over 50 years old. To be completely honest, in my opinion, it doesn't matter whether Larry told in the 60s or whatever, because he has served about 50 years in prison. I'm pretty sure he could have sold out a lot of other guys for the opportunity to get freedom, at least attempted to, with maybe some murder cases or something, but he sat down and did his time. Now, what I want you all to focus on is the fact that even though Larry Hoover being released is a new thing, it demonstrates 1090 Jake's continued mission as I almost want to call him co-intel pro. And the reason why I say this is because I believe he is trying to incite members. He's trying to incite growth and development members, GD members, whatever you want to call them, to begin attacking him personally, even if not physically, just to demonstrate the type of influence that Larry Hoover has. The government has consistently claimed that Larry is a threat to society. His influence makes him a threat to society. And, you know, what better way to prove that than to send somebody like 1090 Jake in to incite a riot amongst the masses by calling Larry a snitch. We've seen 1090 Jake attempt to further this agenda, this beef that he has with the GDs over the years. One example being the King Yella situation where he put out the paperwork accusing King Yella of snitching on 600 Breezy and Lil Durk and all of these other guys. And in my opinion, it's pretty obvious that Jake, in an attempt to further his relationship with Lil Durk and possibly get a shout out like he did, he's been using his platform to defame the GDs. In order to help you better understand why I'm saying this, I'm going to play a few clips for y'all and break them down. Over the years, we've heard 1090 Jake speak on this thing called a TOH in the Florida youth prisons, or a test of heart. We've also seen articles about this where they have alleged that these brutal initiation style attacks have resulted in inmates needing to be stitched up or have surgeries, and in some cases, even death. Well, in one old interview, 1090 Jake, wow, I guess trying to sound cool or hip or tough, let it come out of his mouth that he was actually TOH'd by a GD, and that the end result was him having bruises and blood pockets all under his skin. Now, as I said before, he tries to make this sound cool, but me as a man who's been to prison, I've never known for it to be cool for guys to smack you in the mouth until your mouth is.
That's not a righteous individual, when you bring in your personal vendetta, it has nothing to do with the old man, it has nothing to do with the old man, but you're gonna bring your own personal vendetta, because some other people from a whole nother state that has something against this unto you, that has nothing to do with the old man, that's different.
Was bleeding, or punch you and beat on your body until you can actually see the blood forming under your skin, unless it's some sort of violation.
But I locked down with Bone, the GD, and the cut, and Bone was like, hey, bro, you got to get your TOH. I'm talking about, bro, we go at it for like 2 seconds. Bone had me yoked up like this. I can't move. I'm laid out on the floor, stretched out, beating that shit. I'm talking about the whole time we were locked down, though. So, you know, this is like 30 minutes or an hour. So when I came out, I'm talking about my whole stomach, ribs, and chest. Like, you can see all the blood under my skin busted up. He was like, you gonna break it off? You gonna break it off?
And then there is the issue of Jake claiming that he got his face cut for refusing to tie flags with the GDs or align himself with the GDs, even though that's what the Bloods were doing. But at the end of the day, it's another example of him having something done to him as a result of an issue with the GDs.
The GDs were the ones that approached me. So they're like, oh, you know, we're tie flags. I'm like, no, not who the fuck is that? Oh, nah, we're on this shit over here, da-da-da. Your brother's in the cell right there.
As Jake gets further into this story, he acknowledges that the GDs were not targeting him, but were actually trying to embrace him. But coming from the Midwest, I gotta say, I've seen over the years since this drill music thing started and the BDs became more popular, a lot of these influencers, bloggers, even rappers themselves try to pick sides in this situation. And Jake made it obvious to me that that's what he was doing when he started telling this story. And miraculously, he got this issue with the GDs, but there's a BD that happens to be on deck to ride with him.
Blood, if you got a problem with that, and he turns to the cell block and he yells out, I got $50 on his head in canteen right now. So you just put a hit out on me in front of everybody. So I yell out, who gonna take the hit? Because I got a razor on me. The second you get here, you get a razor. And I know they're strapped up because they've been here. Nobody says nothing. So it was the next day. We went to chow, we showered, we came back, nothing happened. It was the next day, the very next day, when we're going to chow. The doors pop, I come out. There was someone with me from Sumter. He's a BD, a black disciple. Usually the GDs and the BDs, they're tied flags. He didn't like none of the GDs here. He thought they were all soft. We got cool because he was actually in the room with the head of NPR at Sumter, and they were close. So me and him got cool on the ride over. So dude told me, you know, the night before this happened, he's like, yo, I got your back. So I at least had one person that had my back, you know what I mean?
These are just two examples of quote unquote bad encounters that 1090 Jake has had with the GDs in his past lifetime. When you take all of this into consideration and couple it with the fact that 1090 Jake has clearly used his platform to bolster people like Dirk, while at the same time take down people like King Yella, who is a quote unquote op just because he is a GD, it's obvious that he's using his platform as a tool to tarnish and defame the GDs. This is in my opinion. It's obvious. Coming from East St. Louis and having served over 10 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections, I'm familiar with a lot of these guys and people from their neighborhoods on both sides. And I'm familiar with being cool with people from both sides and knowing how to stay in my lane.
You hear the call and the leaves rustling.
Stay in my lane and let my business be my business. There are a lot of fans and people across the world who seriously believe that they are OTF or FBG and are picking sides in these situations. FBG Duck has even done interviews where he has spoken about music industry artists and producers not wanting to work with him because he's a GD and they feel like it would hurt their relationship with Dirk. And at the end of the day, I view 1090 Jake as one of those types of people. He is attempting to insert himself into that beef, but he's also attempting to attach himself to Larry Hoover's legacy by gaining some notoriety, I guess, as the person who exposed Larry Hoover as being a snitch. While I do see it as disrespectful because he hasn't produced any legal court documents, at the same time, I understand that 1090 Jake is just trying to attach himself to Larry. The commutation of Mr. Hoover's federal life sentences by President Donald Trump has made headlines, not just in America, but all over the world. This is a big worldwide national story. And 1090 Jake is, you know, he's trying to latch on. He's trying to make his name be a part of the next chapter of Larry Hoover's life. But at the same time, like I said, this is one of those COINTELPRO type of things in my mind, because we know that he will cooperate with authorities. We see that. We see that he will go under the guise of being a gang member to get information. So I believe that he's just trying to incite the people, hoping that maybe he can get some threats or that somebody who is directly affiliated with Larry will reach out to him. That's why he said, if you ain't Larry Hoover's son, nephew, cousin, brother, or somebody from the 60s or 70s, he's looking for somebody with a direct connection to Larry Hoover to reach out to him and try to correct that narrative.
Yeah, right. Like, who is he to be correcting that? We ain't gonna you correct your own narratives. How about that, buddy? Like, you correct your own narrative with BG, you gonna correct your own narrative.
Or have anything to say to him so he can document it, whether it's through making another video and saying, hey, I talked to Larry's son and he said that wasn't true. We had it wrong. or he can get.
He think Larry, he think the old man's like some type of artist or something like that. Some type of artist. Like, there's level to this. The daughter, like, what you talk about? Ain't nobody you ain't gonna talk to none of them. The daughter to correct this. You gonna correct this because you know to correct it.
An original member to come forward and give him an interview, and he can question about how things were back in those days. He's chasing content. So again, my advice would be to just, you know, disregard it. Hey, we see it, we acknowledge it, it's false information, keep it moving. At this point, Larry has already denounced his gang ties. And this is why, while I'm saying this is why I know that 1090 Jake was fronting with this whole I'm no longer a blood thing, because Larry has denounced his gang ties. And instead of allowing this man to move past his past and his history as a gang member, you go back and come with something from 60 years ago talking about he a snitch, which it shouldn't matter if he has said, hey, I've grown past that part of my life, because at the end of the day, everything comes with the game. Snitching, robbing, stealing, killing, it all comes with a criminal lifestyle. There are all different types of criminals, and they all have different fetishes and things that they like to do. So there is no need for this other than to be trying to incite some type of, you know, dysfunction or mass uproar. He want everybody to get upset with him. That sends people to his videos and the traffic. Again, I just wanted to break down to y'all why 1090 Jake is doing what he's doing.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, Gigi. It makes perfect sense. He got little personal vendettas and whatnot. And that's not cool, bro. And no one's gonna go and clean up the situations that you make for yourself, bro. Like that's God's work or your work, bro. You gonna have to clean that up.
The time for us to put down the Donald Goines books. We must not be afraid to change and develop. This was a memo sent out by Larry Hoover, transforming his organization from the Gangster Disciples to Growth and Development. I just read a huge, long government report. It was a report from like the National Gang Center in the aftermath of Larry Hoover's and the other 38 GD's 1997 convictions for Operation Headache, which his sentence was just commuted for. So all this stuff we're going to talk about, he's served his time for. These were the federal crimes that put him in Florence 80X, and that's over now.
Next tonight, we are going to revisit one of the most dangerous new criminal organizations in the country. When we first reported on a street gang called the Gangster Disciples last year, they were terrorizing entire neighborhoods in the city of Chicago. They were making a fortune peddling illegal drugs, and they were putting their manpower behind local politicians they favored. We're coming back to them tonight because their ambition is larger. The Gangster Disciples of Chicago have gone national.
Fascinating.
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available for both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Explore the game.
Fascinating. The Chicago gang history is probably the most fascinating of all because it involves politics and etc.
The Gangster Disciples, when they come down here from Chicago, they come with the money, the protection, the security.
Gang members become so loyal, some tattoo themselves with the gangster pitchfork. They follow bylaws calling for allegiance to Gangster City, Chicago, and to the Gangster Disciple chairman, a convicted Chicago murderer named Larry Hoover.
Now, I'm going to hit you with a lie from King Von. Just got some top from a stripper chick. She from Kankakee. Just bought a Glock with a ruler clip. Boy, don't play with me. Now, Kankakee, I guess, is a suburb or something very near to Chicago. It was also the site not only of a place where King Von met a young lady who filleted him in exchange for reefers purchased on O Block. It had a farm where in 1993, 10,000 members of the Growth and Development were bused to from the city. And they had like a party, meeting, picnic, 10,000 people. This is documented, of course, to feds or taking pictures.
Convicted murderer Larry Hoover. He discussed his plans to acquire political power in a monitored telephone conversation 2 years ago.
See, the vote is the most important. What they fear more than anything is our political power. All we got to do is put our program together, follow our program. That's my main focus right there. And stop these kids from hurting each other out there.
In Chicago last fall, a march to protest school problems surprised the political establishment by rallying thousands of young people in the city streets. Many of those marchers were gang members because the political organization that sponsored the rally, 21st Century Vote, has deep ties to a criminal street gang, the Gangster Disciple Nation.
And Larry Hoover called in. Remember, this time he was still in the Illinois State Prison. He didn't go to the feds till they grabbed him in 95 and held him in federal custody and then sent him to Florence in 97. Larry Hoover called in and they played his voice over, I don't know, some type of megaphone or something. And the year before that, in 92, they had a similar thing with 5,000 people. But so 93, probably the peak year, 93, 94, the peak year of the GD's power. Now, as you can see from these news stories in 95, there was a real full court press by the federal government to paint the Gangster Disciples as extremely dangerous. In fact, in government reports, they call them the largest gang of the 20th century, the largest organized crime group of the 20th century.
They say the Gangster Disciples have chapters and affiliates in over 150 cities, from Topeka, Kansas to Orlando, Florida.
They're many, many times larger than the mafia. They are the new mafia. They are the mafia of the future.
If they say it's political, we can't investigate.
That's because Chicago police ran into trouble here in the 1960s for spying on the anti-war and Black Power movement. After that, the court severely restricted police investigations of political groups. And when Gangster Disciples meet members of 21st Century Vote, they are a political group.
You know, we're moving into a new era, man. Totally political.
And in this Gangster Disciple meeting, secretly taped by state police during a narcotics investigation, a gang lieutenant tells gang members politics is now a top priority.
You know, we're trying to put people in office, man, to where it's going to benefit us. We're trying to take people out of office, you know, to where it's hurting us.
We're in a catch-22 situation, and the street gang is well aware of that. They know very well that all they got to do is close their front door, and they put us out of business.
Of course, you have to take all that stuff with a grain of salt, but let's go back to why Larry Hoover has been kept in prison 52 years, and he still is there. Of course, as we know, his federal term, which he's served almost 30 years for, Donald Trump said, "You've served enough time," so his sentence is finished. He's going to go back to Illinois. Illinois, as recently as 2 years ago, the Illinois parole board voted to deny his parole by like a 9-1 vote. Of course, he got locked up in 1973 for a homicide involving drugs. I talk about that in another story. So he goes to prison in 73. By 78, he's thought to have a lot of power. The GDs are growing. Once he gets to his 150 to 250 year sentence, he's organizing in the prison. But the government has all.
Hey, Rhode Island, keep it real with the all-new Valley Bet Casino app. Play table games with real dealers for real money, plus all your favorite slots.
He's organizing in the prison, but the government has all these memos he was sending out, all from the basically the early 80s on until the federal indictment, and they're very interesting. Maybe I'll do another story where I read some of them, but they're not criminal. I mean, they really are about like the quote I said at the beginning, people need to learn trades, you know, learn how to read, get a job while you're in prison, go to school. And he really did see himself transforming, taking all these primarily black males from lower income neighborhoods, many of whom had dropped out of high school, and getting them to educate themselves and then becoming a political force. And I think a lot of his intentions were good. I think because he went to prison so young at 22 and didn't really, you can be very smart, but if you lack the experience in the real world, you just don't realize like that. Him organizing, you know, 20, 30, 40,000 black males in, you know, Illinois, the Chicago region to be involved in politics, even if his intentions were for them to become productive citizens, to the mainstream politicians, it sounded like a frightening prospect.
How are you doing?
Hi.
My name's Dwayne Harris, and I'm from 21st Century Vote.
Some respected community groups have also accepted 21st Century Vote's claim that its primary purpose is to serve the community.
Would you like to register?
But police insist just the opposite is true. Gang investigators have told ABC News they are convinced the 21st Century Vote political organization was created primarily to protect and expand the power and influence of the gangster disciples. In fact, they say it was here at the Vienna State Prison in Illinois that the 21st Century Vote Political Committee was conceived by the acknowledged leader of the gangster disciples, the kids Hoover referred to gang members involved in a vicious gang war. Hoover had publicly called for a gangland truce, but the Chicago gang war has actually escalated. Gang-related killings are up 150% over this time last year. And much of the violence, according to police, stems from the gangster disciples' own drug dealing activity, which they say Hoover himself continues to control.
Larry Hoover is still directing the criminal activities of the gangster disciple street gang from his prison cell. Those activities include extortion, drug dealing, and...
Damn, that's crazy, the data. They got the people from Public Enemy up here.
Violent crimes.
And his power really got kicked in 1978, and it's hard to, there's some newspaper articles about this, and Benny Lee, I gotta find the interview. Benny Lee, one of the Vice Lord 5-star Supreme Elite, he was part of this too. There was 3 prison guards were killed at the Pontiac prison in Illinois, and 18 people eventually were tried. The Pontiac 18, I think a couple of them became informants, and it was maybe the Pontiac 15. But long story short, it was members of pretty much every black gang. And they were saying that Larry Hoover orchestrated it to show his power. Now, he and the other 17 or 14, whichever it was, people, they ended up going on trial. And of course, they were held in isolation, and this went on for years. And when one law enforcement gets killed, you know, law enforcement, I mean, like people would do, they want their revenge. Well, there were 3 killed, but they couldn't convict. Nobody was convicted. So this is when, so then in 81, a memo goes out from Hoover. And remember, these are things, he's writing them. They're being Xeroxed in the prison library and then sent to other prisons to Xerox them. So there's hundreds or thousands of copies of these are floating around. So of course the police, the administration was getting copies of these, and they were being forwarded to the FBI. But in 81, as he started to create what he was calling growth and development instead of the GDs, one of the directives was don't attack staff, you know, don't bother the staff, follow the rules, you know, like, so this is, well, anyway, so follow the rules, don't attack the staff. And so he had gone from being in, you know, super isolated custody when he was facing the part of the conspiracy of killing the 3 guards. They all beat that. He's still in maximum security. He's considered a gang leader. This is the time when the whole people folk thing was formed. 78, 79, 80 was formed in prison. So you had the GDs were the main group on one side, and then the Almighty Black Peace Stone Nation and the Vice Lords were the people on the other side, and then there were white and Hispanic gangs that were on tied in on either side. And then it filtered out to the street. But that was a prison thing, and according to the police intelligence or what the feds thought, Hoover was already. That's why he was probably targeted. He was thought to be this big power in prison, and then he's already by 81. He's talking about put down the Donald Goines books, learn a trade. We have to get involved in politics. So early on, he was politicized and saw that, you know, he had the attention of all these, you know, well, young guys, middle-aged guys. I guess probably were mostly young back then, and that he should try to do something productive with it. And he also brought the level of, well, if you believe he had all this say-so, he brought the level of violence against guards down in the prison system. So he was rewarded by being moved to the lower security prison. Even though he was doing all that time, he was considered a gang leader. He gets moved to the prison that was in Vienna, Illinois. That's the footage you see where he's walking around in his own clothes and he's being interviewed in his own clothes. And you think, is he out? No, he was at the Vienna prison where it was a medium security. He was, some people say he was seen having meetings with the head of the IDOC, the Illinois Department of Correction, where they were kind of jointly running the Illinois Department of Correction. And so there's all these directives that's coming out from him all during the 80s about this growth and development. They're mostly don't seem to be criminal in nature. They're really about, but he's mentioning politics a lot and turning all these guys into a political force, which the powers to be, I mean, of course, the white political power structure certainly doesn't want, 30,000 young male political workers knocking on doors and telling people who to vote for. But also, during most of that time, when did Harold Washington become? Chicago got a black mayor. I mean, none of the
personalized tech solutions designed to match every business.
Here's how.
Now the system look even more like like a monster. I mean, that's what they do. That's what they do. The GG. But if he was locked up since he was 22, that's crazy.
Traditional political power structure would want a new power to arise, an unpredictable power that was heavily influenced by a single guy. So I'm sure this is at the point where it's like, yeah, he has power. He's keeping the guards safe in the Illinois Department of Correction, but the politicians are looking at him like, because he started coming up for parole in like 83.
It is the profit potential in the illegal drug trade that has transformed the gangs into the nation's newest organized crime syndicates, and Chicago's gangster disciples are among the most aggressive. Not content with the drug business netting them $500 million a year, they're after more. According to the FBI, the gangster disciples have already set up new gang franchises in 150 cities across the country. They target cities with access to the interstate highways, which give them an easy way to transport drugs. Cities like Springfield, Missouri, on Interstate 44. 16 Chicago gangster disciples were arrested there this fall, their weapons confiscated, charged with drug dealing.
This is not the end of the problem. We have to keep going, otherwise this thing will consume our city.
On Interstate 25, Colorado Springs, gang conflicts here escalated after the gangster disciples moved in last year competing for drug turf. There have been 30 shootings here since August.
All right, put your hand, come up here.
The gang also looks for cities where police are not ready for them.
They study the market. Well, the size of the police force. How are they trained? How are their investigators? They do a good analysis of the area. Organized crime always does that.
In Mobile, police have recently stepped up patrols and other efforts to slow gang growth.
We got a warrant for you.
Still, the gangs remain a power.
Gigi, you seen the map? The map was, they everywhere. The data.
Powerful draw.
And he also probably overplayed his hand where, like, when he started coming up for parole, he had all these petitions would be turned in for him. He had criminal justice professors, testifying for him and in front of the parole board. And you can see that more recently when, the people saying, oh, if Hoover got out, could he control the violence in Chicago? Now, that's one of those things on his first surface, you would think, oh, well, that's good. You have a guy that could tell the gang members whether you believe that's true or not. But then if you think about it, if you're a politician or police or something, the idea that there's some guy that can raise and lower the murder rate in Chicago on his orders, they don't want that guy out. They don't want him. They want to depower him, not empower him. So I think he too soon he presented himself as this political power player, but he was still under their thumb. He's still in prison. He's still subject to be not paroled, which is what happened. So he could have got out by like 83.
We're moving into a new era, man. Totally political, man.
And in this gangster disciple meeting, secretly taped by state police during a narcotics investigation, a gang lieutenant tells gang members politics is now a top priority.
We're trying to put people in office, man, to where it's going to benefit us. We're trying to take people out of office, to where it's hurting us.
Police also charge the gang is using 21st Century Vote to get its leader, Larry Hoover, out of prison. This letter on 21st Century Vote letterhead was sent to the Illinois Parole Board in support of Hoover's release. And longtime gang investigators like Chicago's Bob Dart are convinced the gangster disciples are using 21st Century Vote as a cover to shield their criminal activities from police scrutiny.
Because back in the 70s, people would get all these crazy 100 years, 200 years, and get paroled in 10 years. That was kind of, or you could. For example, in speaking of Chicago, in the Fluky Stokes case, one of his hitmen had been killed a cop in like a armored car heist and only did like 10 years or something. So Hoover was probably thinking he was going to get out. But between the Pontiac prison thing and they're getting copies of all these directives he's giving, even though they seem to be positive in nature, is still showing him to have all this power, which they didn't like. And then they start calling the gangster disciples as you get into the late 80s, even though they're calling it growth and development, the biggest gang, the biggest crime group the country's ever seen. Now we get into the early 90s, and this is the peak of the power that led up to what his indictment was, which again is what his sentence is commuted for. So all this stuff we're talking about, he has served his time for. He only has left. He's serving a sentence now for the 1973 murder, of which he's done 52 years for. So, so this is all just of historical interest and probably why they're still, but the guy's 74 years old now. I should let him out. He's no way he wants to be a gang leader or be involved in crime, obviously, at this point. But anyway, so I think he saw it as his responsibility because he had this power to try to bring, again, the all these men, black men, that were cycling in and out of prisons that he had some influence over into something positive. And now you see on the internet now, you'll see these things about the Crips and the GDs were allied, and the Bloods and the Vice Lords and the riding the 5, and we're under the 6. And like, is that just some goofy internet thing that kids made up or something? But again, the federal government has documents and took photos of meetings of in 93. Hoover was able to have I don't know the details. It'd be interesting to know more details, but Crips from different parts of the country come to Chicago, and there was an alliance made that the Crips and the GD. Now you would think, well, what the hell do the Crips and the GDs need to be in an alliance for? Well, in LA they don't, or in Chicago they don't, but America's a giant city. There's all these cities where you had both groups at, and you had blood, all these gangs from the big cities are, as we know, especially because a lot of times they were bringing the drugs to smaller towns, but not always. It was just people moving back. Of course, there's been this big demographic movement starting in probably the late 80s and speeding up since then, of black population leaving cities, specifically Chicago, Detroit, New York, and moving back down south. And so some of them had young guys that were gang members and brought the gangs down there, but there was also a lot of indictments of and guys from Detroit were going all over the place too. They just didn't have the gang name behind them, which was good, because having a gang name just makes it worse when you go to court. It gives the government an easier story to tell. But anyways, so in 93, they have documentation that there was this alliance between Crips and GDs, that they were supposed to work together in different cities, or not. I don't know what they were supposed to do. Let me not say that, but not be at each other's throats, not attack each other. And also in the prison system, they're interacting in the federal prison system.
These gangs are the nation's notorious Big Three. From Los Angeles, the Bloods and the Crips. And from Chicago, the Gangster Disciples, known in Mobile as Gangster Disciple Folk. Their sign, Satan's Pitchfork, is the most prominent in Mobile.
When you see that pitchfork, that's Gangster Disciples. This isn't artwork. This is saying something. This is claiming a territory.
Why would big city gangs stake out territory in Mobile, a quiet southern seaport thousands of miles away from the gangs' home cities? They want it for one reason. It is just one more market where they can sell drugs.
They ain't down here to live. They ain't down to stay. They down here for money and money only.
In robberies and assaults, and much of this is gang-related.
Because we had people moving in from the bigger cities, seeing a market that was available.
A very good market in small cities like Mobile, where drugs are worth more because supply is limited.
We got a couple rocks, little ones.
Crack cocaine brings at least 3 times the money it would in big cities.
Oh, we sell dope.
And they're luring local kids to do the selling. These Mobile gang members told ABC News they were recruited by a Chicago gangster disciple who came here and fronted them drugs.
He fronted us dope, you know what I'm saying? Like, he fronted me about $200. I go sell it on the corner. I can make about $500 back.
Useful to have allies in different places. And then once they did that, then they then saw that the Vice Lords and the Black P Stones already, of course, had the Black P Stones here in LA. So that was an easy alliance. So the Bloods with the Vice Lords and the BPSN. So that did go on in the early 90s. Whether it goes on now, or I don't know. I'm not trying to find out, but that was a real thing at a high level, at least for some period of time. So now they're really Hoover. Now they're like, oh, this guy, he's in basically a minimum security prison, walking around in street clothes. He's getting pussy. He's doing whatever he wants. He's meeting with the head of the Illinois Department of Corrections to set policy in the prison system, according to some. And now he's calling in gang leaders of other cities to Chicago to make alliances. I bet you that they were like, oh no, this guy, we got to get this guy. He's becoming, you know, well, going back to the 1930s, the FBI's, their primary fear before the age of terrorism. FBI always had good analysts. You can read stuff in the 30s. Their primary fear, the black population of the United States, constitutes a massive internal threat because they have been deprived of constitutional rights. They don't have the same opportunities, so that they're a group of people that if they use the term Black Messiah, that's why people think they knocked off Malcolm X. That if there was some black leader, they could coalesce all the frustrations and negative energies that.
It's crazy, but how is he doing all this from behind the cell? Like I feel like they just, you know what I'm saying, pinning a lot of stuff. They was pinning a lot of stuff on them and stuff like that. But all that's the past, GG, you know what I'm saying? That's the past of the situation.
At least some portion of the black population had towards not necessarily individual white people, but just America, the American system, due to them not having the same opportunities, that was a tremendous danger.
With an army of 30,000 members who follow orders. And one of those orders was to show up at that political march, according to this gangster disciple member who had no idea why he was sent there.
I don't really know what the march was about, but they had us down. I don't know. I don't ask no questions about this and why we had to go that we just do. They want to see a lot of people show up there. I don't know why.
But gang leaders knew they were building numbers. It was a show of political force.
And I want to make sure that everybody's registered.
Dwayne Harris, identified by police as a member of the Gangster Disciples, is also the president of 21st Century Vote. The group's plan, he says, is to use political power to improve inner-city neighborhoods, gain better jobs for residents. And if gang members want to help, he says he will accept them, no questions asked.
We're trying to come up with solutions to help them turn themselves around and get involved politically, positive, and become more entrenched in the community.
The work and growing numbers of 21st Century Vote have, despite the gang's involvement, impressed a good many politicians.
If they were organized properly, they have the potential to elect people or unelect people.
One they'd like to unelect is Chicago Mayor Richard Daley.
The FBI always looked at that as, you know, until other things like when you had 60s, when you started to have white radical groups where you had, then that was even more dangerous. If you're going to have the children of the very people that run the country are becoming radicalized, well, that's even more dangerous. But so anyway, so Larry Hoover may have fallen under this potential Black Messiah after Malcolm X that they didn't want. And then come out of the crime side, so you're going to have like a Black Al Capone combined with the Malcolm X. That is not something, you know, that the status quo was going to allow. And it's not really a surprise. I mean, looking back and knowing all this now, that they went in and got him with Operation Headache, and they kept him in Florence ADX all this time. I mean, it's amazing. I'm always amazed at the guys that don't go crazy in those type of settings. I mean, under, what is it? The Amnesty International, which is a human, large, long-tenured, well-known, well-respected international prisoner kind of rights thing. Amnesty International considers the U.S. prison system to be one of the most egregious, well, of the industrialized countries, the most egregious violator of people's human rights, and the solitary confinement thing is part of it. How you have people.
That's how you know people got strong minds, especially to be so positive. To be so positive positive in that type of environment, and make positive waves, and actually come out of it, like a lot of people might not make it, but we could say that, you know what I'm saying, he ain't make it all the way, but you know what I'm saying, he's making it, A lot of people might not make it, bro, and he's one person, so you gotta clap for him, you know what I'm saying, for even getting out of that situation, because he could think to even, because when you're in that situation, you can't even think to gather your thoughts to even get your case overturned. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of distractions inside of the penitentiary, so it's a lot of distractions, it's a lot of bad doing, there's a lot of situations going on in there, so for him to even gather his thoughts and stay focused on being free, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing,
Yeah, that's how it got to be two kings and two princes. Tennessee, and a brother named Old Timer was their prince.
Someone tell Kanye and Kim to just stick to the script or just tell them to free Larry Hoover. I think I'm Big Meech. Larry Hoover. Whipping work.
So yeah, let me ask you, yeah. This record came out with Rick Ross, and he says Larry Hoover. What was your thoughts on that? Because you from the side, so when you heard this record, did you take it as disrespect, or how did you take it?
Yeah, I took it as respect. What's your feelings on?
Well, you know, I like the fact that he kept the name alive and put him into the limelight, but I always had a problem that he said his name and then said whipping work. You know what I mean? And he's fighting for his life. So I wouldn't want him to speak on him about whipping work and him and drugs. His federal case that he's dealing with right now is a drug case.
Dad, this
You
house
mentioned
is
him in the bad light. See, he knows what he's saying, GG.
To get Hoover out, because in an alternate universe, I am him.
Muted the federal sentence of Larry Hoover, founder of the Chicago street gang, the Gangster Disciples.
Family, in this video, we dive into the compelling story of Larry Hoover, a man whose life and legacy have sparked decades of debate and activism. I plan on exploring who Larry Hoover is, his roots in Chicago's South Side, and his rise of his organization, the Gangster Disciples, also known as the GDs. The focus on this video will be on understanding the circumstances that led to his arrest, the changes he faced, and why his case remained a significant point of discussion and fight for justice. Now, I want to be clear from the start. I'm not here to judge whether Larry Hoover was a good man or not. That's for each of you to decide. My role is to present the facts, examine the structure of his alleged gains, and explain how his journey, which initially aimed for community improvement, unfortunately landed him 4 life sentences. Throughout this video, we also going to highlight the sacrifices made by Hoover's family, and also by influential people like J. Prince Jr., Kanye West, and even Drake, and the countless advocates who have tirelessly worked to shed light on what they believe is an unjust imprisonment. We'll examine the story from multiple angles without giving an angle, and those angles are societal, legal, and personal, to give a comprehensive view of why many see Hoover's incarceration as more than just a criminal case, but as simple as systematic issues that need addressing. Finally, we'll discuss the current efforts to seek justice for Larry Hoover, which leads us to why we're making this story today. Our current president, Donald Trump, has recently pardoned Larry Hoover within the last 24 hours. Also, he pardoned a well-known rapper from Louisiana, NBA Youngboy. So before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I won't give you no angle. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it. Larry Hoover was born in 1950 in Chicago's South Side, an area plagued by poverty, violence, and systematic neglect. Growing up amidst these hardships, Hoover became involved in the street life at a very young age, eventually founding the Gangster Disciples in the late 1970s. Originally, Hoover envisioned the organization as a community force group aimed at protecting residents from violence and providing social services, a stark contrast to how many outsiders later perceived it.
In 1969, we combined forces and we established 2 kings and 2 princes. I was very instrumental and the disciples and the gangsters coming together. When I went to jail in 1968 for failure to register a gun and unlawful use of a weapon, I met David Boxdale while I was in the House of Correction. We was at odds when we first met. After a while, he began to love me and I began to love him as my brother. When I came out of jail in '69, Hoover was the ambassador of the Stones. We had a nation meeting of the gangsters, and I said I wasn't going to be no Stone. That night, Hoover called Jeff Ford and told him that he could no longer be a Stone or ambassador of the Stones.
Wait a minute. Who called who now? Say that again.
Hoover called Jeff Ford.
Right.
And told him that he could no longer be affiliated with the Stones. And I believe he did that out of his love for me. The next day, Jeff came to 680 Green and wanted to try to straighten it out. We wouldn't hear of it. So he left with a little anger. About 6 months later, 6 or 7 months later, with me talking to Larry and me also keeping in contact with David, I had a chance to bring them together. And we sat and we decided that it would be an equal partnership. That's how it got to be 2 kings and 2 princes.
Name the 2 kings and name the 2 princes.
David Boxdale and Larry Hoover combined makes up the king of the Black Gangster Disciples. Tennessee and a brother named Old Timer was their prince, their second in charge.
His organization adopted a code of conduct, emphasizing discipline and respect, but it also became entangled in Chicago's violent drug wars. The Gangster Disciples grew rapidly, attracting both supporters and enemies. Hoover's leadership was seen as both a protector and a threat, depending on who you asked. Over the years, Hoover's name became synonymous with power, influence, and controversy. It was rumored that Larry Hoover would take taxes from anyone who sold narcotics on his territory. You had to pay. It was alleged that the money was for lawyers, firearms, protection, to pay rent, and things that helped the community. And the violence would increase when trying to take over more territory to receive more money for their narcotics. They had a distinct handshake. When someone else would claim their gain, depending on how they did their handshake, they would know if they was lying on that. But everything came crashing down for Larry Hoover in the late 1970s. Hoover's organization faced intense law enforcement scrutiny. In 1979, Hoover was arrested and charged with multiple crimes, including federal racketeering. The government painted him as a criminal mastermind behind violence and drug trafficking, leading to a series of convictions. Hoover was sentenced to multiple life terms, and his incarceration was seen by many as a blow to efforts at community reform.
Police as the leader of the state's largest and most dangerous street gang. Joni Lum is here with the latest on today's raid. Joni?
Sonia and Dave, authorities believe Larry Hoover is running an enormous gang operation from inside the Dixon Correctional Center where he is housed. Chicago, Illinois, and IRS agents carried out a federal warrant at the offices of Save the Children Promotions, looking for evidence of income tax evasion and money laundering. The 44-year-old acknowledged leader of the Black Gangster Disciples has been in prison since 1973 for a drug-related murder. At several parole hearings, he's claimed he's a changed man who is no longer violent. Today, police spent about 2 hours combing through the records of Save the Children on the South Side. They seized half a dozen cardboard boxes and file cabinets of financial records and also $7,000 in cash. Police say the charity organization has legitimate operations, but they also believe it is a front for an effort to get Hoover out of jail. Police believe that Hoover has been running drug trafficking in the city of Chicago from his jail cell, and that potential tax law violations may be a way to dismantle the gang. Police also went to the home of Hoover's wife, Wendy Jenkins, where they also just took some records. And they haven't said yet exactly what they found in those records. They found records with some amounts, but they did not find any drugs.
And this is the person tonight, Jake, trying to talk about, bro. You ain't got enough ring to be talking about this, man. This man is this is the past, GG. You know what I'm saying?
And they haven't had any charges yet.
Do a death time, not time.
can have two effects. It can harden you, or it can make you think. And I thought, what are your thoughts? What are the thoughts like on a day-to-day basis? Incarceration. Well, basically, you think about preparing yourself for the future and preparing yourself for one day when you will return to the streets. If you're prepared, yes, I'm prepared. I've got employment. I want to do something for the community. I see these kids coming in here every day with 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Their life is wasted.
Now, throughout the years, supporters argued that Hoover's convictions were politically motivated and that he was made the scapegoat for Chicago's violent streets. Critics, however, maintained that Hoover's organization was deeply involved in illegal activities. Over the years, Hoover's case has become a symbol of systematic issues, questions about justice, corruption, and the criminal justice system's treatment of Black leaders. Throughout the years, many figures stepped forward to advocate for Hoover's release. One of the most prominent supporters was rapper and activist Kanye West, who publicly called for clemency and highlighted the injustice of Hoover's lengthy imprisonment. Other influential voices, like Drake and Jay Prince, have also spoken out, emphasizing the importance of second chances.
It was mind-blowing, you know what I mean? Because not only was he up on that, his thinking ability, you know, impressed me. And a lot of people thinking ability don't impress me. So, you know, we was able to have conversations that went so deep until I'm like, we got to share this with the world. You know, we can't keep this to ourselves. And that's how that intro came about. You know what I mean? Because I want to expose, you know, the lies of, you know, how people was trying to paint this picture of Larry Hoover. I want to expose the intellect, you know what I mean, that I had tapped into. And, you know, we done that, man. We done that against the threats of all them people calling me. If you do this, we gonna, you know, I wouldn't try.
During Trump's first term as the United States president, Kanye West was invited to the White House, and he spoke on telling Trump to free Larry Hoover.
It's because he started doing positive for the community. He started showing that he actually had power, that he wasn't just one of a monolithic voice, that he could wrap people around. So there's theories that there's infinite amounts of universe and there's alternate universe. So it's very important for me to get Hoover out, because in an alternate universe, I am him. And I have to go and get him free, because he was doing positive inside of Chicago, just like how I'm moving back to Chicago. And it's not just about, you know, getting on stage.
And he's around Donald Trump too. And Donald Trump's the one that parted of the Donald. Shout out to Kanye West. The Donald, forget the party. The Donald. Kanye West is the truth. The Donald. It happened, GG.
Stage and being an entertainer and having a monolithic voice that's forced to be a specific party. You know, people expect that if you're Black, you have to be Democrat. I've had conversations that basically said that welfare is the reason why a lot of Black people end up being Democrat. They say, you know, first of all, it's a limit to amount of jobs. So the fathers lose the jobs, and they say, we'll give you more money for having more kids in your home. And then we got rid of the mental health institutes in the 80s and the 90s, and the prison rates just shot up. And now you have Chirac, what people call Chirac, which is actually our murder rate is going down by 20% every year. I just talked to the superintendent, met with Michael Sachs, that's Rom's right-hand man. So I think it's the bravery that helps you beat this game called life. You know, they tried to scare me to not wear this hat, my own friends, but this hat, it gives me power in a way. You know, my dad and my mom separated, so I didn't have a lot of male energy in my home. And also, I'm married to a family that, you know, not a lot of male energy going on. It's beautiful though, but there's times where, you know, it's something about, you know, I love Hillary, I love everyone, right? But the campaign, I'm with her, just didn't make me feel as a guy that didn't get to see my dad all the time, like a guy that could play catch with his son. It was something about when I put this hat on, it made me feel like Superman. You made a Superman. That's my favorite superhero. And you made a Superman cape for me also as a guy that looks up to you, looks up to Rap Lauren, looks up to American industry guys, non-political, no bullshit, put the beep on it, however you want to do it, 5 seconds delay, and just goes in and gets it done. Right now, you gave me the heart to go to Adidas, because at Adidas, when I went in 2015, we were a $14 billion company, losing $2 billion a year. Now we have a $38 billion market cap. It's called the Yeezy effect.
Kanye doubled down and did a free Larry Hoover concert to help with attorney fees alongside Drake in 2021, located in LA.
The thousands of others who are locked behind prison bars, serving unjust prison sentences. Sometimes what you read about and what you hear about is not the full story. The full story is Larry Hoover was a young man who made a mistake, but that mistake should not define who he is as a 71-year-old man. We must remember Larry Hoover tonight. When one person goes to prison, their entire family goes with them. Their communities go with them. Their entire life is caught up in a system that does not recognize a redeemed life. So I'm asking you tonight, I'm pleading with you tonight to remember Larry Hoover, to take out of your mind everything that you may have read.
And during that time, Kanye West also had a press run. He decided to take Larry Hoover Jr. with him, expressing their efforts on trying to free Larry Hoover. Check out what Larry Hoover Jr. had to say while on the Drink Champs in 2021.
It's a positive thing. It's still open.
He has a chance to make it out because of the first step. He has a chance. Explain more to him.
Yeah, so that's why we building the team. When we go back, we want to have a stronger, just a stronger case for what we bring to them. So we
how long has he been locked up?
Said over 40 years.
47 years. My mother was pregnant with me when he went to jail. I've been going to jail my whole life. Never been arrested.
Insanity, man.
When I was a kid, I used to get money from behind the toilet because he'd go in the bath. Well, that's how they made it look. He'd take me in the bathroom, get some money behind the toilet, give me $5. Come out, I was happy to see my father because I know I would get $5,
And
wow.
All right, I just want to ask. Probably not even, what is, I'm not even qualified to ask this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So at one point, was he the leader of this notorious gang? Because I know, but I don't really know.
I mean, it's no way around that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Okay. It is what it is. It grew. It started from somewhere.
Right.
And, as he got older and his understanding grew and seeing young men coming to jail, he started doing other things. He, did things like you had to go to school if you was in there. When you came out, you were supposed to each one teach one in your community with, different things. It was a thing called growth and development. It was a book. They act like it was a negative thing, but
same way like they say the Crips started out as a positive, positive.
Yeah. But it was a guideline from becoming, from being a outcast to society to becoming a part of society, and trying to have economical and political and just building our own community back up, But they said it was a game book.
Right. So what made you want to be involved?
Having economic and political freedom. Well, I was involved because all my niggas is GD.
Right.
We just all folks, and that's how we grew up and But
and what's the opposite? Is GDs and disciples? That's the opposite gang.
The opposite is Vivendi.
Did he just say Vivendi? Is that the people who own University?
Yes.
Jeez,
we not an opposite gang at all. GDs and BDs, and we all the same. We all on these blocks that we don't own, and we don't have any political say-so. And without political say-so, you cannot move your people forward. They can put whatever they want in the schools. They can put whatever they want in the food. They can put whatever they want in music. They can put whatever. What is it?
Yeah, but like he's saying, like my father used to bring, everybody together.
Wow.
You know what I mean? In peace to deal with situations in the community. Everybody. So all the different organizations.
And it's those,
you know what I mean?
it seemed like
It's a lot
Chicago
of
got
different ones.
worse.
Anyone you name.
It seemed like Chicago got worse without the OGs in the building.
Definitely.
When I would go, I went to prison with my wife and with Common, and they had everyone on the yard. Then we went into what they call it, the high security. What's the name of the where it's like
the whole, pretty much the boxes.
What was the more intense level?
You the whole?
No, but it wasn't a hole. It was just like glass like this.
Place. Okay.
High security place. And I looked. Andre 3000, Kendrick, me, RZA. It was all the versions of us that it didn't work.
That's crazy.
I was looking at it, I was like,
that's crazy.
There's not too many styles of video game characters in this video game. It's like, I think it's like 8 archetypes or something. Right. It's like you get the same character. Why is it? This is not to detract from this, but why is it always a star quarterback and all this GTA, this simulation? You know, but God, you know, victory favors the brave. God love this. God say we want Hoover home. Use what you got. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the lawyer. And let me tell you what lawyer is. Just since we hit all red buttons, we got the lawyer that just got Cosby out.
Let me relax. But he got Cosby out?
Yeah. I ain't got the paperwork yet. So I'm going to come on this joint and try to save my family and keep my family together and try to save his family, my extended family, and pull our family together.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I know this your show and you come to give the flowers to Ye, but I want to give all y'all flowers for, you know what I mean, allowing me the platform to put this message out here. You know, it's been a long time. I've been fighting for a long time, and it just needs to go as far as it possibly can. So,
is there anything else that people could do to help?
Yeah.
Well, at this point right now, you can just keep checking the Larry Hoover Project on Instagram.
Okay.
And that's where the information will start. It'll be passed out on what we're doing. We need maybe a petition or whatever it is we may need to do. You know what I mean?
Because you got to think of, sorry, but 47 years is kind of like a life sentence.
That is a life sentence.
It is
like he already served.
His children are grown. He got grandkids. That's a life.
That's real talk.
I mean, the people on his case, the same exact case, filed the same paperwork home.
Many believe Hoover's case is emblematic of broader issues: the criminalization of Black leaders and the need for reform in justice system. Advocates argue that Hoover's incarceration has done more harm than good, and that his release could be a step toward healing communities that's impacted by violence. Fast forward almost 5 decades since Larry Hoover's first incarceration,
Yo, they try to do me dirty, GGs. Jeez Louise, Dundada. We gotta stay aware. They trying to take Larry Hoover. They trying to take old man out, Dundada. This like what the? It just skipped.
In the heart of Chicago's South Side, a young boy would rise from humble beginnings to become one of the most infamous names in American gang history. His name, Larry Hoover. To some, he was a ruthless leader. To others, a visionary. But no matter what side you stood on, one thing was certain. Hoover's story changed the streets forever.
It was popping, Dundada. It was popping. Was goody, Tiny?
Good with it.
Just chilling, just chilling.
Oh yeah.
The guy's more was funny. The guy's more was funny was popping, Dundada. How you feel about the pardon? Or how you feel about the pardon?
Oh, I ain't been asleep yet. We been fucking partying, fucking hoes, all type of shit, rolling up. I ain't been asleep yet, nigga.
Cause of the pardon? You celebration?
Yeah.
I feel it.
Hoover home, nigga. We thought that shit never happened.
He ain't home, but he's on his way. He could be on his way.
Yeah, they try to fuck him over. They trying to fuck him over with that state case.
Mm-hmm. I feel it. So yeah. So people was happy. You look at that. That's a good thing. Dundada. And he's a positive dude. Dundada. So he's gonna be giving niggas positivity instead of all the, you know what I'm saying, the shenanigans that people been in. You know what I'm saying, or whatnot.
Yeah, if they want to listen to that shit, but you know niggas gonna do what they do anyway.
But he's not the person that's you know what I'm saying. It is what it is. That's good that you said that. That's good that you said that. They don't listen to him. That's good. He don't want to.
Yeah, niggas ain't finna, because like in Chicago, niggas they ain't even honoring that shit. Like niggas, that shit is fucking. You got a block of niggas, and you might have a GD, Vice Lord, Light King, all in one hood, and niggas is like sliding on they own other gang and shit. Shit weird. So it's like they ain't finna listen to that nigga like that. They waited. If it was like 20 years ago and he got released, then yeah, shit probably be different right now. But
so that's a good thing. So that means that you can't connect him to all the bullshit and the shenanigans and shit like that. He ain't got no say so.
Right. Yeah, that's why they let him out. They were like, he ain't got no say so over this shit no more.
I feel it.
Well, he do if niggas gonna listen, but you know niggas ain't finna listen, bro. Niggas don't listen.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's different, GG. Well, Larry Hoover, he went from gangsters to savage to growth and development, and he's on his way to positivity. The daughter trying to teach the youth a different route, GG. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's been growth and development. Niggas been pushing that, but it's like, you know, we got the other hand for the other one. You feel me? You want to work that other move.
Yeah, you gotta have balance.
Right.
You gotta have balance. God uses people aggressively too. You know what I'm saying? Or you get eaten out there, Dundada. You know what I'm saying? Like the words are being played. So yeah, true. I feel it.
Born on November 30th, 1950 in Jackson, Mississippi, Larry Hoover moved to Chicago with his family when he was just a young boy. Growing up in a poverty-stricken neighborhood, surrounded by crime, violence, and broken systems, Hoover quickly learned that survival meant power, and power came with numbers. By the time he was a teenager, Hoover had immersed himself in street life. At just 13, he joined a gang called the Supreme Gangsters. As years passed, he proved himself to be intelligent, strategic, and calculated, traits that pushed him to leadership. He wasn't just a fighter, he was a thinker. In 1969, Hoover merged his gang with rival leader David Barksdale's Black Disciples, forming the Black Gangster Disciple Nation, later known as the Gangster Disciples. Under Hoover's leadership, the organization evolved beyond street warfare. He structured it like a corporation, complete with ranks, rules, and codes of conduct. He believed discipline and knowledge were just...
What's poppin', Knowledge Kev? What's goody, Dundada?
What's going on? What's going on? Oh shit, I forgot to do my thing, man. I forgot to change my name.
Nah, you good, Dundada.
I'm gonna be right back. I want to change it now. Let me be right back.
All right. Yo, GG, so how do you feel about 1090 Jake, GG?
Man, fuck 1090 Jake.
Okay.
And we see that cracker be fucking over him.
All right.
I be in Tampa too. I be in Tampa, nigga. I got people in Tampa, so it's like it ain't. You feel me? Slap the shit out that cracker, man.
All right, but you can't. It's not because of anything. It's just because it's your own personal opinion about him, right?
No, it's because he tried to put a jacket on the.
Nothing to do with that, because that's what he wants.
Yeah, he tried to put a jacket on the big guy. You can't just go around putting allegations on the big guy, bro.
He wants y'all to act like that. He wants y'all to act like that. So, you know what I'm saying? So he can feel like the old man, you know what I'm saying, ain't got too much control and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right, he gotta get beat, bro. And he be claiming that blood shit. And you know them niggas like try to be like fake ops type shit. Like, nigga, you a blood, bro. We don't beef with you niggas.
Yeah. So 1090 Jake just reading a newspaper article that just put himself in a hole, you feel?
Yeah, because he don't like GDs, bro. If you go back to his shit, he was like, most of his enemies was GDs and shit in prison.
Yeah, in prison, they fucked him up. They fucked him up and shit like that.
But he played himself with this because this is a newspaper article. Now there's no paperwork to confirm this shit. You're burning the house down, man.
I thought that shit was coming from it outside the dot or something.
That's the fire alarm.
I thought that shit was coming from outside
and
the dot.
And there's no smoke in the house. That shit just go off.
Nah, I feel it. You have to go like that, nigga. Like a helicopter. No diddy.
I did it. Yeah, man. Like, I'm gonna say this. He played himself, man. Before you do something like this to somebody, you gotta go and get all of the information that's needed. You can't read something from somebody else. Remember, I told you, who did I tell that when they was first showing it, and they was showing the writing and not the heading? Remember I said that?
You said that.
There's no heading to this. There's no heading to this. There's no stamp from the courts. There's not even an officer from the precinct that's put his name there, his signature to say that Larry Hoover told him this. This is garbage. And I was saying it. And now you got dudes who have no acknowledgement of how things are supposed to work, and they put something on social media for likes and views, but this is harmful to them.
The dude came up on the talked to Wack 100 and shit like that and told his truth. Don't do that, shot him and shit like that. He said that he ain't never snitched. That Larry Hoover.
I seen that. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Dudes don't do their homework, and they just go and start. You know, the internet is deadly, man, because if a dude need a paycheck, he'll put whatever he want on here to start some madness where people are going to look at it and he's going to get likes and views and he's going to get a paycheck if he whatever it's for. He did that not thinking that it could harm him, because really in his mind he was thinking that it was true. But he's a guy that lacks lacks finding prominent information.
How do you feel? How do you feel about like tonight, Jake? Like upbringing, because like he actually got like, boom, he sliced himself. He sliced himself in jail, to say that he was trying to harm himself, to go to psych. Like do people do that? Is that normal? Like the niggas doing that?
Let me. That's a PC move, man. That's a when he wanted to get out of wherever he was. He probably had problems. Dudes was pressuring him or something like that. He didn't want to tell on them dudes and be labeled as a rat. So he did something to it. He harmed himself so that he can get away from the difficulties he was having in whatever unit, whatever, or even in population. Period. He wanted to get out of population due to the fact that he couldn't protect himself on his own. So he used that method instead of using the method of a straight up snitch and go and say this person is bothering me or whatever the case may be.
Or go and fight or someone or something.
He did it to himself. You know, I mean, it's all type of check-in moves that dudes use. A dude to do some shit like this, he'd go, that motherfucker call child, motherfucker go wait to the police right there and just take a random dude and punch him in the face just so he can get away. He don't want the problem with who he got the problem with. He just want to get away from the issue, so he do some shit like that. That's something. I mean, it's a lot of tactics that motherfuckers use in jail to get away from shit when they don't want to straight up be a rat. When they don't want to say, yo, this person did this to me, or this is going on with me, and I can't stay here, whatever the case may be.
Oh yeah.
Different moves. You know?
And I guess the only reason why he was blood, the motherfucker just said, he was like, oh, it only made sense being blood when I was in prison. Like, what the fuck? So you a prison banger?
Yeah. What's up, peace of love?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing? This blessed day, man.
Hey,
so I see I got a shout out. Got a shout out from 05 Voter Movement in there, boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, this shit been acting a little funny, a little slow. This shit been acting a little slow, Dada.
What? Your frequency?
Slow. Yeah, over here. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to keep it like, I don't know. Y'all good though, right?
Everything's good.
Yeah. Nah, it's not actually the internet that it's just the site. I guess it was the segment.
It was acting slow, was catching up late or something. What overlapping?
Yeah. Nah, yeah. So when you say
the other day too.
051 the movement, you said?
05 Voter Movement, that big guy, China Brim.
Oh yeah. He
China Brim?
Shout out.
China Brim, my nigga. That nigga just gave you a shout out, boy. You touching on something real good, boy.
Who that is? Who China Brim? China Back?
Nah, China
Brim.
New
York. He's from New York. He's from New York. He don't live in New York now, but he's from New York.
All right, shout out to China Brim.
He's from Brooklyn to be exact.
Oh yeah, I see. Oh, shout out to China Brim, Dada. All right, peace and love. Shout out to you, Donada, for seeing that shit, GG. That's what it was, the nigga. Now we was talking about topics. It's because when we elaborate about topics, we actually trying to be like more
righteous, GG, righteous than ever.
Yeah, more righteous than ever. Go handle that real quick. I gotta grab something real quick.
No doubt. What y'all talking about, Big Cat?
Hey, it's a lot.
What y'all talking about?
We talking about the Larry Hoover situation. It's a lot of people that's gonna come to this platform. That's big guys. That's gonna be from New York. That's gonna come over here and shout out this platform. I'm just gonna let y'all know that.
What's up? Salute New York, my nigga. For real, I told you I had a couple homies. I had a couple homies when I was in Cali from New York. Like 3 of them. We made a good bond. We chopped it up and shit.
The one that we had? Sure.
Hey, I just sent the last segment to somebody too. The one we did on the Diddy thing. I sent it to my man. He got a YouTube channel. I sent it to him. So he gonna be coming over here too. Izzy already had let Izzy know who he is. Fruit Kwon gonna come. He gonna be coming over here too. I mean, it's a lot of people that's gonna be coming now. You know. I've put a lot of people on that I be on these, you know. So a lot of people gonna be coming, you know, when they support or however we want to put it.
They can drop some jewels too, man. You know, all love, man. All love, all
Yeah,
knowledge,
of course. You know,
debate,
I mean that's
whatever.
what it's about. It's about, you know, everybody kind of backing each other on the truth though. We ain't backing that shit where dudes be talking about each other and all that shit. This dude ain't this and this dude ain't that.
All right, so this is what I was saying too, Dada. Like more or less, like a lot of people wanna just keep putting Larry Hoover's name, Dada. Which, you know what I'm saying? Which I'm gonna say the old man. So when I say the old man, I'm talking about Larry Hoover. So the old man, Dada. A lot of people want to put the old man's name, Dada. A lot of shit, Dada. When they speak, Dada, they put him snitch or not snitch. He don't give a fuck about that shit, Dada. Don't put him in no type of situation that gotta do with the streets, bro. That's what that's what like more people try to say, Dada. Like, let's keep his name away from anything that got to do with that type of situation that you think that he's aggressive or that he's trying to be aggressive or he even trying to acknowledge somebody. He don't care what other people's doing. If that's what you do, all right, that's you. He don't want his name to be involved in none of that. So even if the person went up there, clap to him, the person who shot him saying that shit. He don't care about that shit. He don't want his name to be involved in that. He don't want him to clear it up. He don't want him not to clear it up. It's not his concern. You know what I'm saying? His concern is to be with his family and chill with shit like that.
He detached himself away from all of that, bro. Straight up, that underground world. He do not care about that underground world, bro.
Another thing is this: that man is still fighting for his life. So as Rizzy said, you want to keep his name as further away. First of all, as further away from the nonsense as possible, man. As of right now, and I want to say this: why the man changed the name of the Gangster Disciples to Growth and Development. For him, it's no longer called Gangster Disciples for him. And he's the founder of it. He renamed it to Growth and Development. And I mean, I know it's hard for the people that's involved in that group or that, you know, that group of people. I don't like to call things gangs because some white people gave it a label as that. I say group of people. The group of people that are involved with the first name of it. It's kind of hard for them to relate to the latter name of it that he gave it while he was in prison writing books or, you know, whatever. But he's definitely tried to reach out for years and years and years to the people to change the dynamics of what he's created stands for as of today. Even then, when he was incarcerated. Or when he's still incarcerated, but as he was incarcerated, he wanted to change the dynamics and name of what he created to a positive situation. And that's one of the reasons why Trump did what he did. You know, everybody got their scenarios on why Trump did it and this and that and the third. And another thing, I want to say this. He got a commuted sentence. He didn't get pardoned. A commuted sentence means you get time served for what you've done, and then you get whatever supervised release that the federal government has established for him when he gets out. Now, a pardon would be that they're throwing the whole sentence out and he hasn't even been charged at all. That he wouldn't have that on his record. That's what pardon is. Commuted is when they commute your sentence and say that you have time served, and then boom, you go on to the latter part, which is supervised release. Right, it's going to be 3 years or 5 years or whatever it is. That's how.
Which one he got, Kev? Which one he got? Commuted?
He got
pardon?
commuted. He got a commuted sentence, which is he got time served on his case, and he'll have his supervised release whenever he returns to society, which I believe he's going to return to society. Because a lot of people don't understand. They keep saying he has no time in on the state case. He does. He has 20 plus years on the state case that he's going over on the 200-year case that he's going over to the state to actually try to get back on now. He has 20 plus years in prison on that case.
Oh, he getting out.
So
he getting out. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he can go to the, remember, he didn't go to the he went to jail in 1973. He didn't go to the feds until 1997, I believe.
Oh yeah, he getting out, man. 20 years? Oh yeah.
So he
Fuck
got
yeah. Oh yeah.
24 years in on his state case before he even started a federal case.
That's like life. 25 years to life is life. He did it, bro. So he did life already over there. Straight up.
I mean, I
He
don't know
already
how
did life.
Chicago sentencing works, but 25 years in New York is not life. That's 25 years. In New York, you get sentenced to life, you life. Now, if you got a number before the life, you go to the parole board before with them when you get to that number. But life is life. If
And
they give you life, you got life.
And the state that I'm in 25 years, they turn
It's considered life?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how
Oh
Chicago.
no, Kev, no,
So
Kev,
you
no.
go
I
off
was
for,
using, I was
so you
using,
go
I
for
was
parole.
using.
Like if you got a life sentence, you have a
Yeah,
life sentence.
yeah,
They still
yeah,
parole you.
like
They
that.
still put you up for parole at 25 years. You go.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. That's what I meant like that.
But it's what it is.
I'm saying that they could consider him after doing 24 years of his lifetime, to like give him some type of leniency, like he did do some time on the 200 years. So he just won't be like getting straight free and not doing no time. So he already served 24 years of the life or the 200 years. So I mean, when you going for all those law changing reduction and stuff, all that count. Those
Now, in
24 years count.
1993, he went to the parole board. They denied him for the state.
Right. After how many years? After 20 years?
That's 20 years. That he was in.
Okay.
That was 20 years on that sentence. They denied him, and then I mean, I guess his federal case started in 1997. They sent him to Supermax, and he's been there ever since. And now Trump has commuted his sentence. He's no longer a federal prisoner. He goes back to the state, and hopefully the governor will pardon him, or he'll go to the parole board again, and parole will release him on parole. Now, if they release him on parole, he still has the remainder of that sentence on parole, along with.
So he's there now, right? They say he's already transferred.
I don't know if they transfer. I didn't get that far. I didn't go look into it that much. I'm just breaking down how it goes. He'll go to the state, to Illinois, the state penitentiary, or whatever level whatever level they're gonna put him on or whatever. He's an older guy. He don't have no disciplinary sanctions or actions or none of that. So who knows if they're gonna put him in the penitentiary, or they're gonna put him in the whatever low security.
He's going straight. He's going straight in the hole though. Again, he can't go on population.
I'm well. Let me say this: if he was in population before he left the state system, huh?
Yeah, his card is clean.
Now then, he can go back to whatever level he was on. I mean, he don't have no infractions nowhere. He don't have no infractions in the federal system. He was locked up in ADX in the cell by himself. Nobody was around him. So, I mean, people, you can see people as they go and buy a wreck or however it go, but you have no interactions with nobody. So he doesn't have any infractions in prison. So if whatever level he was on before he left over there, I believe that they're gonna put him back on that same level. I'm not gonna say they're gonna lock him up like he's a monster. I don't think they're gonna do that because they didn't lock him up as he was a monster before he went to the federal system. He wasn't locked in no box or nothing like that.
So Larry Hoover walking the pound is no threat to the prison.
No. Okay. Because he was walking the compound before the federal indictment came. He was walking. He was doing interviews from prison. He was walking around in prison doing interviews with whatever news stations or whatever it was.
So you saying in prison, no one, he's not 100 people or whatever is not gonna follow behind him. He has that. He don't have that type of following behind him. In prison or whatever.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he doesn't pose a threat to the penal system as the feds labeled him as. He's no longer in federal custody. He doesn't have that same mockery on him that he had in the feds in the state. And before the feds came and got him, he was on a regular compound doing regular shit. They didn't have him locked up in chains and confined and no. They didn't have him in a box. No, they had him regular compound, a regular, population with everybody else. So at 73 years old, I believe they're gonna let him stay in popular. What's the reason they have to lock him up after all he's done to denounce the problematic part of the gang? The people that's following him. I hate to say that word because they put that word on people, man. It's disgusting. For the individuals that was following the leadership that he established,
Yeah.
he didn't have them doing all type of shit in the penal system. Yes, the government gave him all of those. They gave him 6 life sentences for whatever kind of phone calls they said he was making to destroy society, as they put it. He's no longer in prison for any of that. He served his time. His sentence got commuted by the president. He goes to the safe system. They saying he got 2 murders over there. They gave him 150 to a 200-year sentence. He has 24 years in on that sentence. He went to the parole board in 1993, and they
1997.
No, he went. Oh yeah, he went to the parole board in 1997. Excuse me.
That's when he went to the feds too, though. At the same time,
Right? Yeah, and they denied him. So he went to the feds. His time for the state stopped. They didn't run a concurrent. They ran a consecutive. So his time has stopped once the feds took him. But at that time, he had 24 years in on a state sentence. So now he's back. He goes back over there. His time starts again from the 24 years he has in. I believe, from my recollection of prison, that with all of the good deeds he has associated to his name, he accumulated and been associated to his name from the time he got in prison until now. He's written books. He's wrote letters to state that he's denouncing certain things, and he wants the people that's involved in what he established to change the dynamics of what they're doing for the establishment. He tried to change the name.
Even the person that hurt him, the person who shot him, he said that he forgave him. They played basketball together. They still talk to this day and everything. So he's not even with any type of violence or revenge or any type of even mental that got to do with any type of hood activity or whatever type of activity they try to say.
That's what I'm saying. So I believe that when the governor or either the parole board looks over his chart as far as his disciplinary actions in prison, and he don't have any. With all of the backing that he has, as far as the people coming up and saying that he needs to be free, celebrities, things of that nature, I believe that Larry Hoover is going to be out of jail soon.
We pray.
What's going on now on the internet? The internet needs to be checked on certain matters, certain things that people say. The internet needs to be checked on that, because people are just coming up here on this internet and saying things about people for likes and views that's not even true. Here we have a man that did 52 years in prison, right? And in 52 years, no one that was involved in that situation or incident has came to the internet to denounce the status of Larry Hoover, which who doesn't know, who doesn't think that would have been done? Do you know what type of money the person would have made if they would have came up here and said, yeah, Larry Hoover told on me in such and such a time, 1968 at the school or whatever the case may be? Do you know what type of revenue he would have got for saying that if it was true? I'm just happy that the man is a man. The person who was involved with the situation is a man, and he told the truth on a manly level about the incident. No, Larry Hoover didn't tell me. I'm still affiliated with him. He's still cool. He's still a man. The man he went in prison as, he came home as that man. He's still the same man that he was birthed as.
That cracked
But
the internet,
you
right?
also got
But look at, but 1090
also
got
yeah, but why 1090 Jake ain't exposing John Gotti Jr. and all the mafia rats and his people? Nigga, go worry about your people. Don't try to come in our culture and trying to take down our leaders and shit.
But you gotta understand that nigga had a bad stay in jail, Dundada. If he had a bad stay in jail, niggas was putting hands on him. He was getting fucked up. Larry Hoover don't got the same type of fucking. He didn't have the same type of stay in jail as he had. He's kind of like a peon. Not trying to call 1090 Jake a peon, but you know what I'm saying. I don't want to call niggas names or some shit like that. But he cooking up dogs. This dude was getting slapped around. He said that the GDs made him bleed through his mouth. They fucked him up for an hour straight. Dundada. He's
and he told him he on paperwork.
He said that.
He told him nigga that stabbed him.
So he got some personal vendetta. And that's crazy to speak so loud, volume, all the way on top.
That's our fault as black people for letting a white boy infiltrate our situation, which we taking him on as one of us. He's a white boy. He shouldn't be involved in nothing
that blood.
Because
That blood.
Ain't no black person. Ain't no black. I'm gonna give y'all something. Ain't no black person going to no Aryan Brotherhood or no dirty white boy and say he want to join this gang. Even the neutral white boy.
They have to handle that. That blood movement.
Ain't no white people allowing no black person to join their gang or to join their situation. I hate using the word gang. Let me
Hell's Angels now, though, dog. They everywhere now, though. That dude, the fat dude, the big Crip dude, just had a man. It's big, man. They done let it
you talking about the one that be saying, but you see what happened to him? You see what happened? He just got stabbed up. Like,
I'm saying this,
regardless of whatever, they still you know, if you're gonna let somebody in what you got going on, because that's y'all business, don't let them be disrespectful to the whole real race movement. You feel me? Like, it's cool, he down, he grew up around us, but when you get in public and you start really disrespecting something that you really, you know what I'm saying, somebody going, they ain't gonna like it, tone it down. Your boy did it. Riff Raff. I mean, what's the name? Your boy out of Florida. The guy, he said, I grew up around black people all my life, but I don't be saying nigga. He said, man, because I know that stirs a lot of problems.
I just be like Paul Wall, bro.
1900 Road Rat. 1900 Road Rat said it the best. Yeah, whatever. But I'm still not going to disrespect the race like that, even though I
want to say this.
Telling me
are the only people.
It's a personal thing with that nigga. He got some personal situation. Because look, he didn't disrespect PG.
We willing to forgive. We willing to forgive and forget about what somebody else did to us, and then let them infiltrate what we established for ourselves. We invite them in when we couldn't go to them and be invited in within their situation. This is what's wrong with us as people, man. Martin Luther King said it best. I feel bad that I feel like I invited my people to a burning fire when I tried to get my people to, intertwine with another race. I feel like they ain't gonna let you hear that speech though. All they're gonna let you hear is I have a dream. They ain't gonna let you hear the latter.
He know he fucked up, bro. That's why they had to kill him, because he knew he fucked up. Like he was dancing with the devil.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We are the most forgiving people in the world, but the most tortured by other ethnicities. And I don't understand how we don't get it as a people. Like, how we don't get where we stand. We ain't willing to back nothing. Like your great grandparents or grandparents, let me say, when you got into something in the street, if you get into something in the street, say with the white man or some shit like that, and you go home and they find out about it, this was back then, they would say, hey boy, don't you fuck with that white man, because they've been programmed to think that way, picking cotton and all that shit. You understand what I'm saying?
But look at 1090 Jake is fucking what he's gonna fuck with Larry Hoover, because Larry Hoover don't got time for 1090 Jake. But he ain't gonna fuck with the BGs and the Finesse 2 times, who actually he put shit out on them, and he retracted their whole shit, took their whole shit down and shit like that, because they had time. They pulling up to Boston, BG pulling up to Boston, he nervous and shit like that. BG's like,
I want to say
y'all don't think somebody sent it. Y'all don't think somebody made 1090 do that?
This is a more dangerous situation for him, because who Larry Hoover is. Larry Hoover ain't gotta say nothing to 1090 Jake or do nothing to 1090 Jake or tell nobody to do nothing to 1090 Jake. 1090 Jake could have a problem for just mentioning his name. This is what people not understand. More of
Yeah,
a
he
problem
don't
than he
know how
would
big this
have
shit is, bro. He
for
don't know how big this shit is.
listen, he would
Like
have
the
more
Drake
of a
shit.
problem with using Larry Hoover's name on a disrespectful level than even using Finesse 2 times or whoever the other guy was.
Yeah,
Larry
like
Hoover,
NBA YoungBoy and Drake. You can't say their name like they fans go
Larry
crazy
Hoover
for
is
you.
an iconic
Right.
figure
Like
in
this ain't
what
no
he's
fucking rapper.
established. This is the difference. He's an iconic figure of what he established. Now, he don't have to relate to everybody. He don't have to reach out to everybody and say certain shit or whatever the case may be. People going to do things on his behalf just because of who he is. He don't even have to know it. This is what people not understanding with this big fat white boy saying this shit. Larry Hoover ain't got to send nobody to him.
This shit
There's
like a
some young
religion, bro.
boys where he live at. Remember, GDs is in every city in America.
But this is what he wants. He wants people to say shit like that. He wants people to say shit like that because this man, the Dada, is actually still fighting for his life. So he wants people to go against him. He wants everybody to be like, oh, it's this. That's not what he is. He's not that. He's not GD. Like, he's not that. So
Right, but listen, this is bigger than words. This is what you got to understand something now. This is bigger than words to certain people. There's a person out there in society right now that feels like he violated. And that's willing to sacrifice certain things for that
that's why he got a lot of backlash. The backlash.
So
he got
we're
a lot
not
of
talking
backlash.
about talking. We talking about, you know, I don't want to say it here, but I'm saying you put yourself in a terrible situation when you start running your mouth about things that you don't know about. You don't have no clue of. You just
He
going off
knee
of like,
deep
you
in that.
know what I'm saying?
That's his
You don't
life.
put yourself in some quicksand and you can't get out. That shit is up to your waist. Ain't no getting out of there.
He's so stuck in that. He already so stuck in
That's what I'm
quicksand. That
saying.
man.
Like, this internet
sloppy
shit is, listen, this shit could
type of
become
person.
bigger than, and it has already became bigger than just an internet situation. People have lost
Thirsty.
their lives behind certain things on social media, or have went to prison for the rest of their lives behind shit on social media. So we got to understand that this is bigger than just some words that people say out their mouth.
They crash outs. They call them
And you got to
crash outs.
remember, bro.
That's the internet crash outs.
People
Like
gotta
this ain't a
understand
rapper.
that part, man. You can't just get up here and just start saying shit about certain people. It don't work like that.
Yeah, like
It don't work
everybody
that
ain't
way.
rappers, bro.
Everybody ain't on that talkative shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the point. And
that's true.
We gotta have an understanding of being on man time. Man time is you're an honorable individual on all levels of a man. Because you're a man. You don't never want to discredit yourself in no kind of way. 1090 Jake has just discredited himself on a major level. I mean, I don't believe that anything should happen to him behind it. I just think he need to be blackballed from the internet for doing that sucker shit he
Nah,
did.
he need his ass whooped, bro, because you can't just go around
I'm gonna
throwing
say this to
allegations
y'all,
like
man.
that.
I want to say this. I want to say this, right? When you get older and you've been through a lot in your life, somebody saying something verbally towards you, and you know it ain't true. You ain't on attack mode no more when you've done more than half of your life behind those walls, man. You use your brain later, because I know what I could do to 1090 J. You understand what I'm
Yeah, I
saying
ain't
to you?
talking
But
about kill him. I ain't talking about kill him. Just
it
like
don't even matter
black his
about
eye.
kill.
Give him
It
a
don't
black
even
eye.
matter about beating him up. That's what I'm saying. You don't even need
Ain't no one alive and nothing. Nobody wants to alive anything. No
right.
one's
The
even thinking
physical
about
part
no
of it, we don't even want to do.
crimes.
The physical
When it
part
comes
of
down
it,
to
you don't
old
even
man.
want to do. The point is this: so much pressure needs to be put on him that he takes down his whole page. That's what needs to be done, not physical.
Yeah.
You don't have to physically do anything to him. I'm gonna say this again I'm an elder guy. Well, I'm not elder. I'm a mid-aged man, and I've done a lot of time. So I'm saying this. I'm saying that to say this.
I ain't gonna threaten, I ain't gonna threaten.
Right.
Someone gotta educate.
Right.
No,
So
I'm
that's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying,
I'm
like,
saying this.
he put that man life in danger with that. That's what I was saying.
Well,
Like,
he didn't put his life in danger. He thought he did. One
Nah,
thing
he was
about it
trying
is
to. He was trying to. Yeah.
it has to be truths behind what you say. So when you say certain, in today's world, the world is ran different than it used to be. If he would have said this 20 years ago, yeah, it probably would have been dangerous. Today, you got dudes chilling with rats in prison. You got dudes making rats the head of cars in prison. It changed today. When I was in prison, that would have never happened. But in today's world, today, what's happening today, I know personally in certain prisons where they had dudes that told on dudes. Another dude that wasn't a rat gave him the keys to the car and told him to run it. How the fuck could you do that and somebody told on you? But this is the new way, the new realm. You got dudes coming home from prison, they told on 90 motherfuckers, and they throwing them parties like they celebrities. This is different. It's not the same way today. This is a whole different realm of everything in life. This YN or however we want to call it, whatever they
I feel like Outpost started that shit, bro. Everybody seen that movie and like,
well,
and he was still getting love and
that
shit,
don't
bro.
go on the individual.
He was still getting love, bro.
That don't go on the individual. That goes on the people. How can one person that did something wrong establish something that's great? He doesn't.
I mean,
do
like
that.
make it cool. I mean, like make it look cool. Like
he
still
didn't
be
make it
like,
look cool. The people made it look cool for him. The
right,
people that was
right.
involved with him made it look cool, not him personally. He did something wrong. He was owning up to what he did wrong. Now the people that he was affiliated with, they knew he did wrong, but they decided to like what he's saying. Like you got dudes on the internet now, like Up for Debate TV and those kind of guys who were pushing it that Alpo was still a strong individual.
That's who behind it. Everybody listen to the internet, the television, all that shit. The one
Now
that push
listen,
it to put it out
me
there.
being a guy from New York City, I feel bad being a stand-up man, doing my time as a stand-up man, coming home as a stand-up man, for somebody to give a motherfucker that wasn't even in regular population some props. That motherfucker was in a rat jail for 20-something years. And you got people from another city who never met this man before, don't know this man, that's saying,
but not even,
man.
but not
this
even
is
just
what I'm talking about.
I know. I'm saying, but not even just the rat part of him. I'm saying like just the snake slimy shit, killing your mans and for the bread, and like that shit was cool and shit. That's what, you know what I'm saying. Like
he ain't the first person to do that. You know what I'm saying? He ain't the first person to kill his man or whatever the case may be. It happens. I mean, it was happening at that time back then. But what tortured his name was that he told. Forget about all of the slime shit he did. If he would have never told, the slime shit, they would have pushed you under the rug because that's a part of the game. But when you go and you start telling, it's different. You looked at differently. Now, in today's society, it's not the same no more. Telling is like the thing to do for the young people. You know, they congratulate. If a dude put in work in the hood and he got a name, he did 30 years, but he told on somebody and gave him 20, 30 life sentences. He put in work. Somebody's kid knows him. They start talking about it. Today's world is congratulating this guy when he comes home. They're giving him parties, giving him money. I mean, I don't get that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you pay for what you do, man. And you pay on the level of what it is for what you do.
right.
Like you are, and today's society, nobody's held accountable, man. Nobody's held accountable. People look at what they did in society. Oh, this dude was that, man. He was a millionaire. Da, 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 da. Fuck that. He told on so and so and so. So he still got some money. I'ma fuck with him.
He ain't tell on me. Like what the
He
fuck?
ain't tell on me. There you go. He ain't tell on me. That's the realm of what's going on today, man. And it's sad. You know what I'm saying? But telling been going on. Let me say that too. What happened back then is, if you told, it wasn't exploited as much because there was no internet, there was no cameras, there was no, you know what I'm saying? It was only a fucking phone. You had to pick up the phone and call somebody and tell somebody and shit like that. It didn't get around as fast as it do now. First time somebody do something now, that shit goes straight to social media. From social media, it goes around the world. Everybody know who did what, how they did it, when they did it. It wasn't like that back then. So you
You
had
better do
some
it.
dudes, you know,
You better
you
do
had
it
some
right
telling
now.
going
Right
on
now,
back
you
then.
tell. Right now, you tell the whole world gonna know. Any new tellers, any new snitches, any new. You see how they putting the tape out in the interrogation
But
room now? They putting that shit out now. Oh, you
Body
can't do none of
camera.
that now.
Hey,
Yeah,
niggas tell
they
on the
got
body
it now.
camera before they get to the interrogation room.
Oh yeah, they
that
putting
was
your
a
ass out there now.
newspaper article too, Dundada.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
that's a
bogus,
newspaper
man.
article. That's not
Yeah, they were
that's
trying to
not any
frame it.
paperwork.
Fully.
That's
And
what
from
I
the
was
police
saying.
perspectives only.
Anybody
Trying to
can write
frame
a
and make it look
newspaper
bad.
article
Yeah.
and put it in the
And,
thing back then.
the
That shit was
police didn't
bogus,
have to
bro.
say that. The
Oh,
person who wrote that segment works for that news company, that
that's right,
newspaper.
man.
So
That's
he could have
right.
just
That's
made
bogus.
anybody could have made that up as long as they worked there and they put it in the newspaper as a segment for themselves. Why you think when they were showing it, they just showed the writing? They didn't show no heading, no nothing. They didn't even show that it was a newspaper. They put it straight to the writing and for people to read. They didn't put it came from the Chicago Tribune or nothing like that. They just put it there. So now people had to go and figure out where did it come from? And boom, somebody went and got it and said, yo, it's a newspaper article. It wasn't no paperwork from no court proceedings or not even from an officer who signs the paperwork after you make your statement. Officer's signature is nowhere near there because somebody put that in the paper. They didn't get that
That's
from no court system.
all they had was the paper back in. What you mean? They had the paper, everything be in the front. You get the front page this morning. My grandma used to
Yeah.
always go out there and get my newspaper because
But
everything was in the newspaper.
listen, I don't care what newspaper it was in or not. There's documentation. If that would have happened, which I don't believe it happened. If he, like the guy
No,
said,
I'm
he
saying
didn't
that
tell him.
people put bullshit in lies like how the internet is. That shit
Yeah,
go. It was in the
yeah.
paper back then.
That's right.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was in the paper back then. It went on the internet. It was bullshit, bogus shit in papers back then. You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? They was tricking you with newspapers back then. They weren't tricking you with the camera. They fucked around and caught up later on with this technology shit and put the
Yeah.
same thing what they used to in the paper on the internet now. And people opinions, crazy. You know what I'm saying? Just all kind of crazy shit now. So you don't need a newspaper now. Just click on your phone. And you can get all the bullshit, lies, all the bad, the good, all that shit now. Man, look at the news. That's the newspaper. The newspaper, the news channel is the newspaper. Got that right?
Right.
It's non-stop. 24-hour news cycle.
Hey
See that?
man, I'm glad that this channel is the way it is built on truths and not just trying to get likes and views, man. We ain't talking about no garbage over here. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get likes and views by slandering somebody else with no proof. And I hope it remains that way, where there's no backlash or backbiting going on because somebody feel they need a paycheck. If you look at a lot of the pages that you go see, or a lot of the people you see putting up shit, they're talking about someone else. Like they're slandering someone else. This person is this and that person is that. This person is lying or whatever the case may be. The facts, if you're gonna state the facts, state the facts. And and keep it that way. That way, people won't look at you as they're looking at other channels. They're trying to dig into your history and all that shit because you putting up slander on other people, and now you become a product of of the environment you set yourself in.
Absolutely.
And we want for this channel. That's what we want. We want to be the product of the environment we set, which is set on honesty, truth, and the reality of growing life, not putting acid on the flower to make it not grow. That's what we don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? We want to keep everything in the flow because let me tell you something. The more you put forth great content, rather it be on life terms or whatever it is, it's gonna take you a little bit of time to build up and a little bit of time for people to get, entwined in your channel. But once they do, they will remain there. People want to hear productivity, positivity, shit like that. People don't want to hear that shit about this guy doing this and that every day. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a hot topic for a minute, but every day you come on here and you talking about another motherfucker. You saying, oh, I went from Zip to Hassan to this, to one to that one, just saying all type of negative shit. that ain't gonna last but so long. You know what I'm saying? When you on productivity, that's gonna last a lifetime, man.
They want to bring up something that was 50-something years old, Dundada, right? That's negative light, Dundada, but he did so much positive shit from behind the jail cell, Dundada, that nobody could accomplish, that they would never say, Dundada. Like, that's history in the making, Dundada, right there.
But
I think
he was just trying to. He freed himself, man, from the federal system.
Yo, he made it.
He freed
He
him.
ain't make it too far, but he made it. Some people don't make it.
He freed himself from the federal system. He's not
That's
totally
crazy.
free yet. He's not totally free yet.
Yeah,
but you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start
yeah.
somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? You can't build a house if you don't lay the foundation of bricks. It takes one brick to start building a house.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? And then you build the foundation, and then boom, you build the home on top of it. So what I'm saying is he's built the foundation already, which he's freed himself from one system. Now he has to build the house, which is to free himself from the state system. You know what I'm saying? To find a way to get free, which I think he's already did enough good deeds for them to look at it and say, listen, this man is 73 years old. He's whatever he could do to reach out to the people to stop the violence and to do, he's done his best he can. I believe he deserves to be free because of the productivity he's put in from behind a place where he had no attachment. He had no attachment to nobody. He couldn't grab and touch nobody. He couldn't call nobody. None of that. He
Tiny,
did
what
it
you wanted to
all
say?
with literature. That's the difference.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, bro, he was doing that like just shit on GDs, bro. Like, look who y'all really look up to. Oh, he a rat. Like, I feel like that's why he did that shit, trying to like you know,
You
how
was
he
gonna
did.
say something about all the good that he did while he was locked up or something like that. Or
Oh yeah, the good you did. The growth and development, like just put the guns down, put your fists up, like read a book, go to college. You know, knowledge and wisdom.
I feel it. Yeah, tonight Jake was on some slander shit. I feel like he's just more of a Dirk fan in the situation. He's a Dirk fan. He got his little personal situations that happen in jail. He intertwined with the wrong people in there. That has nothing to do with old man Dandada, but more or less Dandada. This dude Dandada, he's automatically trying to slander this man Dandada. So,
but I'm saying even Big Meech, bro, you in the Big Meech, like you know, because we praising Big Meech.
He had just said we weren't gonna do that shit no more. And then I don't understand why would you take that opportunity to do it again and then play with Larry Hoover? Like, come on, you could have left that alone. Like, you do your thing. You've been doing your thing. You just said on the interview that you wasn't gonna do it no more. But then when you see something like this, you that thirsty to play with this situation. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is big. This is worldwide, national, touching other type probably countries you don't even know. And then you will play with that? Oh, you too crazy. Come on, dude.
No, that's a fact.
You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to mess with that. You didn't even have to mess with that.
Told y'all what happens in that situation. A dude get hungry, he ain't getting no views and likes, and he need money. His channel was making him $5,000 a month, and now that shit diminished. So now he got to bring it back to whatever he's trying to bring it back to, and he do some sucker shit to do that. That's what 1090 Jake just did. He was losing fame. He didn't have his fame was diminishing. So what he do? I'm gonna put something out there that's gonna bring it all back to me. But he didn't know that. He hurt himself doing this. This was not a move that you just could say and people gonna say they're gonna let you get the pass for it.
Cause niggas be looking into shit. A lot of people's like, yo, a lot of people's like, yo, this nigga does paperwork. Why the fuck is he reading a newspaper article? That's different. It seems like it's a little off balance.
Yeah, I mean, like what you doing? Like, where your mind at? Like, where your head at, bro? Like, you really had to think that out. And he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just take a chance. No, they don't even like me anyway, so I'm gonna just do this anyway. Fuck it. Like, that's where you at in your life? That's where you at the point of your life?
He got stabbed by a GD in prison, and he told on him it's in paperwork.
Weird.
It could be that.
I don't know how like he been exposed already. I don't know how the fuck people still watching that shit.
Oh man, you know, hey man, like I say, man, you got
Hey,
people
let me
that
tell
fuck
you.
with him,
Let me tell
people
you
around
what's
him, people
happening
that
now.
I guess they down with that shit, you know.
Or like taking his word for it. Like who the fuck make him the fucking?
I know they listen. I know he feel dumb now with the
Nobody
person
makes him that.
that was involved with the situation going on the internet and saying that Larry
Oh,
Hoover did not tell on him.
he
That
cracked the
hurt
internet.
1090J. Like I
He
know he
cracked the
feels
internet.
stupid. So if
Oh
I was
man,
him, I would take the shit down
yeah, man, for real.
because
Yeah, man, that man. Oh, he came up
Yeah,
there
he
and
biased,
talked
bro.
and clarified that. Oh, he just killed
yeah,
everything. I don't care
you know
what
the
you
He
got
man
to
went
say.
biased,
on
bro.
It
the
even
man
matter.
went on social media and said that the man didn't do that to him. So whatever article you got it from, the best thing for you to do is take the coverage down. If you take it down, yeah, it's gonna be talked about for another week or two, but they'll forget about it.
That's
Take
right,
it down.
because it got understood. Because they
Right.
got see, it
Take
was
it
an
down. Like
understanding in
that.
this
That's what I
situation. Ain't
say.
nothing wrong with
Be a
that.
man
Grown
at
man
some
shit.
point. Be a man and say, you know
Right.
what? I realize I fucked up. I don't gotta tell nobody I realized that. All I gotta do is take the segment down. That's all I gotta do. All I gotta do is delete it. I don't gotta get on there and say I'm sorry and all of that. All I gotta do is delete this segment. That's it. So when people go back to look at it and say 1090 Jake said this, it no longer exists. You understand what I'm saying?
He definitely ain't finna
Yeah,
say he's sorry. Man,
yeah.
think he ain't finna say.
Now he'll be respected if he did that. Like I respect
Right.
if he got on there. I'm sorry for
I believe that's
I
what's gonna
respect that.
happen.
I
I
respect
believe that's
that.
what's gonna happen. I believe that's what's
Oh,
gonna happen because
so you respect
you
a
know.
public apology?
Yeah, hell yeah. If he got on it
I
because he's
mean,
like, okay, my bad. I was just chasing for views and shit. I ain't really know, on some shit like that. Okay.
That's some growth and development shit. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
For sure.
You know what
It's
I'm saying?
understanding.
Man, I
Yeah.
mean,
A
no, if
lot
you
of
play,
niggas from
if they
understanding.
play on the internet, and so if you play on the internet, yeah, a public apology is like a pot of gold because that's what they on the internet. So you got to do an internet apology. So that's like damn right. That go a long way. That's now let that stay on the internet. Don't take that down. Keep that up there. That's what you let run.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Being a man and taking accountability for the little simple actions. It ain't all of that, but take accountability. Lead apology up there, and people understand that. Okay, yeah, I'm just doing internet shit, but that shit really ain't that deep. I really ain't got no problem with them people. Because if you don't do that, you got a problem. You got a problem. You got a
Hey, man.
personal
Hey,
problem.
go ask Rick Ross. Go ask Rick Ross.
You said go ask Rick Ross?
The rapper, not the real one, the rapper Rick Ross.
Go ask
Like
him up.
when he was trying to play crazy with you feel me? With the old man and shit.
Nah,
You feel me?
yeah, nah, that has nothing to do with him though. Like he
No,
backed
I'm just
away from
saying,
all
like,
that.
I'm saying, like, it'd get crazy. Like, he thought he could play with that situation and he could get away, like, nothing to happen. Like, bro,
but he
it'd
didn't
get.
play with a situation. He just made a rap song. And he
Nah,
said his name.
he put his face over he put his face over the star, bro, on the album, and he ain't pay
Ain't
no
nothing gonna
homage.
happen. Ain't nothing gonna happen to 1090. Because that's why this why nothing ain't gonna never happen to him. Because that's what they waiting for. Ain't nobody gonna. Only thing he gonna get is backlash on the internet. Nobody ain't studying that dude.
Nah,
Straight.
nobody. No
Ain't
one
nobody
wants to
studying that
listen
dude.
to him though.
That's
He
over
wants
with.
that shit
It's
to
over
happen.
with. Everybody
Yeah.
know what that means when you do shit like this on the internet. The feds waiting for somebody to be doing all that terrorist threatening and somebody ain't nobody doing that, man. That shit dead. I guarantee you, man. Nobody ain't gonna take it serious on the outside world to fuck with him. He ain't even worth it, nigga. You just on the internet rapping. So why would I
Yeah, they
make it
just he a
physical with
little
you?
nerd white
It
boy
ain't
on the
fuck that.
internet. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
how
get
they looking
on,
at it.
man.
Like, you ain't been
Get
through
on.
shit.
Get
You
on.
did
You
1
finna
year in
come up
prison,
off
bro.
me. You
Like,
thought you were gonna come up off me and eat off me. Get on. Your ass on. Ain't no motherfucking free money over here, man. That's all you try to get some money off him. Get on. Get your ass on. Get on down the road and get on somebody else's trail because the bitch ain't even feeding you, man. Guaranteed, man. That man, he tried to come up, man. Get your ass on, boy. Nigga done
Man,
caught on to that internet shit, man.
This internet shit is deadly, man.
that's what
And
they do. They just if you want to blow up, bro, you just find somebody and be like, oh yeah, bash him and shit. Like, oh, you feel
Charleston
me? Like,
White did. Charleston White
yeah,
got the game in the headlock like that, man. He don't play that bitch disrespect anybody and make you respond. And got you.
now I
Once you
I
respond,
want
he
to say
got you.
something about Charleston White.
he worked with the FBI.
In the very beginning, he came on there with knowledge about going to the courthouse and
Yeah,
trying
I
to do
seen him
things
take.
for his people. In the beginning,
Yeah, I
he was
seen it.
trying to
I seen
talk
it.
about how the system is corrupt and all of that. Once he found out that disrespecting niggas was a thing to do,
Ooh,
he
ooh, ooh.
changed his whole style
Ooh,
and
ooh,
got
ooh.
rich doing it.
What? The same thing. He said, guess what? Y'all do it in rap songs. He said, y'all do it in rap songs. How the hell y'all gonna get mad at me for saying it, goddamn it, and it ain't, I'm rapping too. He said, I'm in character.
I ain't
Y'all
gonna
in
lie though.
character,
He go
y'all
at
in rap
everybody though.
songs.
I ain't gonna lie. He go at it because this motherfucker say he be raping white women and shit, and he still
That man,
So I'm
that
like,
man in
damn.
character, man.
I'm like,
Listen, he got this shit in the headlock, man. Trust me.
I'm like,
He
what the
got it in
fuck?
the headlock, man.
That nigga said that shit like that shit normal. I'm like, hell no.
But the 1090J can't do shit that Charleston White can do, Dandada. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all. Not
Oh
at all.
hell no. Fuck no.
Hell no. So that's you know what I'm saying? So
he ain't got the balls. He ain't got the balls. He ain't got the balls like Charleston White. He ain't coming outside doing all that walking around. He ain't doing that. He ain't doing like what Charleston White doing, man. He ain't doing it. Nah. He ain't coming outside like that.
But he
No,
a real,
sir.
but the dude a rat though. He a rat. His shit came out to where he was snitching on somebody in court, bro, telling on somebody. He was like, yeah, he the one that shot the man.
He always told you go. He always told you that shit. What you talking about? Every time he's on the phone, someone threatens him. He calls the boys right on the phone. He call. I mean, right online.
Yeah.
He be on Instagram.
True. You know, yeah. He said he embraced that rat shit. True, but I don't watch him though. That's why I don't watch that shit.
Yeah, but that should be every popping up.
I ain't even know who he was until this shit came out. I've never heard of 1090J.
You never heard of 1090J?
He the famous one for goddamn it. What we talking
Exposing
about to
rappers
all
and
the black people.
Yeah, he
all
be
the black
exposing
people.
everybody, but he don't expose
Say,
none of
they call him a
the
culture vulture or some shit.
yeah, because he don't expose none of these singers or the mafia, all these mafia rats or the biker gangs. Bro, it's hella biker indictments. Niggas that getting indicted and shit, snitching.
Man, you got
Like, bro, talk about
Italians,
that, bro.
Cubans, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans. You got so many people, millions of people in this world on the same level where he trying to get his money off of, but he'd rather go to the hood and play with the hood. Then he'll get, it's just, I don't know, man. Like, these people find so many ways to eat off this internet shit, man. I don't know, bro. I have no idea. I'm saying it's confusing when you try to understand it. I guess you wasn't supposed to understand. You know?
He
So,
said
I
it
don't
though.
know.
He said it. He said, I do this shit for money, Dandada. So anybody could pay him and tell you to slander someone and he'll do it, Dandada. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man. So many lanes,
Yeah,
I
you
guess.
pay some
I
money.
don't know.
So that's some other shit right there. That's like some what they call that conflict of interest. Like if you could pay a motherfucker to put it. Well, they do that in the big media too, like Fox News, like politicians. You pay a motherfucker like, oh yeah,
Man,
spend this.
that's like going to the Vietnam War and wars and all that, man. You going when you doing stuff like this, you automatic in a war zone, bro. This is war. You creating war.
Oh, that's
creating
but that's why
war for the rest of your life.
I said ask about Rick
Come
Ross, bro. That's why I said ask about because bro, when Rick Ross did that, when he put his face on that star, bro, in Miami, his shit got flipped, bro. And then he like no show, he couldn't do no shows nowhere.
Yeah.
Like it'd get like that.
Live, bro. What a life to live, bro. I don't know.
It'd get like that, bro, because he was playing with something he ain't know shit
but
about.
that ain't got nothing to do with Larry Hoover. That's what I'm saying though.
Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with Hoover. I'm just saying, just play because he playing with the. You feel me? He trying to shit on the game, bro. Like on the, you feel me?
Yeah.
Like he trying to shit on us. He basically saying like, look at who y'all praise. Look at y'all. You feel me? Y'all leader, bro. Like
that's exactly what he was trying to do. He was trying to say that all this time y'all been praising this man, y'all been looking up to him, and he's been the iconic figure of your group. He's a rat, and it backfired on him.
Yeah, that's what my point is. Yeah,
it backfired on him.
Bro.
That's exactly what happened. He rushed the gun to put some content out there that wasn't true. He never did any elaboration to find out if it was true or not. He just went up there, just put it up there, and now he got to own up to the shit. But the smart thing for him to do would be to take it down.
Yeah. That'll be the best. I'll come up with a public apology or something, but he gotta take it down. He does gotta take it down. Especially when the person who actually did it is saying that, yo, Dandada, Larry Hoover didn't even snitch. Dandada, old man didn't even snitch on me, Dandada. That's a fact.
Bro. This man did 50 years. How the fuck is you calling this fucking playing with this nigga name like he a rat? This nigga just did fucking 50 years straight, nigga. The fuck is you talking about?
And the dude that did that shit, fucking, what's that shit called? Fucking, he's like a youth ambassador and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And he got recreational centers for the youth and stuff like that. So these people turn their life around. They actually do stuff. Everybody who fucks with old man, they actually do stuff for the community. They good people from the community. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want that. So is Donald Trump actually trying to make America great again? Freeing these people?
Make America great again.
Man, Donald Trump is getting his revenge, bro. Because
that ain't
they
got
tried
nothing
to
to
play
do
with
with
him.
making America great again.
Yeah, he getting his revenge
because
because you got to admit the federal government tried to lock Trump up, so he trying to get his revenge, bro. Showing their ass like
the federal government didn't try to lock Trump up. The state did.
Nah, that was the feds.
The
That
state
shit was
tried.
federal.
The state of New York
Or
actually
Georgia.
convicted him of crimes.
It was a couple states then. That's why I think it was Georgia
The state
too.
of New York got
the implicated him in that young
in the state of New York. He actually lost. He actually was
because remember
found
Fannie
guilty
Willis.
But he ain't go to jail because he's the president.
Right. So he like showing like bitch y'all
In New York though, not nowhere else. They ain't.
No, it was Georgia too, because the district attorney was trying to lock his ass up. The one that was on Young Thug.
They threw him in the Young Thug trial or whatever.
That's Fannie Willis. She's not a federal prosecutor.
No, I'm just saying in Georgia they were trying to lock his ass up too out there.
That was state.
Oh yeah, saying he tried to overthrow the when they convicted Giuliani and made Giuliani.
But you got to remember about the Capitol. Like they was trying to say he hit at the Capitol when he made that tweet. So they were trying to like.
Right, but they didn't convict him for that.
No, they was hell no. They were trying to like fucking act like pursue it like.
Yeah, they didn't convict him for that. He got found guilty in New York.
Yeah, he got too much power, bro. They couldn't convict him.
He got convicted in New York for shit where he lost. They actually have charges against him in New York right now.
It was some petty shit though.
Right like, now, as the president of the United States, you saying?
He's a convicted felon before he was the president of the United States this time. He got convicted before he won this election. So that's why people are saying they got to change that shit on job applications and titles and shit. Because how could a convicted felon be the president of the United States, but they saying you can't get a job because you're a convicted felon of this statute? He's a convicted felon, Donald Trump, and he's the president of the United States.
That lets you know it's some fucking Jewish shit going on, some fucking other shit, Illuminati. Powers to be type shit. Like we really want to break this shit down, bro. It's the CIA the reason why our communities are fucked up and what's going on right now, bro. But we ain't gonna get that deep into it. But unless y'all want to, we can get deep.
Yeah, go ahead, speak.
Yeah, bro, because you got to think like
it's on top of the dresser, I believe. I don't know. Come on,
like, bro. They killed all the leaders, bro. All the the Black Panther, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. So it's like
over there.
And then it's like right when we got what is it? Desegregated or segregation?
Yeah,
that's when all the bullshit started, bro. That's when we start killing each other and shit.
So you saying after the Malcolm X and the Martin Luther King's the assassinations that's when it
and the
really started
segregation
uproar in the communities.
Yeah, when we got integrated with them people, bro, that's when they was like, okay, we got to find a way.
J. Edgar Hoover was behind all of that shit. He was the head of the CIA. He was the one who started all that.
Then the projects, they created projects and shit. So it's like, then they flooded that shit with drugs, bro.
We can get deep into that if you want to. In 1932, I believe, or 31, they created the projects. The projects was created for Army veterans to come and get their lives together and then move out. That's why it's called the project. It was never supposed to be for nobody to live in. It was actually before 1930.
Okay. Cause like, man, this shit crazy, bro. You got to look at the timeline, the history, bro. The history. Like that's we forgetting about that shit.
And the same people who's on this nigga's trail, which you said that dude's name Edgar J. Hoover, is the same nigga who was on Larry Hoover's trail too. Was on Homeland's trail. But go ahead, you were saying the project shit.
All right, look, and before the 1930s, which was in World War I believe, those people went to war. when they came back, they were supposed to go live in the projects. What happened is they came up with the welfare system in in the 30s, 31, 32, or 33, one of the years. And they found out they can make a living off of poor people. What they call them the less fortunate people. So even in that segment, they came up with the system to say, oh, telling the woman the man can't live in the home and all of that type of stuff. So that's how they created what's going on today from
Right,
them.
because you know why? Because they got to feed that prison pipeline, bro. Because prison is a big industry in America, bro. Like they make $1 million off one inmate.
Well, we all know that. Listen, it's called wherever you go in prison, right? You become a part of their census count. Like, say in New York, you go upstate, the state prison, and those little counties that's up there, everybody in the damn county is related. It's not a big population. Now, when they add the prison population to their census count, they gain more money.
Hey,
More
what it be out
revenue.
there? Hey, what it be out there? A Walmart in the prison type shit.
It'd be a prison, it'd be an industrial plant and a Walmart or whatever the fuck, whatever that is. But the prison gains the revenue for those operations to even work in that county. The prison
Right.
is the one, it brings the revenue. So, let's put it this way. It's 120 dudes in a unit. It's 8 to 10 units on each compound. That's 1,000 people. 1,000 people they put on the census count every year. They get revenue back. That county gets revenue back from those inmates being there. Then they got cheap labor. They're building things to go in society for cheap labor, 20 cents an hour, shit that they would have to pay $20 an hour for in society. So it's a lot how those small towns stay afloat.
That's a fact.
That's how they do that, man. In every city, in every state in this country, that's what's going on.
Right. So they need motherfuckers to go to prison, bro. That shit stop. So like crime stop, bro. Like all that shit of fucking, you feel me? Like it'll be over with.
Hey, but how could crime stop if they make it where you only can gain revenue from crime in certain situations?
That's what I'm saying. That's
You know
what
what
I'm
I'm saying?
saying.
They
Crime
make
can't
it that
stop.
way. So
We need you. We need you to go on that drill. We need you to go
crime
fucking
ain't never
get
going.
that lick.
They ain't trying to let
Need you to go
crime
move that
stop.
brick.
Nothing comes here from us. Nothing illegal comes to this country from our people. Nothing.
I'm already knowing, bro. It's border patrol everywhere. You can't try to
Everything
move around
comes
with 100
from
pounds, bro. You
them
running right into
people.
border patrol or
They
a way
get paid
station.
to let it come in, and then they lock you up because you don't pay taxes on what you're doing.
That's why they don't want unity. You get unity, and you start getting everybody on the right path and shit like that, then niggas start realizing like, yo, shit, hold up. We've been
But it's
living
a
wrong the
game,
whole
bro.
time.
Like
Hey,
it's a
listen,
game. They bringing the
they
dope
even
in.
changed the realm of the jailing system. Like the feds. The feds was for bank robbers and pharmaceutical drug robbers or people who stealing drugs from pharmaceutical companies and shit like that.
Or
They
kingpins, shit like
changed
that.
certain statutes within the federal system to make it drug charges and gun charges and things of that nature. You understand what I'm saying?
Because they got to make money.
Listen, there was nobody going to that prison system at one point, and then they started taking on regular cases like regular drug charges, and then they
Like
came
petty
up with a
shit.
system.
Yeah.
They came up with a system, a federal guideline system in 1987, I believe, which was only supposed to be used as a trial run. And they seen how great it was working and keeping people going to prison. They kept that
Hey,
guideline to this day.
hey, peep this. You know about the stash house things, right? Like how these motherfuckers are going into like a bad neighborhood, like a random motherfucker. He might be a Colombian or a white boy or a black nigga type shit. And he'll be like, hey, I know about a house that got $1 million in bricks and shit. About 5 bricks. Like a random motherfucker. And you know, people in these communities, they fucked up. So it's like, hell yeah, you tell a motherfucker about that shit, they gonna want to go. And the whole time that's the ATF, bro. And then like before you sitting in the car with the fucking feds and shit, you finna go on the lick. These motherfuckers flash, bang, all type of shit. and you ain't even did the shit, but you conspired to do it, and you get like fucking 30 years just for doing that shit.
That's true. Whatever. Listen, you don't even got to commit the crime. If
That's what
they
I'm
can
saying. You
prove
don't
that
even
you
got to do that shit.
conspired to commit
Yeah.
the crime with someone else, yes, they can lock you up as if you did the crime. They can. That's true.
And that's like some entrapment shit, because I ain't asked you about that shit. You came up to me telling me about that.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, we dealing with people that kind of
And they
make
only
the
doing that to
laws.
black people, bro. But they only doing that to black. Go to the fucking white meth heads and the fucking, you know what I'm saying? And tell them about that shit. Don't, why you coming to the hood telling niggas about that shit?
Because that, you know, what people do, what ethnicity do they want in prison? They ain't going to no people that can't produce. Listen, man, a black man makes babies on a 5-to-1 ratio than a white man. So if I'm a white man, I got to keep the black man out of society to catch up, right?
Facts.
So that's, you know, that's what it, you know, that's what it is. It ain't.
It's general
And,
population.
and that's what Kanye West's whole fucking point is. What he doing right now? Because I'm a Hebrew Israelite too at the same time, bro. You feel me? You feel me? I'm with the gangster shit too, but I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I know the real. That's why Kanye West saying what he's saying. Like, nigga, we the real chosen people, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like going into the book thing and all that. I mean, I've learned from the ancestors before us, as I've said on other podcasts that we've done. All my knowledge has basically came from the ancestral part of who we are.
But I'm saying, we just look at our history, like, we went through slavery, like, we resilient, bro. Like, we survived slavery, we survived fucking the Civil War, the civil rights movement. We surviving right now type shit.
Yeah, the thing is though, right? We don't use the skills we use to survive to prosper. We don't
But that's because the
use.
CIA got us in MK Ultra. You know that MK Ultra shit they was
I
doing to
want to
people.
say this to you. If we use the same energy we use to come out of things, to unify, I don't give a fuck what the CIA do. They can't do nothing. We won't do it though.
But that's what the Black Panthers was preaching, but they killed them people off before they got the chance to really push that
Well,
movement and
I
really
want to
wake
say
people
this.
up.
I want to say this. You don't need the Black Panthers to do it. You need the people to unify themselves. See, the Black Panthers had the Huey P. Newton in them had the right sentiment on what they was doing, but they couldn't unite all of the people because the people is incoherent to what they're saying, and that's the point. They so struck on what the white man has done. Know what I'm saying? Far
Right.
as revenue part. The white man told them back then, if you have 9 babies and you put them on welfare, miss, you could get $5,000 a month, but you can't have the person who you made the babies with in the home. You see how they separate? You see how they do it? They segregate you without you even thinking of that way because they're using money to do it, and that's the part where why you think Fred Hampton and them started the breakfast program and all of that, trying to unify the people to let it be known we can do this ourselves. We don't need the help from them. And then what the government do? They went and started the breakfast program in schools. You see what I'm saying? You see how they how they work to keep the
Yeah,
people.
but who was that? The Democrats, the
I
Jews.
put it this way: the Democrats and the Republicans are the same people. I don't
Right,
even like
right,
using I don't use the differential of parties.
right.
They're the
And what
same
did they
people,
both push?
man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because what did they both push? Israel, the Jewish shit,
I
bro.
mean, we ain't even fuck them
I
white
ain't
people.
trying to disrespect nobody, but that's what they pushing, bro. That's the
Hey,
real, like, nigga. That's why they, you feel me? I don't know what Hitler was on, but he probably had some type of fucking knowledge that we ain't know about. That he knew that they was all like
Hitler told them
Rothschild.
people. Hitler told them people, if you don't get rid of these people, they're gonna control the world.
That's what I'm saying.
They're
Yeah,
gonna take over all popularity. If you don't get rid of these people, they're going because let me explain something to you. Let's call them who they are. Those are Caucasian people. They're not Jews.
because yeah, we the
That
real Jews. They took our fucking whole shit.
that land is Palestinian land. The first Palestinians they were black people. Those are black people over there too, because if you ain't white, you black. I don't care who you are. The point is, the reason why they doing what they doing in Gaza and all that shit right now is because they want to conquer the land from those people, and they feel like it's time to do it now because they have no backing. They done broke down Iraq. They done did all of that shit to all of those countries over there to make them weak before they went at Gaza and tried to do this. Because if Saddam Hussein and them was still in the regime, that shit, they wasn't able to do that shit. They wasn't going for it. But after they destroyed all of those people and now they have no backing, remember, Gaza is built of women and children. The men have to go to another country to make money to support Gaza. Gaza has no revenue within its own. They have to go make it somewhere else. So they pick a time when they want to bomb them and all that shit. You understand what I'm saying?
What would have happened if he would have succeeded and that?
If who?
If Hitler would have succeeded and the extent of people he was trying to do that to.
Hitler kind of did succeed. He just died.
No, I'm saying, what if he would have? What if that shit would have actually happened? Like he didn't die, and he would have wiped everybody out. What would the world be? What would the world been?
I mean, we don't know.
Because Tiny, you said he
probably been some evil shit. He just wasn't his own control. He would already been on the same shit, just under his control type shit. That's all. But he just
the whole world, not the whole world. Germany.
Oh,
Hitler controlled Germany, not the whole world.
Nah, that motherfucker controlled other countries too, bro. He had all that shit. Russia, I think, all that shit.
Russia?
Nah, he didn't have total control like he did of Germany. Germany was his
yeah, that was
headquarters. That's where he
that was headquarters. But he was conquering other countries. That's why
all the motherfuckers was controlling other places.
Yeah, but he's
family. Not saying that Leopold itself, because Leopold killed more black people than anybody else in Africa way back when. But we talking about the family origin of those people was related people to France and all of that was controlling those nations over there. So Hitler didn't have control of Russia because Russia has Jews.
That's what I'm saying. So what was why was
he was killing their ass.
Yeah, he wanted them out of where he was. He didn't want no Jewish people in Germany at all. He wanted to get, if you find out you was there, you Jewish, you kill him.
Why? Why are they public enemy
because
number one?
He explained it. He said if you allow these people to live and stay on this earth, they're gonna do foul shit to take over.
What they doing right now, bro?
Like
what's
they
going
doing
on
right
now?
now. That's what he's talking
about. Like all
and
this
I want to
evil
say
shit,
something. It's not the Hasidic Jews that's doing it. It's the non-Hasidic ones. The one that wear regular clothes like us. Those are the ones that's doing all the corrupt shit in the world. Not the Hasidic ones who people are blaming. Not the ones that you see in the welfare office and all. Those are not the ones doing all the foul shit. It's the ones that wear the regular
run
clothes
the
like
world.
us.
Yeah, but for that run the world, but the Rothschilds, the five family shit, the building group.
It ain't got nothing to do with it. It ain't the ones that wear the black suits and walk around with the babies and all that. Them ain't the ones that's down with Netanyahu. Netanyahu is a non-Hasidic Jew.
Yeah. I feel it. So that's why Kanye West fucks with the Nazi sign and shit like that.
Because he has an understanding of it. You know what I'm saying? He has an understanding of what Hitler stood for. I mean, you got people that put more significance on it and say, oh, he was doing this to black people and these people and that people, without going into what he stood for. See, you got people that saying, oh, if you ain't have blonde hair and blue eyes, he wasn't gonna kill you and
Yeah, but he also saying like how you can motherfucking, you could say you could kill a nigga and all this a million times in your songs, but as soon as you say kill a Jew or some shit like that, you can't. The song can't even. That shit not even finna fucking get on the streaming service. They took this whole fucking album down. But if that shit was full about some shit about killing, drilling niggas all day,
SBT, you're correct. They were doing predatory lending and starting businesses and only hiring their own, while Germany as a whole suffered from sanctions set in place after World War I. He's correct. That's part of it. That's a part of it. That's a major part of it. What he's saying, what SBC is saying here in the chat. That's a
Yeah.
major part of it. But in order to create, in order to conquer things, you had to set standards and placements for things, and that's what they did. They even doing it now. You know that they're using non-truths to try to take over Gaza and Palestine and all that shit, saying all this, giving up
So
all this shit.
why would people allow the Jews to take over the world? Why would they favor the Jews? Like if y'all saying the Jews are in America, why would they allow?
Listen, they created things that creates revenue. They created things. They created banks, and they made everybody's. They made several countries entwined in the World Bank order and shit like that.
So they made currency.
Yeah, all that, bro.
Yeah,
They
how
made
you think
currency,
a dollar
so
bill?
they
Listen,
just.
how you think the dollar bill came into existence? It came into existence through a sector of people. It didn't come into existence. It didn't just evolve on its own, and it become the number one money currency on its own. They created systems and things to make the other portions of the world want to deal with
I
the
got to run a
money,
restroom.
with the dollar aspect of it. This is their creation. This ain't got nothing to do with the world as a whole, but they got the world to fall into the realm of what they created, and now the dollar is it ain't number one anymore, but it's still the spoken language, the spoken bill for the world. Like if you
Right.
still use the dollar's in every country in this world, and it's a major piece of money. It might not be the top rank, but it's the world currency still. Until they denounce it. They haven't denounced it yet, so it's still the number one world currency because it's everywhere.
Right, like I seen a Green Beret. He was saying like, man, you got 300. Cause some Green Beret, they be all over the world and shit. He was like, you got $300 in cash. That shit to get you anywhere you need. You feel me? Like,
Yeah.
good.
Go to the Philippines and all that shit, and with U.S. currency, you could buy a building for cheap. You could go eat with $3 and you can eat for the whole day in certain countries.
But what was that? What's that shit called? Ark of the Covenant, that fucking thing, that book or some shit, the motherfucker that Hitler was looking for. But I think the Jews end up getting that shit.
So you saying it's a good thing that that we fuck with them for the currency situation because we above other countries, so they're not doing a bad job.
Oh no, we got crypto now, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, bro. That's where the world going to now.
Yeah, so that's I bet that then the data. So that's why fucking Hitler was on the move like that. The data. So you respect what he was doing personally? You got a personal opinion to respect some of the things Hitler was doing?
To those people, yeah, because those people created what he did to them.
Those people what?
To those people, yes. To the Caucasians that called themselves Jews at that point, yeah, I agree to what he was doing because he was saving his own basically nation. He was saving his own country. He didn't want them to overthrow shit. But if he allowed that shit to take place with them having all the corporations and all that within Germany, and them and the regular Germans having nothing, then they could conquer it. He didn't want that.
But they wasn't committing genocide to their people. Was they killing their people in any sort of way?
Bro, you kill your people when you deny them food and you deny them living ability. That's killing your people slowly. Yeah, they took all the economic out of the country. They wanted it for themselves. So if they take all the economy and only put it for them, they killing everybody else.
Yeah. They killing people or living better than people?
You're killing people when you take away their
certain parts of Africa don't got economy, but there's still people living.
But there's not nobody taking away their means to eat. If I only put to work the people that of my ethnicity and everybody else, I tell them they can't work, they can't do that. How you gonna eat? How you gonna live? How you gonna? Back then there was no systematic system to help you. The only help you had was to go to work or be able to create something to make revenue work. If they stop all of that, you die.
Yeah.
And that's what
So that's what Hitler agrees with I mean, you agree with with genocide.
I mean, I'm not saying I agree with genocide. I agree with genocide is what they called it. I'm going off of what it was. He
All
was
right.
protecting his people. They calling it genocide because those are so-called the chosen people. So-called. That's what Caucasian America calls their Caucasian counterparts. They call
So
them the
they already
chosen.
had people in America. Jews already was in America.
At that time, yeah, it was the
Yeah.
1900s. Everybody was everywhere.
All right. All right. That's different. That's different. How did we even get to this?
It came along in the topic, but it's a good topic to have, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it gains more people to what we speaking on. It went from Larry Hoover on to that topic. Actually,
Hey,
Tiny,
growth and development.
basically, yeah, growth and development put us here.
Yeah.
And Tiny Arm brought up the topic,
Yeah.
and we just went a little deeper into it, and now we here.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's ill, the data. Now we're
Now,
about to.
I mean, you're gonna have people that's gonna come here, that's gonna come on here in the chat. They're gonna disagree with certain things because
Yeah.
of how the world works, of how it works. Everybody got
A
their
lot
own
of people
opinion,
gonna
their own.
disagree.
You know what I'm saying? They got their own theology, their own, what they feel about it.
Yeah.
But the more people that come, the better it is for us, rather if they agree or disagree.
Mm-hmm.
The world ain't based on who agrees with who.
Facts. Facts. So Jesus actually walked this earth and got crucified.
That's the topic I ain't going on. Because that's a never-ending topic. Nobody. I mean, religion is totally different than having a topic on people, because that's a segment that's gonna go on forever, and there's no right and wrong on how a person feels about it.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is Jesus was black, man. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
I ain't getting into the realm of that, because that's a topic that you won't ever.
Black, white, they gonna like, look, this was gonna happen.
Hey, ain't nobody doing no white man like that, bro. If you white, blue eyes, brown like that, bro, long hair and all that shit, they ain't gonna
They presented a book, right? They presented a book, and in the book they presented, it said he had hair of wool and skin of bronze. What people are that color, and who has hair that way? Ain't no white man got no hair that way. Ain't no white man the color of bronze. I'm gonna just leave that, and I'm gonna leave it there. I ain't going no deeper than that. I ain't saying nothing else. That's it.
Yeah, that's all I was just trying to say. I was just trying to say, like, just on some like you put like facts together, like you gotta just think about that shit, like.
Yeah, that should get crucial, Dandada.
You can't but listen, that will never end. You will be talking about this shit for the rest of your life. If we was to do a segment on that, we'll be here for 12, 13 days and not accomplish nothing.
Yeah, but they finding shit about the pyramids. Like, what the fuck is under the pyramids? That shit under the pyramid is like some type of structure. They don't find under that shit that's like holding it up on pillars, bro.
I feel like they don't know that they feel like the pyramids was for mummies and shit like that, and that's not really what it was for. I feel like maybe it was a power plant or some type of situation going on. Like something was getting used that the pyramid was using, maybe to light up the city. Who knows that? We don't know what type of fucking technology they had or what type of, because they made that shit. And niggas just befundude how they made that shit.
But how is them shit? How is them shit still standing?
Built, man.
Yeah, how is that shit still standing, bro? And they can't even rebuild some shit like that. They've been trying to rebuild some shit like that. They can't even do it.
That's why I'm trying to say that we should have been rebuild our own pyramids, Dandada, 2025 pyramids, Dandada. Like
they can't do it.
You can't
the architects don't know that. Yeah.
Different. They said they don't got enough of the shit that was at the top, Dandada. But I feel like it wasn't used for mummies, Dandada. we just, you know what I'm saying, we speculated the mummy situation and shit like that just because it looks some sort
Yo,
of
it's a
like
whole lot of speculation on why it was used. The people of today don't know because they don't even know how the structure was built. They don't even know how they began to build the pyramids. That's the point.
yeah,
They
and they
can't
found
even
new shit
tell
at the
you
bottom.
how it was built, like where it came from. They don't even know.
It's energy. They said it was. They said they feel like the pyramids was the original Tesla coil free energy on Earth. And data. It was just it was making energy.
Cause why is that shit on the back of the dollar, bro?
It's on the back of the dollar because the people that created whatever the negative aspect is, they inherited it. They're using it as whatever symbols they want to put it for on the back of money. It has nothing to do with why it was built or who built it and why it was built. It has nothing to do with what the Caucasian has done to create.
Some symbols,
right.
it could be
don't
good.
mean
it's some Mason shit, some Mason weird Illuminati type shit.
Some of them just real symbols that mean like universe shit and shit like that, but they make it seem like it's for that.
They manipulated it to make it what they wanted it to be. To put it on money and to put it a part of the regime and all of that.
I feel like they saying like it's a message, like they saying like we gonna be immortal like the pyramids, cause you know that shit, bro. That shit been around like what, fucking 20,000 years, crazy shit.
They
We don't
can't
know
even
how
tell
long
you
that
how
shit.
long.
Yeah,
That's
we
the
don't know how long
estimated
that shit.
time. They
Yeah,
don't know how long
we
that
don't
shit
know.
been there.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
shit crazy.
But not
they're not everywhere.
The new structures that they built on the bottom of the pyramid. I mean, that they found on the bottom of the pyramids. That makes the pyramids fucking building, engineering even. They don't even know what the fuck. Crazier than that. They don't even know what the fuck is going on there. They're like, yo, we only
That
do
shit crazy. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
They say that shit go like fucking what 300 yards deep, some crazy shit. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
That's offending.
Yo, I mean, I don't know how people look at things, right? But America was built on the backs of certain people.
Yeah.
The world, things that the world uses were built by certain people and stolen by others. So we should understand where all of this high tech stuff comes from the beginning. It didn't come from them. They stole,
But they got different shit all over the world. When they made the pyramids, they made them rocks. What's them rock shit? Them rocks that they on top of shit like that. Them big ass rocks and shit like that.
Shit weigh 1 ton. This is weigh a ton.
What is that shit? The pyramids in Mexico. They got pyramids in Mexico somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You seen that shit?
Yeah, the Mayans.
Yeah,
that's mines is made of stone.
Yeah, it's the same thing though. It's a pyramid. What's that shit used for?
I don't know. I mean, I ain't over this, so I don't know what they use.
Yeah, that's what I'm
couldn't
saying.
say
So
what
they was
use it
building
for.
all them shits all around the world and that. So maybe that shit was maybe it was a civilization before our time and we just didn't notice it. Maybe that was used for something else before our time. Maybe it was martyred before. Maybe they already had all the utensils for electricity and everything, but something happened that the world got overthrown or whatever the case may be, and then we found them shits and data and whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? That's what I feel. I feel like Antarctica was a place done data with pyramids and people lived and shit like that, but now it's a place that, you know what I'm saying, it's ice age and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? More or less.
It could be. Who knows? Who knows,
Or even
man?
the deep sea, bro. It might be them bitches in there too. Like,
there's a lot of shit.
Yo, I'm a get back with y'all, man. I gotta do something for my moms real quick. I hit y'all back. I come back or the next segment I see y'all, man. Good topic today, man. Appreciate it. Later.
What's up? What's poppin'? Peace of love.
Nah, just handling some things and stuff.
I feel it. Done data. You know what I'm saying? We on the Hoover segment.
Yeah, we just ain't dumb gangsters out here, bro. We got knowledge too type shit.
Nah, yeah, you gotta stay aware, Dundada. You gotta stay on top of business,
Can't let these
Dundada.
niggas trick you out this shit, bro.
Yeah, trick you out your position. They trick you out your position, then what? You know what I'm saying? It's your fault.
All these damn crash dummies trying to run into a motherfucker is like, like fuck.
Yeah, everything. If you look at a picture, Dundada, or you look at something, you could speak at everything bad about it, or you could speak about everything good about it. You know what I'm saying? In the jungle, you know what I'm saying? In the Amazons, that's fucking beautiful. It's beautiful, Dundada. There's frogs, there's animals, there's this, but it's still bad, Dundada. You go there, you get bit, you're gonna lose your life real quick, Dundada. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta acknowledge this shit sometimes, Dundada. So people are so eager to speak on the bad, but they never speak on the good because they don't want people, because everybody say that's fairy tales. Since Santa Claus is fake and the Tooth Fairy is fake and all this thing is fake, Dundada, then it gotta be fake, Dundada, to live a good life, Dundada. It gotta be fake, Dundada. And when you are living a good life, you're like, damn, am I even living, Dundada? Because everybody's saying living is doing bad, Dundada. So people get, you know what I'm saying, get into the track like, yo, maybe they want to feel something else, Dundada. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you gotta stay aware, Dundada. Fuck it. Your life supposed to be ladybugs and butterflies and all the good things in life. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all the negativity and shit like that. Especially for anybody who's above average, Dundada. You know what I'm saying? Who's living on that type of knowledge, Dundada. You know what I'm saying? So old man ain't trying to be giving out no type of bad negative fucking opinionated shit to the public. What he's trying to do is just stay positive, Dundada. He's gonna give out what's real, because it's real like that, Dundada.
Right. Definitely ain't finna be feeling some type of way for the time that he's done. He not gonna point fingers. He gonna take accountability, and I guarantee it's a whole different approach towards anything, and it's definitely gonna be positive. I believe he definitely gonna stand on growth and development. Definitely gonna stand on growth and development. Yeah, and that's saying all right and not recognizing all that wrong to make up petty arguments and stuff like that.
Perfect shit, Dundada. Perfect shit.
Just as important as street muscle. To understand the roots of the gangster disciples, you have to go back to one of Chicago's most notorious neighborhoods, Inglewood. Located on the South Side, Inglewood was a breeding ground for street organizations in the 1960s and 70s. Poverty, broken homes, and limited opportunities created the perfect storm for gang culture to rise. It was in this environment that a young Larry Hoover began making a name for himself. Inglewood wasn't just his home. It was his classroom, his battlefield, and eventually the foundation for his empire. But even as Hoover spoke of growth and development, the streets told a darker story. The GDs were heavily tied to drug trafficking, extortion, and violence. In 1973, Hoover's rise came to a halt when he was convicted for ordering the murder of William Young, a drug dealer he believed had crossed the line. Sentenced to 150 to 200 years in Stateville Correctional Center, most thought it was the end. But even behind bars, Larry Hoover's influence only grew. He continued to run the gangster disciples from prison, expanding their reach across state lines. He rebranded the organization as a movement of growth and development, pushing for education, community investment, and political awareness. Some began to see Hoover as a reformed man, peacemaker, someone who could unite the streets. In the 90s.
So that's the sentence right there that he's trying to get overturned right there, Dundada. The 200-year sentence right there, Dundada.
Yeah, that's the one.
Support grew for his release, even from local activists and political figures, but the feds weren't buying it. In 1995, after a 5-year undercover investigation called Operation Headache, the federal government hit Hoover with charges of conspiracy, drug trafficking, extortion, and more. Even though he was already serving time, this indictment sentenced him to 6 life sentences in federal prison. He He was moved to ADX Florence in Colorado, one of the most secure prisons in the world, locked in solitary 23 hours a day. Today, the streets of Chicago has spun so far out of control to the point the OGs can't tell any of the YGs what to do or stop the violence. It was told by young street guys that a powerful figure such as Larry Hoover couldn't even control the streets or YGs like he once could back in his day. This could be due to guys like Larry Hoover and others been either dead or incarcerated for so long.
There was an Instagram post you put up, and it was about Larry Hoover and Jeff Fort being appalled at the Tyshawn Lee murder, right?
Yeah.
And the caption was, if Larry and Malik had more contact with the outside world, do you think that they could help solve the crime in the black communities? Chicagoans, what do you think? And you said, hell the fuck nah.
You can finish reading.
He said, bet nobody even lie and act like they could, because first of all, nobody knows shit about them under the age of 25. I'll say the dudes over 25, 30, not on shit. It's a handful who frontline still.
And I said this, first of all, I'm going to break it down. I said this because I'm 20. I know literally zero about Larry Hoover or Chief Malik, but the legendary stories. They're not out here, and I'm not saying they not out here in this. Of course, their name is gonna always be in the streets. They have street ties. Of course, they have sons, nephews, all that who still in the streets and they have street ties. But do I know they nephews? You know what I'm saying? And you gotta know in Chicago, with the shit going on, it's with the youth, bro. Everybody know the killing is with the youth. The youth is doing the killing. You know what I'm saying? It's our generation that's out here doing everything. Old niggas not out here killing each other. They barely, they trying to get some money. And the old niggas that's on the streets, guess what they doing? Passing the guns down to they little homies. You feel me? So at the end of the day, if you think like me and got the mindset, if I'm in the streets, I'm doing this killing, I'm risking my life, my freedom every day. Can't nobody tell me shit about my life and what I'm doing. You not out here putting this work in with me front line. Now for the cowards who out here killing kids and shit like that, I don't speak for them. I can't speak for them. You know what I'm saying? I don't speak for those guys. But I'm saying this because the guys who act like all this, like, y'all not doing anything for these kids. You're not putting no money in their pocket. You're not creating no opportunities for them, And I don't know if Larry Hoover and Chief Malik was doing that. I don't know. And a lot of people don't know. Like, nobody respecting no gangs. There's no chiefs. There's nobody above nobody. No man 30, 40 finna come on no block, especially not on my block, and tell me shit. You're not telling me nothing. I'm not listening to you. You wasn't out here with me. You wasn't with me when none of my homies got killed. Nothing. You wasn't with me when I was risking my life. Anything. You didn't put $1 in my pocket. You're not feeding my mother. You're not risking your life with me to feed my mother. You can't tell me shit. Period. Like, you wasn't out here risking your life with me. You don't know what I think about at night. You don't know what I'm going through. You don't know why half this killing going on. I'm talking about for the niggas like me who in the streets, who got real street ties and it's blood that been shed behind stuff that's in the streets, shit like that. Now, as far as people who just out here killing miscellaneous and all this coward shit that's going on, I can't speak on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just why I said that, because can't nobody tell me shit. And if you a young nigga like me and you think like me, can't nobody tell you shit either. We not even young niggas that's running wild out there doing crazy shit. Because I got a good head on my shoulder and all my homies got good heads on their shoulder. You know what I'm saying? With everything we got going on in the streets, that's the streets. We keep it in the streets. But we know how to use our head. We not out here just, oh yeah, we play with 30s, all this goofy clown ass shit that don't get you no respect, that just get you laughed at. I'm not speaking for those guys. I'm speaking for me and the people who like me and the people that relate to what I got going on. Can't nobody tell us shit. Can't nobody tell me shit, because first of all, I don't gangbang. I'm not a Folks. I'm not a Stone. So I get that right, like, off the record. Can't nobody tell me shit. I'm not no soldier.
Right, but when you look at Larry Hoover and Jeff Fort at their prime,
and they got respect. They have respect. You know what I'm saying? You gotta respect them.
That's
Look, just growing up in Chicago, you gotta respect them. Like I'm the type of youngin that just grew up watching that type of shit. I used to go Google, YouTube, that shit just to watch their stories and watch how they really had respect in the streets and how they had people who was willing to die for them and how they made a difference. They wasn't just, you know what I'm saying? It was structure. They changed people's lives back then. That was back then, though. Now, say what you was going to say.
Well, what I was going to say is essentially what you said, that when these dudes was at their prime, they were actually commanding thousands of people. I mean, when I say commanding, I mean they were leading thousands of people.
Thousands of people.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not like that no more. Nobody can't even command 20 fucking people. It's always a rebellious motherfucker who gonna think they one man above the pack or some shit. Like, it's not happening anymore. It's not. I promise. If they let them out right now, he
trying to make it seem like, yo, they was fucking, so they was handling thousands of people. They was not no more though. Do you ever kind of help them in that situation? Like, nah, that's not happening no more, GG.
That movement is over with.
Yeah, he trying to pin them to it though. You don't want to be known as that, Dandada. It is what it is, GG. That's a fact. Where your niggas on over there?
That's my son.
Oh yeah? You got your kid with
son
growth and development?
Say, what's up, Mari?
Good thing, good thing.
Say, what's up, Mari? What's up? You want to talk?
You quiet, Dandada?
Yeah.
Ask him what he gotta say. What you gotta say about the Larry Hoover being free, Dandada? Like, you know what I'm saying? He fucks with it.
What you gotta say? Tell him what you gotta say. Tell him what you gotta say. Tell him what you gotta say. Uh-oh. Tell him.
I feel it. You're on daddy, dude. That's a beautiful thing, GG. That's a beautiful thing. That's a fact. That's how it gotta be. That's a Finley. But yeah, I feel like most of them maybe, you know what I'm saying, he will be out more or less, Dandada. Larry Hoover will be out, Dandada.
Yeah.
Overall, because he's on his way out. Huh?
Yeah, I think those 24 years did a real big type help for him, you know, for real, for the state, you know.
Yeah,
because like you said, if they get into if the governor considers it and then consider that time he did on top of that, I feel like he got a real big chance of getting out. They're gonna let him free, man. They're gonna let him free. All the way free. Yeah. Just gotta wait and see.
All right, for sure, GG. He's running towards the door, Dandada. The only way he will make it.
Dangerous street gang. Joni Lum is here with the latest on today's raid. Joni?
Sonia and Dave, authorities believe Larry Hoover is running an enormous gang operation from inside the Dixon Correctional Center where he is housed. Chicago, Illinois, and IRS agents carried out a federal warrant at the offices of Save the Children Promotions, looking for evidence of income tax evasion and money laundering. The 44-year-old acknowledged leader of the Black Gangster Disciples has been in prison since 1973 for a drug-related murder. At several parole hearings, he's claimed he's a changed man who is no longer violent. Today, police spent about 2 hours combing through the records of Save the Children on the South Side. They seized half a dozen cardboard boxes and file cabinets of financial records and also $7,000 in cash. Police say the charity organization has legitimate operations, but they also believe it is a front for an effort to get Hoover out of jail.
Police believe that Hoover has been running drug trafficking in the city of Chicago from his jail cell, and that potential tax law violations may be a way to dismantle the gang. Police also went to the home of Hoover's wife, Wendy Jenkins, where they also just took some records.
And they haven't said yet exactly what they found in those records? Or...
They found records with some amounts, but they did not find any drugs, and they haven't had any charges yet.
Do a test time, amount of time. It can have two effects. It can harden you, or it can make you think. And I thought, what have you thought? What are the thoughts like on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, he got locked up when he was 22. That's different.
Yeah,
Well, basically,
like 2 years out of high school, what, 3 years out of high school?
Prepare yourself for one day when you will return to the street. If you're prepared, yes, I'm prepared. I have,
Well, that's a fact.
So how the fuck this fucking dude nigga gonna play with a nigga talking about he a rat, bro? Nigga did 50 years straight.
Nigga got locked up when he was 22, bro. That is
different. 70. Yeah, now that 70.
And he had his head on his shoulder. Like, he wasn't no ignorant ass young boy, He had his head on his shoulder.
You could have easily told on somebody, bro.
That's a fact.
I've got employment. I want to do something for the community. I see these kids coming in here every day with 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Their life wasted just like I wasted mine. Ideology, street gangs. Some teenagers don't like the other teenagers because the way he wears his hat. Because his ideology is different from his. Our disciples don't like a nice Lord.
In 1969, we combined forces and we established 2 kings and 2 princes. I was very instrumental in the disciples and the gangsters coming together. When I went to jail in 1968 for failure to register a gun and unlawful use of a weapon, I met David Boxdale while I was in the House of Correction. We was at odds when we first met. After a while, he began to love me and I began to love him as my brother. When I came out of jail in 69, Hoover was the ambassador of the Stones. We had a nation meeting of the gangsters, and I said,
"What it do, Uda?
What's good, buddy? What's good, bro?
What's popping?
Ain't nothing. Just seeing what's goody. Tapping in. You know how we do it.
We on a growth for development time, you know what I'm saying? Just fucking, honestly, we was combing through a lot of the, what was going on with Larry Hoover, you know what I'm saying? They was letting him go and shit like that. Oh yeah, then we the 1090 Jake situation. I don't know if you seen it, you know what I'm saying? He said he put out, you know what I'm saying? He put out some paperwork, he claims, but it was like a newspaper article or whatnot. So niggas thinking it was some different motive for it. So we combed through that. What's your opinion on that?
I don't really know too much about the 1090 Jake stuff. You know what I mean? I've been hearing people saying stuff about it and this, different, that, but I don't really know too deep of it to really make a real, honest opinion. You know what I'm saying? I really don't know what the hell going on. In 1090, I don't know what's going on with that guy. I don't really watch him anyway. So I don't even watch it. That's just me personally. Get on top of people.
We honest. So 1090 Jake, he over here, he's usually like reading paperwork. So the dude's usually reading paperwork, and niggas thinking that he's going to read some paperwork where he read a news article. So he read a news article from 1968, and he tried to make it seem like Larry Hoover is a snitch and whatnot, whatever the case may be.
Oh my God. I know he's not doing this. Oh my God. Serious?
Yeah.
This guy got to be stopped, bro.
Yeah.
This guy got to be stopped, bro. And he white, so that's why he needs to go somewhere and sit down.
He's different too. He's different.
I love some of my white people and all that, but he needs to stop, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find some white people to talk about too. Mix it up. Well, you want to be all up in black people stuff. And
Hey,
now
what
you
that
trying
nigga
to
said
find
on next
something on
Friday?
Hoover.
On next
It's all
Friday,
good.
man, these black people problems.
One of Hoover friends gonna go see him.
What you say, Tiny?
No, I'm talking about on next Friday. That nigga Mike Epps, he was like, man, these black people problems.
Yeah. Yeah, facts, Dandada. So he's on a different level, Gigi. He's on a different level, Dandada. And you're right though. You're right, Uda, but I don't really want to say that. I don't really want to say
What? He was
like
white?
white. Yeah. I don't want
But
to,
he
you know
is
what I'm
white. You have to look at this because a lot of times when we
Oh,
deal with
he a
certain
culture
things,
vulture, bro.
we
He already
have that
said it. He
vulture
said,
element. We have these conversations that's just around in the air that we don't have to say. It's like an unsaid thing that's there. You feel
saying?
me? Like with
Yeah,
Trap Lord Ross, when he did the King Von thing and all kind of people he doing, there's mad thing that we see. But
yeah,
when we do it to each other, we understand it's a different, but we come from the world, so we
yeah, it's
understand it's
different. Like,
different.
yeah, like
You know what I'm
it's our
saying?
black blood. Like, yeah, I
Our
ain't got a
life,
problem with another.
some of
Yeah,
our
you can make
history, our friends lived this life. If we didn't live it, our family
same
members, you
trauma.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
This is our life though, bro, regardless, bro. You know what I'm saying? So some
yeah.
people don't live this life really. Some people want to be down. And 10, that guy, 1090J, he just reminded me of a guy that really wanted to be down. He wanted to be a gangbanger or blood or whatever he think he wanted to be. And he just seems like a guy that's a poser. He just always wanted to be down. That's what he looks like to me. I don't
yeah.
know. Show me the real
He
guy
said
that's
he in it
acting.
for the money. He said he only doing it for the money.
You
Johnny,
could
but you
tell.
talking
You could
about people that's powerful too, because at the end of the day, son, you talking about people that somebody will come and see you probably, bro. Don't think you too rich to be seen, bro. They got to Malcolm, bro. You're not bigger than no Malcolm, bro. At the end of the day, son, people could come see you, stupid. So you got to watch what you're saying. And I hope whatever you're saying about Larry Hoover is the real truth. And even if it is, people will still come see him. Don't matter.
people gotta hold people don't hold no weight, Dandada. So they ain't even live the same lifestyle as the people they talking about, Dandada. So
Yeah.
when he went to jail, Dandada, he didn't go to jail as old man. He went to jail as 1090 Jake, whoever he was, Dandada. So we kind of tell that this dude is kind of a character because he has no type of Florida lingo. You know what I'm saying? You know how
No.
the Florida dudes jet, this, that, they got some cool ass lingo, but he
Yeah,
don't
they
have
do.
Dandada. Like he got
Because he's a
some,
poser.
yeah, he's a poser. There you
He's a
go.
poser, bro. He's a poser, bro. You know posers, bro. And he just remind me of that. But we so fake. We watch everybody and we get everybody lit. All the
Yeah,
posers lit. But we don't want to light up the regular real people like these people that's here, Izzy and all these regular people. That's the
yeah,
people we got to be lighting up, not these posers. We got to
yeah,
stop lighting up the posers and watching the posers. What are we doing? What are we
yeah.
doing, Tim? Them views supposed to be dropping on certain people's channel, bro, because we not there. What are you talking about? What are we doing there? What are we doing? It
We
makes
already
sense, bro.
we already solidified them in the game, Dandada.
We
Certain
never watch
people.
their content. We watch other people react talking about them, and we give those people the view instead of watching them. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's how we
Mm-hmm.
do them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'd rather go watch Rizzy talk about this dude than go watch the dude directly, and let Rizzy get the view instead of this way. See how we work? That's how we
Yeah.
got to work. Trust
Yeah.
me, we got
Yeah.
to get solidified
Cause
on a team type effort like this because we're lifting up too much weirdos and too much fake people that really don't care about nothing, don't care about us, nothing, bro. It make no sense.
that's a
And that's the
fact.
people that's gonna get bored off, the same people that's gonna perpetuate the same narratives and all that stuff, and they can get paid off by people to keep up certain narratives to push, especially when they're bigger channels. Trust me, son, they be spewing some tell me,
That's offending.
instigating stuff. I mean, so we got to be careful.
That's offending. That's offending. They on some cultural shit, Dandada. But guess what niggas do, Dandada? When niggas is down and niggas wanna hurt other niggas, Dandada, guess what they gonna do? They gonna call 1090 Jake, pass him some loot, and say, yo, rugged segment on this dude, Dandada. And that's when you're giving him the power, Dandada. Nah, Dandada, you was gonna run the segment, nigga. You gonna have to run it yourself, Dandada, or pick one of your peoples to run it, Dandada. Don't just be picking him to run it, Dandada, because now you're giving him power, Dandada. Now, when he has personal agendas towards anybody, it could be something. It could be anything he said. He could be drunk one day. It could be a crip dude rapping. He feeling like he's the biggest blood, Dandada. Now he wants to just come at this dude and slander this dude or anything like that. That's not how life works, bro. We have to start staying more righteous. You get what I'm saying?
Facts, Brody. Facts. And like I say, I'm saying real stuff because I know real white dudes, bro. They not no 1090 Jake, son. Niggas is real, bro. I done went to England. I done met real white cold clippers. All that.
I
They
know
not
real
like
right.
him. They're not like no 1090 Jake, son. They like
Yeah,
you and me. They regular like you and me. People like you and me, when you meet people, bro, it don't matter the color. They just like you and me. They could
it's
be
like,
black, they could be
dude.
white, they could be whatever. They're just like
Yeah,
you and me. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
he's
Like,
something
you know
else,
them.
bro. When
You
the
know
people,
them. Hey,
yeah,
dude, how
bro.
you doing, dude? Oh my God, Rad. Hey, how you doing, I rock? How your day going? You're always smiling from a mile away. I can see you, and you're like, yo, done. But hey, guess what? Dap them up. That's my bud right there, and everybody don't have to be that happy. But you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
It's
You know
a
what I'm saying?
vibe though. It's a vibe though, you know what I'm saying, son? But people are being themselves. You can see that. He's
Yeah,
not being himself. You know what I'm saying? People are
yeah.
being themselves. However they talk, however they be, whoever they are, they're just being themselves. He's trying to be something. Look how he talks. Like you said too, with the Florida thing, you don't know where his lingo is at. I don't know, bro. He tries to sound cool,
He
but you
trying to
know he don't
sound
talk like that.
he trying to get the Boston accent. So he trying to get to the Boston accent, like the real like in deep
Yeah,
Boston
yeah,
accent,
that's
like
where he
that.
goes.
Forever to get
Boston in the
that accent.
car, in the bar, and in the
Yeah,
car, and he's trying to do
yeah,
that Boston thing. Yeah, with the bar in the car. Yeah.
That shit was funny. Hey, you see that nigga point and shoot, bro? That shit funny as fuck. He was like, when you was mocking that nigga voice, that shit funny as hell.
Oh, word! I gotta see it, son. I gotta see it, bro. But I know how you talk, like the bar and the car, and yeah,
yeah,
I already
yeah.
know how you talk, bro.
All that other shit. But it
It sound
sound
like
like he,
Departed, the movie Departed.
yeah, it sound like he's shitting. He sound like he's shitting every time he talk. But you know who got a good who got a good thing? The teddy bear. The movie with the teddy bear in it.
Ted.
Yeah, Ted. Yeah, that's right there. They talk just like that. You know what I'm saying? That's the accent that he's trying to, you know what I'm saying, imitate.
That's why I
He's
said
trying
Departed, because remember, we talking about Mark Wahlberg and we talking about Matt Damon and them. They all from Boston. Ben
yeah,
Affleck, and them, they from
yeah, so
Boston. So that's why I said like Departed and all that shit. Remember, even Jack
yeah,
Nicholson was talking like he was from Boston in that movie. Remember?
yeah.
That's what I'm trying to show you. That's why I said Departed.
Hey, but you
Yeah,
gotta,
because you on
hey,
that
you got,
Boston type vibe. He watched a couple of movies. He watched
hey,
Departed and he think he from Boston.
Mm-hmm.
you gotta
Facts,
give him a
facts.
little slack, though. That is like one of the worst accents in America, though, bro. That Boston accent.
I mean,
Remember,
nah, it's
Boston
not.
and New York been rivals forever, son. So you gotta understand. We know that shit. Like, yeah, nigga, you from Boston.
Yeah,
I know
that
you don't
shit,
like us.
that shit.
I'm from New York. Boston people don't be liking New York sometimes. They like me. I be cool, but I'm telling you, that's just for years. You
I
just
love
always felt that. Like, what's up, man? We alright, bro? You see Boston person like, we cool? Is we good? Yeah, we alright, bro. Alright, cool.
I love everybody who's their self, because I like to hear different vibes, So if I go to Florida, everybody's talking different. I feel it, If I go to Boston, niggas talking different. I feel it, You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you know what I'm saying, because it's a different place. So you're like, oh shit, we need deep right here, You hear that? I
Yeah,
bet. And then you sound different towards them. So
yeah,
don't act
just
like, you know what I'm
True,
saying?
true, true. Yeah, that be
Boston's a
sounding like
different
old
vibe, though.
shit.
Boston's different vibe. Because remember, we always had rivalries. Boston Celtics, New York Knicks, all this shit like that, too. So there's been things, the Garden. So it's been like this, bro. Baseball. It's been going down. Every sport, bro. We've been
Tiny, you're
beefing
from
through
Tiny,
sports.
you're from
You know what I'm saying?
Tiny,
It's
you're
not like
from
we beef with each other. We beef through sports, bro. It's
yeah.
battle.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm from Milwaukee, but I be in Tampa too, back and forth. So I'm already, you feel me?
But
I know
but
how
you
to
Mm-hmm.
manage that.
the way you talk, is like you know what I'm saying? We understand that I bet. Yeah, he's from somewhere else, Dada. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we can
Yeah,
hear it
yeah.
more.
Everybody got like just like the New Orleans niggas and shit, or the fucking Cali niggas type shit.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for fact, GG. So yeah, that's just what it is. So he's consuming personality, so you could tell that he's not a genuine person, and that's the type of people that we gotta have to start to watch, GG. You know what I'm saying? The people who
Facts.
just, you know what I'm saying, not blatantly being themselves. You gotta blatantly be yourself, blatantly just be honest. You know what I'm saying? Don't lie. It's no situation to be lying about, So if you actually doing something, if you didn't like this nigga, you could just say it. Yo, fuck this thing. I don't like this thing because of this, that, whatever the case may be. And it would have been better than you trying to act like you genuine and misleading us. That's misleading the culture. Don't do shit on your time and thinking that you
That
about
shit
to.
is foul because this nigga's a hater, bro. This nigga's a hater, bro. I'm gonna say that right now. Nigga's a hater. Because yo, you ain't been doing no videos on no damn Larry Hoover and all that shit. The man been locked up forever. Where was you with this information? Now all of a sudden the man come out right now. He about to come out. Now here you come being a devil and a hater, trying to throw something in the air now. Cause that's what you was waiting for. And you trying to clickbait chase something with that? That's weird, son. It better be facts, whatever you saying. Even if if it is facts, I'm telling you, one of them growth and development people might come see you, son. Trust me, son. They're all over the world. You know what I mean? You balling, bro. Because where you come from, bro, why you ain't been making videos all day about this then? Now the man come through, now you come through like, bro, Trump is, you could talk about Trump as a white man. Look, Trump just put the pardon on the man, bro. Now look what this white man's doing. So which one is the wild one and which one is not? Trump or this guy?
That's what he wants, though. He wants us to talk like that. That's why I didn't give him what he wanted.
Exactly.
I didn't say
I
that.
get in the ring with his ass. Set it up.
Or threatening him with no violence or anything. Tiny was saying that shit too, but I was like, yo,
No,
Tiny,
I'm just saying, set it up. Set it up. I get in the ring with his ass. We're getting money to charity.
No, I'm not saying anybody's threatening with violence. All I'm saying is that, listen, son, we're talking about people that are leaders and things. Let's let even like a Big U. You talking about Big U, bro. We're talking about something that is something. It's beyond Big U, bro. It's rolling 50s
Big U,
everywhere, bro. This is life, son. This is just what I'm saying, son. This is just regular life, bro. So they don't have to tell nobody something like that, bro. People love them because they love them, bro. Somebody's going to jump out the window. You get this? It's just regular, degular stuff, bro. Because that's what you do when you in gang anyway. You jump out the windows. So who are you? Okay, somebody will see you, son. Don't think that the world is big. The world is very small, son. And you in America, it's even smaller. So you just talking about certain people, you come out the window to jump out the window now that the man getting sprung. When you ain't been doing videos before the man getting sprung, you was even thinking about this man. So now you come to be like a damn, not even just a hater, a damn devil all around. Like what? What you trying to do, son? Not only a culture vulture, you also try. Come on, son. Now let's say he do this big video, right? And it's wrong.
Yeah.
What we gonna talk about now? Okay, it's proven. Let's say it's proven to be wrong. So now what we gonna do? Is we gonna attack this nigga? That's crazy. Insane, son. That's insane. He should be over after this. If this is wrong
That's
and he
what
get this done, he should be done, yo. He should be
it
done.
is already wrong because the
All right.
person who actually committed the crime came up and he's like 70-something-year-old and that, and he got recreation and he's a fucking like a youth ambassador for Chicago and whatnot, and
he spoke
said
about it?
that, huh?
And he spoke about it?
Yeah. Yes,
Oh
he
my
came
God.
Yeah, he spoke. He spoke on the
Oh
phone.
my Jesus Christ. That's what I told you. Oh my Jesus Christ. Oh
Yes.
God. God is great. God came fast for him.
Fast.
Wow.
Fast.
I thought it was
Yeah.
gonna happen a couple of days from now. Whoa, that's crazy.
Nah, it happened that quick. And he
Look
spoke
at that
about it
though.
to
See what I
Whack
mean?
100.
Look at that, bro. That's what I'm talking about, bro. See what I mean, son? Niggas is chasing it, bro. Come on now. But look, you not only a culture voter, come on, so you trying to push people back. And then you're not even black, bro. Come on, son. Then we got to start looking at things like that. Because we don't see us running down no white people chasing them down. So relax, bro. Relax, bro. Relax. You know what I mean? Just relax. Because, you know what I mean? Come on, bro. Crazy.
So these
but it's white GDs though that fucking, you feel me, that'll do that.
No. I know that it's white people, period. And I got real white friends that's real gangsters, real G's, bro. They not no 1090 Jakes, though.
He's not talking about all white people because that's what I said, and he said,
I'm saying, yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like,
my white
I'm just
homeboys
saying,
is not like 1090 Jake. They who they are, bro. They ain't got a fake in front and tattoo their eyes up and all type of dumb stuff.
But
They who
1090
they
Jake is white. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying like in Florida though. I'm not saying like in Florida, bro. Like where he be hanging out at, like it's, you feel me? Like it's white GDs in Florida, but that you feel me? Get on that.
It can, but that's what I'm trying to tell you though. But 1090 Jake is Caucasian. You know what I'm saying? So what can you say? What you want us to say? You know what I'm saying?
I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that. It's a lot of it's a lot of real white people and real white content creators too, bro. That just be who they are, son. That's, you know what I'm saying? I rock with it. Even a person like Rory and Mal. Rory's Rory. I don't give a fuck. Be who you are, bro. Anybody who are who they are, be whoever you are, bro. Like for real, bro. Everybody's gonna love you and respect you.
I'm 5% white. I'm 5% white because my mom's right. My mom's brother, my grandma, she had, you know what I'm saying? She had a kid with a dude, and he was white, he was Italian. So my uncle, he was Italian, but he happened to be like, he was drinking and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? New York and shit like that. He fell asleep and there was a blizzard, so he froze to death. You know what I'm saying?
My condolences. That's a crazy story.
That's what happened.
It's a real story, bro. It's a wild story.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? I'm 5% white and I ain't got, you know what I'm saying? So it ain't nothing. It has something to do with white people, black people thing. It just got something to do with it's 1090 Jake
culture vulture. Yeah, this ain't his, like, he really a fucking, what was dude playing hockey or some shit, like a hockey boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo. Yeah, he just aggravating with his shit. You know what I'm saying? He got a whole bunch of cool white people, you know, that know how to be respectable. He I don't know, man. He stirred up a whole bunch of stuff with this situation, with this last one. After I told you, he said he was the last one he was gonna do. He wasn't gonna do it no more, and he ended up messing with this situation. He sparked up something that
Cool.
he never had. You know, this is big. This is bigger than anything I think he probably ever covered. I'm telling you, man, because you know he took a newspaper article and ran with it. It's unbelievable, bro.
He contradicted himself.
Wow,
He,
he really
he
did.
said he said he was backing up. He said he was backing out of the game. Like he was backing out the game. He was not the game, but he was backing up away from doing that type of contact or whatever the case may be. Then he's going to just throw some flagrant shit out like that to the left like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's just like, yo, dogs. This ain't even. I thought you was gonna come through on some real shit. And actually has some real shit going on over here, but. It's all fake contact. The newspaper article from 1968. Like you said, GG. 1968. The 1968 articles. It's like the media. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? They could put any type of slander, any type of opinion, any type of the person that's writing that can make up their own like book. You know, people write books and put a whole bunch of fake shit in it. It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? But you know, a lot of people was backing 1090 Jake on exposing a lot of people. But this situation, you wasn't supposed to try to expose them because what your evidence that you got is only an article. You see what I'm saying? You don't get that type of backlash about an article when you're trying to expose somebody. You know, usually you have transcripts, you got docket sheets, you know, you got all type of stuff. But then when the man came and cleared this man, not even trying to take up for him, but just telling the situation how it really happened. I know he like, dang, what I just did. Oh man, you did you know, he got rich off. He got rich off exposing people for truthfully being a snitch or a rat or whatever. But then, you know, you really try to tarnish this man's name. Oh my God, that's just so awful for him right now. It's just terribly awful right now. Not saying like as in like death wise, but I'm talking about media wise. His media thing just got messed all up pretty bad.
Yeah, that's offending. That's offending. That is offending.
Oh yeah.
So more or less, especially if you got a name, and at the age of fucking 18, 18, you got a name that you got these people already trashing you, So imagine how you grew up. You must have grew up around some real strong people. You know what I'm saying? That they already got it out for you at that age.
That I wasn't gonna be no star. That night, Hoover called Jeff Ford and told him that he could no longer be a Stone or ambassador to Stone.
Wait a minute. Who called who now? Say that again.
Hoover called Jeff Ford.
Right.
And told him that he could no longer be affiliated with the Stone. And I believe he did that out of his love for me. The next day, Jeff came to 680 Green and wanted to try to straighten it out. We wouldn't hear of it. So he left with a little anger. About 6 months later, 6 or 7 months later, with me talking to Larry and me also keeping in contact with David, I had a chance to bring them together. And we sat and we decided that it would be an equal partnership. That's how it got to be 2 kings and 2 princes.
Name the 2 kings and name the 2 princes.
David Boxdale and Larry Hoover combined makes up the king of the Black Gangster Disciples. Tennessee and a brother named Old Timer was their prince, their second in charge.
ATF recovered this manual as a jailhouse, almost a Bible for the street gang. Growth and development. It's GD. It's the same thing. This is just a bound version to cover up what these guys are putting together in jail, organized crime. And that's what they want to do. They want to create a front, and they want to slow down the actual violence, so we'll get off their back.
Larry Hoover devised, while he was in prison, a structure that would mirror a corporate structure. He placed himself at the top as chairman of the board of directors. Immediately beneath him was the board of directors. Approximately half of those members were incarcerated, and they controlled the prison system. Half of them were unincarcerated. They controlled the Gangster Disciples operations on the street.
Change. Every day you change. You can't never persuade the person. Your actions got to show whether you change or not. That's the only way I can answer that. My actions show that I've changed. My actions up to this point show that I'm trying to make a change, trying to be accepted.
We begin with breaking news. President Donald Trump has commuted the federal sentence of Larry Hoover, founder of the Chicago street gang, the Gangster Disciples. Hoover has been serving multiple life sentences in a maximum security prison in Colorado for the murder of a 19-year-old neighborhood drug dealer. He is also serving a 200-year sentence in Illinois, but it's not clear if he'll be moved back to Illinois to reserve what remains of that sentence. Hoover's son, Larry Hoover Jr., posted this photo on Instagram, a White House official holding the commutation with the president's signature. Much more on this breaking news story coming up at 5 and 6 o'clock.
They done let the GDs out the door. They done let the GDs out the door. Now let me
quit.
What's poppin', Friday?
I was going to say that don't look good at all. He doing all that gang sign up there talking about GDs. He tripping, ain't he?
Yeah, right. He just trying to fit in. Yeah, we see you.
Hey, what's up? Who's that? Peace and love. And who is this up here? Somebody named Tiny.
What's up, Friday?
What's going on?
It's chilling, bro. Chilling.
I just got through eating some Jacks. You know me.
Oh yeah.
I'm sitting here rolling up right now.
I feel it. You got some Jacks? What Jacks what?
I already got this new Jack's burger it's a new Jack's burger.
What's the restaurant called?
Jack's. See?
Oh, I feel it.
They had that new bacon.
That boy Friday stay eating, boy. That boy stay eating, boy. Yeah, goodness.
Wow, yeah, I'm a healthy kid. Mama had a healthy kid, bro. I can't lie to y'all. Yes, I stay eating. Hey, so later, y'all, I'm getting my hair done around about 7. I'm gonna get my hair done. They coming to me. You feel me? I got a little special hairdresser coming to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You got a new one? A new one? Shorty?
I got a new hairdresser, bro. Coming to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Nadada. And she's about to come do your hair.
Yeah, at 7 o'clock.
Not the same one.
It's a different one. She
yeah.
Somebody I went to school with, she got her license and stuff, everything with her. I'm gonna make this shit look good.
I feel it.
I might pop back up here. If you go live at 7, let me know. I'm gonna pop back up here with the style and shit. You know, I gotta do this shit. I need this shit cut for real. I need to go get it.
Is she thick?
Huh? Oh my God, peace and love, Daddy. Don't get me up here in no trouble. My old lady up here watching, bro. She probably watching me. Yeah, she thicker than them. I ain't gonna lie. She thicker than a sneaker ball. She got some ass. She got some ass.
Where you at, Mobile?
I'm in Alabama. I'm past Birmingham right now. I'm in the valley. I'm in Malavalo. Past Montgomery.
All right.
What you know about Mobile? What you know about Mobile?
Shit, I got people in McAllen.
Who said that to me? I got some feet. I got something to say. You know, on the Mobile Bay at, bro. You know, across the bridge.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, across the bay where they say where that dark 20 and shit you go through. Yeah, I got to stay on that side too. I got a niece stay out there. But they scared to come. They scared to come on the YouTube. I want y'all to meet my sister, but she's scared to come up here.
Where she at?
She look like me. She stay somewhere else. When she come down here and see me, I'm gonna let you meet my sister, my blood sister. Show you how annoying she is. She look just like me. Get on my fucking nerves. Talk like me. Act like me. Don't give a fuck. And you talking about Zim to me, bro? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel it.
Why didn't you let the GDs through the door? You know why they want to let the GDs through the door? They know what time it is. They know how we get down. They know how we get down. You feel me? 7-4 to the world blowing Larry. Free Larry. I don't know why. Listen, I got a couple of things to say if I get off this shit. I don't care real quick. I'm gonna hop up the subject real quick on Friday, and then we get back to this subject. So okay, then this ain't fair to me. So if Donald Trump, the young boy charges, bro, you know, you feel me? But the shit he did though, the drug froggery, you know what I'm saying? With the fake prescriptions and shit. You know what I'm saying? Getting these fake prescriptions.
You was with the dude from Bingo yesterday?
What dude from Bingo?
The dude from Bingo, your cousin.
My cousin?
Yeah. That's who you was with?
Yeah, no, that's my blood. That's my other cousin from Birmingham.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you was with him. I thought he was the driver.
Yeah, he was the driver.
The Bingo dude?
Yeah.
Oh, the dude from Bingo?
This my blood cousin. So yeah, bro, like I said, bro, like if I get thrown out, like I said, it ain't right though. But Larry Hoover, they try to give Larry Hoover extra time, bro. You feel me? Try to get him, gotta serve all this time. Why young boy did go serve his time? That ain't fair to me. That shit is not fair.
Yeah.
That shit ain't fair, bro.
So it's free Larry all day?
Huh?
It's free Larry all day.
Yeah, we gonna be free Larry, bro. This what I'm about to go do, bro. I'm about to go get me a shirt, right? I'm gonna say GD, folks, free Larry. On GD, free Larry. And I'm gonna put 7-4 to the world, blow, free Larry Hoover. I swear I'm finna go do that. I don't give a fuck.
You can't put the GD no more. You just gotta put free Larry that's out of growth of development.
God, you're right. You're right. I'm gonna put free Larry, bro. I was gonna do that yesterday, bro. I didn't feel like going to the mall.
I feel it, Dada.
So yeah, that's crazy as hell though. They let other people go and slide for some heavy shit, but when it comes to Larry, bro, y'all can't free Larry.
Nigga, what do you mean, Dada? Donald Trump done freedom. Donald Trump done freedom, Dada. He's free.
But
Almost.
But when I was doing my little homework, they were saying he got to finish sending out his time.
Yeah.
When I was doing my little, when I was doing my little homework, you feel me? You know, I was doing a little update on this shit. They said he got to do a little bit more time to start the rest of his time out.
Yeah.
That's what the other YouTuber was saying. Cause I was following a couple of YouTubers. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. No lie. You're not lying.
Cause I'm making sure I was not saying anything right. I wasn't saying anything wrong. Make sure you had to back me up. So yeah. So I'm gonna go.
You good.
I'm gonna be on live when I get my hair done.
The governor said that. I mean, the governor needs to pardon him too for state time. So Trump pardoned him. Now they need a governor to pardon him for the state.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But hey man, I'm gonna go get myself together. You feel me? I'm about to, pull up. I'll be up here later when I'm getting my hair done. Live.
All right.
I'll let you see how she look peace and love.
All right, Dada.
All right, man. Y'all get back to this, man. I just came up here to show my face.
All right, did you?
Y'all stay easy.
Stay all right, Friday. All right, Friday.
Quit playing. I'm not. Look, all right. I'm just. Hey, calm down. Let me quit playing because I'm gonna be getting calls from all the lords, the four corner hustlers, the untouchable unknowns, the conservatives, the travelers, the mafias. You understand what I'm saying? The insanes. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be getting calls from all the. Hey man, when you throwing up the race on the? Hey, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Now, for some of us, this right here is a day of rejoicing. This is a day to be happy. And for some of us, this is a day of, nah, I don't like that. You know, this is a sad day for some people. Because here it is, you know, from my understanding, President Trump has commuted the sentence of Larry Hoover. Now, for those of you who don't know who Larry Hoover is, Larry Hoover was once the leader of one of the most notorious, dangerous gangs in the United States of America. I'm not just going to say Chicago, Illinois, because even though that's...
What's up, Pizza Love?
I said he just had to say that, man. These people is not trying to even much push that type of this when you describe them. You know what I mean? That's that he don't want to be described like that no more, man. After 52 years, he don't want to be described like that no more. He is a changed man. So when you describe him, I just feel like people shouldn't put the, you know, don't put the bad out there no more, man. Just don't speak on that old shit no more. Because if you speak on that old shit, you're gonna break up all those old demons. You're gonna walk people back through the wrong type of shit that would get this man looked at in a worse way. You know, that shit is dead. That, you know what I'm saying? It's like people don't understand when you try to describe somebody that's trying to get help, never ever bring up the bad about it. Never bring up no bad when somebody trying to get help, bro.
My name's Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, man. God
my name,
dang.
You call me Kaja Clay. What's my name? What's my name? What's my name? So that every time these niggas say that shit, I was trying to, what's my name? What's my name? Because it's like, what's the dogs? He's not involved in that. My name is Muhammad Ali. It's not Cassius Clay no more.
Yeah, if you form and you gonna support him and you talking about free certain situations and you want to, you know, help him out, always try to refrain from bringing up any type of bad. Just say the good that he did. You know, you could describe him for all the good. You don't have to go towards anything bad that the police said he did. You see what I'm saying? Like, because that's only why you could say that like that, because that's what the charges was and that's what they claim him to be. But what about the actual people that really know him? Can you speak from that standpoint? And what people will never slander his name, because you know people don't see wrong in people that they really really love. You can never do wrong in the eyes of people that really really love you. You see what I'm saying? So like, just come from that standpoint now. Now, back then, yeah, but now with his situation now, speak only from nothing but good, and don't throw up gang signs to represent them, and say growth and development. Because if you say GD, you still represent some type of a gang. You know what I'm saying? Like heading GD. No, there's a growth and development. His growth and development is, you know, it's just so many different ways of how to approach this situation with Larry Hoover, man. Trust me, man.
That's a fact. That's offending. Have some respect, GG.
That's the birthplace for the disciples, the gangster disciples and the black disciples. That's the birthplace. But, you know, we got GDs everywhere. I'm talking about that. GDs is the largest black street gang in the United States of America. I know some of you Crip brothers, y'all might say, no, it's all hood educated. You know, you got, and you know, y'all probably second. You know, y'all probably second. But the GDs is everywhere. I don't care where you go. Look, I don't care. It's gonna be some GDs somewhere in the alley, somewhere in a pocket, on a corner somewhere. And
now we need a Larry Hoover series.
For sure.
Now we need a Larry Hoover series and a Larry Hoover movie and shit like that.
I think some already. I think some a little bit of something like that came out already. I was scrolling through something and I had already seen some type of little, not a big series, but I seen some already on Larry Hoover. But yeah, like that, like with Big Meats thing, like that. Yeah, we need something like that, Larry Hoover for sure.
Yeah, like that, like Snowfall and shit like that.
They gonna be there. I don't care where you go. You go to Montana, there's some guys over there to my 7-4 AG. You know, look, You go to Oregon, I'm telling you, they everywhere, right? But again, some people are happy about this. And like I said, some people are saddened and some people have issues with it because they looking at it like Trump. Out of all the people, you're going to release a gang leader? Someone who has I'm talking about, we can't even probably count on our hands and toes all the wrong things that the GDs have been accused of. And you're going to release him back into the black community? You're going to release him back into society? So a lot of people are looking at this and they're upset about it because this guy right here was once the leader of one of the...
Shit, I didn't see nobody upset. You see anybody upset?
Nope.
That's different. I don't know where he's looking at upset at. We have to look at us.
You know, and people have great opinions nowadays, and they put them out there. So you know what I mean. If it was that such a situation, I think we'll be seeing a lot of that too. You know, ain't nobody got no undercover personal feelings anymore. People got those motherfuckers out on the table now, boy. Yeah.
Yeah, facts. That's offended, Dada. So now I ain't really see too much of upsetness, honestly.
Yeah.
Most dangerous gangs in America. And for those of I'm gonna say us, right, who are happy that Larry Hoover has been released or his sentence has been commuted, it's about time. I understand, you know, when you do something wrong, you got to pay for it. I'm all about that. The man been locked up for 100,000 years. I'm talking about, and not for a murder that he committed himself, not for a murder that he pulled a gun and shot somebody or stabbed somebody or choked somebody to death. None of that. But we all know how the law works. If you a gang leader or if you had something to do with a murder, you might as well kill the person yourself. But here it is. They done let the GDs out the door, out of the federal door. Now, let me give y'all a little history about why he was locked up in the first place. I guess it was a guy back in 1973. Yeah, he been locked up. That 1973. That's how long this brother been locked up. There was a drug dealer in the neighborhood who go by the name of Pookie, and somebody killed him. Larry went to jail for that because Larry was the leader, and according to Chicago Police Department and homicide detectives, they said that Larry gave the directive. Now, for my
boy did it. So old man got knocked off for something he didn't even do, Dada.
This shit crazy. It's political.
Yeah, the political shit is just crazy.
And what I've been told, Larry didn't never give the directive to kill this man. He gave the directive to say, hey, tell him he can't sell dope in our territory. But when dude got to, getting tough and talking, he gonna do what he want to do, the GDs took the law in their own hands and they killed him. And that's how Larry ended up catching a life sentence for that murder in 1973. While he was in prison, he's still the leader of the GDs. He's still making things move. You know what I'm saying? His word's still good. He called the phone, hey, look, check this out. Do this, that, and the other. And the GDs will do what he say. Somehow, one of the GDs, or you know what? I'm not even going to say somehow. But one of the GDs that was going to go visit him was one of his, his soldiers, taking care of business for him.
If you're missing 5 or more teeth, listen up. With Nuvia, you get no hidden fees, upfront cost, and transparency. In fact, they've got a cost guide breaking everything down about dental implants and what the cost will be to you. After downloading the cost guide and getting all the answers you need regarding the price, make sure you take the 60-second quiz. You will be so glad you did.
Shit got real.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000?
State. And so he would go to the state prison, and he would have a microphone under his ID, and we'll be talking about gangster disciple business, and go do this, go do that, and if these people act funny, take care of that business and this, that, and the other, and that was it. Once they found out that he was still running the organization, the federal government hit him with the RICO. And once he got convicted for the RICO, they gave Larry Hoover 6 life sentences in the feds. 6 life sentences. Not 1, not 2, 6. So in other words, the federal government was saying that if you die and come back to life 6 times, you still got to do life. Now, if you die on the 6th one and come back to life, then we'll let you go. Cold-blooded demonstration. But so here it is. The brother is 74 years old. And for those who know, that's growth and development. That's GD all day long. And it's ironic that he's 74 years old. He's 7'4". His federal sentence has been commuted. Cold-blooded demonstration. But now, from my understanding and all the reports that I have been reading, they are saying that Larry Hoover still owes 200 years because they gave him life plus 200 years for that 1973 murder. How you gonna get somebody life plus 200 years? That's extreme. Like, why go through all that? You already said life and plus 200 years.
What it do, GG?
What's going on? Oh, let me go back out and come back. I gotta change my name again. I keep forgetting.
So here it is, even though Larry Hoover his sentence has been commuted by the federal government, by Donald Trump, President Trump. Now he has to do battle with the state because that 200 years and that life sentence has not been paid yet. So now he still got to battle with them. But I have been getting reports from a lot of the hood educated residents that has been calling me and letting me know what's going on. And they are saying this right here. They are saying that the governor down there in Illinois is already writing the paper up, that he's finna pardon him. Now, I don't know how true that is. I don't know how they know that, but I'm just giving you the information that was provided to me. They are saying that the governor is already...
Yeah, I heard that too. The governor.
I don't want him in Chicago. And not.
You hear what? That the governor knows what?
That the governor. Allegedly they're saying that the governor's going to pardon him.
All right.
So I don't know how true it is, but like he said, I've heard that the governor's going to pardon him. Now, will he allow him to stay in Chicago? I don't know.
He said, nah. He said he don't want him in Chicago.
But, to Larry Hoover, I'm quite sure he don't care about being in Chicago. Because he can make his prominence prone without being in Chicago. All of the growth and development group is not in Chicago. All of them are not in Chicago. So,
he's 74 too, so he's just trying to make a home. I'm saying certain shit.
He's an old man. He gave, they took the majority of his life, his whole life basically, from
22
to do 52 years in prison as thus far. Because as of today he's still in prison. So he did 52 years in prison thus far. From what he's gave back after being in prison, what he's pushed to change, shows that he's a changed man, far as what he's given to society from after being incarcerated for so long. I'm quite sure they understand that they took 3/4 of the man's life thus far. He's done more time in prison than he's been on in society by double the amount of time, almost. Well, more than double the amount of the time from age, circumstances. One thing I can be acknowledgeable of is it does reform people that seek the knowledge to reform. I'm quite sure from what he's written and what he's given for his letters, books, all of that to society after his incarceration, within his incarceration, he's shown that he's changed and he's for the good side of society now today.
Facts.
So I believe that they should free him.
Yeah, he should be free. He's older now. I mean, ain't nothing going on with Larry Hoover in reality.
He should be free, man. And then I don't understand all of the backlash, all of the backlash and all of the targeting from the state prosecutors, trying to push that he's not. They don't feel he should be free. They've pardoned people whose crimes are more up to age than his. They've given them pardons. They've so they commuted his sentence on a federal level. In on a state level, he has 24 years in on the 200-year sentence.
Facts.
He's been in jail for 52 years.
Yeah.
Which is he did 28 years in solitary confinement. After doing 24 years in the state system, if there's any reforming, that should be enough for a man of that age. I'm quite sure he understands, what took place within his life, and no one knows the circumstances of his charges, what he had to do or didn't have to do to protect his own life during those times. Yes, the nature of those crimes are severe, but
Facts.
but even after that, his his pushing towards changing society uh, shows that he's grown, developed. He's grown and developed uh, a, uh, a sincere thing of humanity. I mean, towards society itself.
Facts.
And I don't believe it took him 52 years to gain that, because he didn't write those books now. He wrote them years ago. He didn't write those letters to society telling the people that follow what he established to change the narrative of the negative concept of it. He didn't do that now. He did it years ago.
Yeah.
The president has, commuted his sentence due to all of the all of his good accolations while in prison. He doesn't have any disciplinary infractions. He doesn't have any of that on his jacket as far as prison term.
Yeah.
So I believe that they should take in consideration that. he didn't push the narrative after being incarcerated for all these years. We're talking about on his federal sentence, whatever. We know he got his federal sentence from, they're saying, allegedly, from making phone calls and telling people to do negative things. So they put him in maximum security, super max security, because they felt he had an influence on negativity during that time of his younger years in his 20s, which is a young man, a boy growing into a man still. From the aspects of where he grew up from and the negative aspect of the neighborhood that he lived in, and not having any type of help from the system to actually live. He lived off of what the system provided for those neighborhoods during that time, which was corruption, and the system provided that, not Larry Hoover. The system provided negative aspects for our kind of neighborhoods during those years. They provided nothing but negativity, drugs and guns, and you understand what I'm saying? And it's still going on today. So
Fact.
to condemn him and not condemn the system is ludicrous to me. From what it's called, a product of your environment. What the system provided for the environments of where we came from, and still today, the negative aspect of life that's being provided by the system itself, the country. No one man, listen, no one in the ghetto, so-called ghetto as they call it, uh, manufactured the drugs, manufactured the guns, or the negative aspect of what goes on in that community themselves. It
Yeah.
wasn't put there by them. The government put this here, and then they go back and they condemn what happens with what they put there. So we got to look at it from all aspects of life when it comes to what someone does within these societies that the government has created. That's another whole thing, which should also be looked at by communities themselves. You know, I mean, on legislation boards and all of that stuff. These are the topics that need to be brought to hand. Like, all right, you're saying that these men, or this guy was a corrupt mental for the society that he lives in. But the society that he lives in has been put together by the government themselves. They didn't put the guns and the drugs and all that there themselves. They use that to uplift, far as financially wise. That's what the government put there for them to uplift themselves, to be able to eat, survive, whatever. They
So
didn't
crime
give
could occur.
right. They didn't give you no out.
Mm-hmm.
And then they built a school system, right? In the school system, I want to say this: when you go to school, the school itself is built like a prison. They got gates on the windows. They got you in the classroom. You got a guard, which is a teacher, that's telling you you can't do this, you can't do that, you can only do this. They're setting it as they got a principal, which is considered as, if you look at it, as a warden. They got a disciplinary officer, which is a dean, who disciplinaries who gives the child sanctions when they do something wrong. The system itself in the minority areas, that's what they call minority areas, is built to enhance the prison culture. Even in
Fact.
society, you go to school, it's like jail. The same school system they use here. When you go to jail, when you go to get your GED and all that shit, it's the same setting. The windows got bars on them. You can't leave out of the classroom until your period is over. You got a certain amount of time to get to the next class. In jail, they call it a 10-minute move. In school, they call it transferring classes where you go. So look at how it's reformed, how it's put together, and then say what they're saying now. You know what I'm saying? Say the same thing to the system that they created to to put the children in the form of a prison standard or setting. This is what we look past. And this has been going on since the beginning of schooling, or however we want to put it.
Facts.
So they put this negative aspect on the children from the beginning. And then they send them out there in a society that they made rough for them. It puts you in the project with nothing. There's one way in and one way out. Everybody's in the center. Everybody's hungry. Then they drop the bomb of drugs and guns and corrupt activity on you. That's the way that you're able to manufacture money or feed your family or whatever. Being less fortunate, you're gonna gravitate to what society upholds for you as you live. So that's something that need to be looked at also. But when they come with all of these high rank sentences and destroying communities by taking the men out of the community and leaving the female there to raise all of the kids by herself and all of that. It's a lot to this, man, that needs to be spoken on a level for society as well as prison. Then they put you in prison and they treat certain ethnic groups different from the other and all of that. You know, they walking around with dead babies, black babies hanging on their arms. That causes tension. That builds up, you know, anxiety and things like that within prisoners to make them react in different ways. You know, they don't want to follow rules now because I don't want to follow somebody who hates me. See,
That's a fact.
there's a lot to this, man.
That's a
There's a
fact.
lot to how it goes, which needs to be dealt with from the top. And there's people in society that are doing that today, that are pushing to change the reform of how prison is ran now, where you holding the COs accountable, and the wardens and the DEPs and the AWs and all of that accountable for what their actions are within the prison, because the COs majority of the time set the standard of how this prison is going to run with the corrupt acts that they do. Remember, they do their corruption and then they go home for 16 hours, and then they come back with the same corruption or even more. They go home, they get into an altercation at home with their wife or with someone in the street, and they bring that attitude within the prison, and that changes the atmosphere of the prison from what they bring there. It causes tension. Now, that tension could be caused amongst prisoners also by what the energy of it. See, these are things that need to be spoken about, and beating up people because you feel like you want to, and all that kind of shit. That changes the atmosphere of a prison when you bring corrupt activity to it, and then you got
The corrupt
these.
activities already in it. A bunch of criminals in it.
I'm gonna say this to you. The people that run things, right? If their atonement on running the prison the correct way was prominent, they did it the way it's supposed to be done, but by the book.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be so much crime in prison. What happens is when they come with their corrupt aspect of things, they put that on the prisoners. Now the prisoners, for the prisoner to absorb that, it changes his mental and diversity within the prison. So now he can't do too much to the officers in the prison. So what is the lineage of that lead down to? The prisoners, the peers, the people that's in prison. Once somebody says something that somebody even disagrees with, that could lead to a death, because that's the atmosphere that they're in.
Facts.
There's no peace there because The people that are supposed to bring the peace are bringing the corruption. So that's the difference, man. Like walking around looking at somebody with a black baby on his arm all day, and he's rolling the sleeve up for you to see it, and he's doing this constantly every day. It changes how you feel emotionally, mentally, physically, all of that. It brings a negative aspect to a prisoner doing an ample amount of time. And the prisoner's already saying in his mind, yo, if this motherfucker say something to me, talking about the CO at the time, the officer, I'ma do this because of what he's showing me, how he is. I'ma react this way because I ain't tolerating that shit. Because you're only human at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what you're going through, you're human. You ain't gonna tolerate but so much. So that's another whole, that's the thing, man. Everybody's putting everything on a person in jail. The people that have never been to prison, who are on these panels and jurors and all of that, and just living in a society that say, oh, don't do the crime and you can't do the time, or don't commit crime if you don't want to go through what you got to go through in prison. You can say that because you're not a product of that. You didn't come from that. So you are given your atonement of what they gave you, not what reality really is, because you didn't come from this. Let's say like gentrification. If you talk to the average white boy in that's living in our neighborhoods now about this kind of corruption, he's gonna say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't have did the crime to go to jail." When sometimes there's men in prison who are innocent, who didn't do crime to go to jail, that have a lot of time, that already have a lot of anger in them. So for a officer to come in there with a negative aspect of things and trying to impose their will on people, that changes how a person feels about where they are. We already got to deal with not being able to go and come as we please, not being able to, if you feel like a motherfucker got to lock down, they got to lock down. If you took a shower or not, already dealing with all of those aspects of things. And then you come in with your negative situations from home and taking it out on the people that's incarcerated. That changes the atmosphere of the jail, man, of how individuals gonna deal even with each other. When the person
The energy and the frequency,
right, when the people that have the power are already coming with the negative aspect of things. So all of that needs to be taken into consideration also, man. And there's some great guys that are doing that now, that are doing that work to push back on what COs and wardens and all of that's doing on the system itself. You know, uh, there's a guy from my city named Derek Hamilton. He's really pushing to change the the way that the system is being ran, far as prisons in these small towns where the grandfather's the warden, the father's the AW, the disciplinary officer's the nephew or the son, and they've learned this. They've learned the way that they deal with the prison system from the corrupt grandfather or the corrupt father or the uncle or what, and they're running it off of what they got from those individuals, not from their own assessment of it. So that's what needs to change. The training and all of that needs to change when it comes to dealing with this thing here. So I mean, those aspects of things that I just spoke on,
let me run to the restroom.
could change the way things go within the system or even within society, the way that they push the negative aspects on our neighborhoods or us being incarcerated. All of that changes the how people deal with things or do things in society or even in prison. So it's a lot to that. Like, but back to Larry Hoover. I hope that they free that brother. You know what I'm saying? To me, he's giving the reform. He's giving reform with action. He's not just saying he's reformed. He's done things to show that he's reformed with action. He's wrote books, he's talked to people, he's wrote letters, he's whatever way he can get out the reform side of him, he's done that. So taking all of that in consideration along with age, I don't believe he's he would be a corrupt member of society at this form of life, at this time and form of his life. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if he's able to, if they let him out, or hopefully they will. But
That's a fact.
he deserves to be free from how I look at the actual starting of all of this shit. He deserves to be free far as what he's gave to the system.
Fact.
You know, um, and hopefully the governor or either the parole board will say he's he's reformed
You
enough to
can
go
get
home
out. Facts.
in a
Facts.
state on the state level. And nothing can
Facts.
be done. Like
So
I
we're
don't
gonna leave it right
understand.
there.
Right?
We gonna leave it right there. But you can finish up if you want. You can finish up. Whatever you gotta say, you can finish up. Whatever you want. But
I ain't really got
after you,
much to say because I was gonna go into the running of the people running things and how people
right.
uh how people downplay, like they saying there's an agenda behind what Donald Trump is doing and how he's doing it. Remember, on his first term, he let people out of prison.
Facts.
He's doing it again. There hasn't been a president with no corruption, not one. There hasn't been a president that hasn't been condemned for something.
Facts.
And I'm going to ask this question to our society. What has he done that affected us on a negative level to where that no other president hasn't done to affect us?
Facts.
Let's not go on what the people say. Take your own reconnaissance of what it is.
And
Don't
you're talking about
go
Donald
over
Trump.
what. Say that again?
You're talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'm talking about Trump. And, you got a lot of people saying, oh, he's doing this for this and he's doing this for that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what president hasn't done things for something?
Facts.
I mean, what president hasn't done wrong? I tell you this, he ain't starting no wars yet like everybody else has.
Yeah.
He ain't killing no innocent people from other leaders from other countries like everybody else has. So I'm not backing Donald Trump because I don't like his agenda. I've been biased on him since the Central Park case. What he did to those young dudes and how he paid to put newspaper articles and push the negative narrative of what to keep them, to put them in jail and all of that. So I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. I mean, but I am a fan of reality. You know what I'm saying? Reality is what it is. And from what the lineage of presidency in this country, name one good one. Name a good president.
John F. Kennedy.
He ain't last, did he?
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln wasn't no good president, man. He ain't free nobody.
All right.
That's all a lie. He ain't free nobody, man.
All right, GG, what you want to leave on a positive note?
Yeah, man. I hope that they could gain, like I said, from every segment that we do. I hope that people can gain something from it, and it can put some positive effect on their life just from what, you know, the little segments that we do, an hour, 5 hours, whatever. I hope they can take whatever's good for them out of it and use it and entwine it in their life, their everyday life, you know, and leave whatever's not good there, and be productive members of society from their own right, because everything about society is not productive. I don't care how it looks.
Right.
You know, hopefully they can do that. On that note, I'm gonna leave it there, and until next time.
You already know. Till next time, GG. Now we got $1 cap out of the segment. You already know, GG's. If you mark it, we gonna spark it. If you ping it, we gonna sting it. If you drop the low, we gonna flock this low. You tagged it, so we run the static. Da da. You're more righteous than ever. Da da. God chose you because He knew He could trust you. You're in the elevator. Who's elevated? God's elevator. Da da. On the way to the top. Da da. You God's best kept secret. Ahoo.